also the chair of Public Health and Safety. As the mayor said, we received this report this morning, and this report has some serious and troubling concerns. But as a Black woman, none of this comes as a surprise to me. I'm committed to working with the Department of Human Rights, Mayor Fry, my council colleagues, the community, and MPD to implement much-needed reform. Developing and sustaining a culture of anti-racism, accountability, and respect at MPD will take all of us working together. This is going to be a very hard job, but I'm up for the task, and so is everyone else in the city enterprise. I look forward to working with all of them in the near future. Thank you. Mayor, I think you're coming back.
Thank you, Council Member. I'd like to bring up Interim Chief Huffman, who can also provide some words and a course. Interim Chief.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for being here today. This morning, the Minnesota Department of Human Rights briefed us and then released a report detailing findings from the agency's pattern and practice investigation of the Minneapolis Police Department. While we have not yet had the opportunity to fully digest this report, the points raised are deeply concerning to everyone standing before you today. We will review this report in collaboration with city leadership and community members to ensure that we have a clear understanding of every issue that was raised. We'll also continue to cooperate with the ongoing investigation being conducted by the Department of Justice. During the nearly 2-year period of this investigation, the department has been moving forward with reforms, and we're not waiting to move forward at this point to build a stronger department. We're committed to providing effective, constitutional police service, the service that people across our community want and need and deserve. We come to work each day to care for and safeguard our community members, protecting lives and safety, promoting the peace, and preserving the rights of each person. That is why we became police officers. And I expect every officer and civilian employee in the Minneapolis Police Department to treat all members of the community with dignity and respect. There is no place in the Minneapolis Police Department for bias or discrimination. We will continue to work by engaging with one another and our community partners to build stronger relationships, promote the public trust, protect the community and officer safety through ongoing investments in our people, our training, our policies, and our processes. These investments include the duty to intervene training for all members of the department, research-based de-escalation and communication department training also for the entire department, improving our curriculum and instruction through the hiring of an adult education and curriculum development specialist, staffing a quality assurance unit with professional auditors to ensure that every reform is having its intended effect, adding a new layer of force review to increase supervision and accountability, and developing new pathways into the Minneapolis Police Department for young people growing up in our community who have the desire to serve and protect. We have challenges ahead, but I am confident that there are men and women in the Minneapolis Police Department who have the desire to meet the challenges of today and tomorrow. As always, I'm grateful to be part of the Minneapolis Police Department, and I'm thankful for our officers who continue in their steadfast commitment to public safety, professionalism, and respect. And to my officers, I recognize the courage, selfless service, and compassion displayed by MPD officers working throughout the city, from running toward the sound of gunfire to render first aid and apprehend an offender, to rescuing a person in crisis from grave peril, to doing the complex work necessary to bring cases into the criminal justice system and provide a pathway to justice for victims of crime, and much more. Your work matters. Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Chief. Now I would like to bring up our Director of Regulatory Services, Saray Garnett-Hachuli.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Today is a heavy day, and as Councilmember Vita said, this news is not a surprise to the Black community, and it's not a surprise to me. What pains me in this is that we needed a report to validate what Black people have been saying for decades, years. My father told me stories of his experience. And I stand here torn because I work for the city of Minneapolis, but I'm also have been a victim of inappropriate activities from a police officer, not here in Minneapolis. But what I want to say is that I will not be tokenized. I stand here because I believe in the city of Minneapolis. I believe in the fact that this has to change. We have to change. We have to own our behavior, own our policies, own everything that we do, and change. The city cannot sustain it, our employees cannot sustain it, and our residents cannot sustain this way of being. So I challenge all of us to do right by the city, to do right by our employees. You have my attention. I'm watching. I will course correct if I see something wrong because I do sit in a position of power. And I will not sit silently when I see something wrong. Today, we were briefed after the mayor was briefed with this information. I don't know if that would have changed before the new government structure. We have been talking, the silos are down, and I work with every department head in complicated issues. So I look at this as, no, this isn't new. But I do look at this as true transformational change. I'm not interested in change on the surface. I'm going deep and I'm going to the root. And I will hold the mayor accountable. I will hold interim chief accountable. And I will hold myself accountable because I'm here to lead and to institute change in anything that I do and I touch in any room that I am in. So that is my commitment to the Black community. That is a commitment to my Black employees, and it's a commitment to my parents and my father and my ancestors, because this has to change. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. The reason we wanted to have these extraordinary staff and leaders stand up here with us today is to show that this is an all-in approach. We've got a united front, galvanized around making the necessary change and the culture shift that we need to see, not just in the police department, but throughout our city. And much of this is enabled, and the comprehensive approach that we want to see is in part made by the change to the government structure that was passed this last year. There's still work to be done to set a lot of these pieces up, but that's taken place right now. And with that, we will open it to questions.
Mayor Price, some of the criticisms in this report are recent, within the last 2 years, of reforms that you have said that you are going to make, and it criticizes the city for not following through and actually implementing policies. How can you reassure people in Minneapolis that you are serious in making changes, and what specifically are you going to do to hold the Minneapolis Police Department more accountable?
We are dead serious in making these necessary changes. And it's not as if the changes begin today. There are quite a few reforms that have taken place both before George Floyd was murdered and after, both in this administration and in administrations prior. Now, am I going to stand up here and argue to you that it's been enough? No, it has not. We have to go further. We have to be more deliberate. It's not enough just to have a policy change on paper if that policy isn't ultimately implemented in full and then carried out. And if you look at the areas that are addressed in the report itself, there are policies that have even recently been shifted to account for the shortcomings that we've seen. In the area of discipline and outcomes, we've embedded a city attorney in the disciplinary process to make sure that these investigations are conducted as thoroughly as possible and to expedite them as quickly as possible. We're hiring 2 new Minneapolis Police Department auditors. OPCR, the Office of Police Conduct and Review, has doubled investigative staff. We've got a discipline matrix which has been amended once several years ago. We're in the process and final stages here of amending it yet again to make sure that, again, we're able to hold officers accountable. In training, I mean, there's new trainings that have been implemented both under my administration as well as previous, from procedural justice training to implicit bias training. To ABLE training more recently, making sure that we've got active bystander training in place. There's a duty to intervene, there's a duty to de-escalate, and there's a duty to then report when those ideals and those values that we insist upon are not upheld in full. We've got an early intervention system that will be built out in the coming months and years. We've got a new crowd control policy, limitations on pretext stops and lower level traffic offenses, and then we're making improvements on areas of communication, body-worn camera policies, etc. Now, none of these things, taken either individually or as a whole, are enough. Anyone that tells you differently is full of it. Yeah, we need to go further. And I am a believer that part of instilling accountability is both letting officers with precision know what is to be expected. They want to know what they are being asked to do with precision, and I think that's fair. It's about making sure that we've got management over top that is able to, on a day-to-day basis, manage accountability. 1, manage a comprehensive approach. 2, manage response in the immediacy. 3, manage emergency situations arise. 4, I could go on and on. But the point is that you need an integrated approach in order to do that. That is a direction where we're moving right now. Clearly, we have a whole lot of work left to go.
What is the timeline for that?
For purposes of the government structure, we're hoping to get things set by the end of a year.
In terms of the accountability, I mean, there were issues in this report that talked about the failure of following up when there are complaints against officers, failures across the board with accountability, failures in training. What is the timeline to fix these issues?
You named several different issues there. Some of them are already being addressed. Some of them, there are still work to be done. Like I said, I read this report for the first time today and haven't even gotten through every single word yet. I want to make sure that we're able to digest this in full, make the necessary changes that we can in the immediacy, and also making sure that we're taking a real deliberate approach.
So you have
Is
not
the
read
city
this.
open to a consent decree, and does that require approval from the mayor and council?
Question was, are we open to a consent decree, and does it require approval from the mayor and the council? As far as approval goes, I imagine the answer is yes, but I would have to consult with our city attorney before determining the process that would need to take place. Look, we're open. It would be irresponsible for me to stand up here today prior to digesting the report in full and to give you and the general public full clarity of direction. We have this report which has been issued. We have a Department of Justice investigation that is ongoing right now, and we need to do right by our black community. We need to do right by our city. We also need to acknowledge that decisions that are made today will have long-lasting impact to present and future administrations. And so we got to get this right.
So there are a lot of pretty egregious things in this report. But you can almost take it to the low level and say something that really stands out is the slurs being used against residents and also the way that officers speak to people in the community. So that's witnesses, bystanders, etc., using profanity and that sort of thing. Why over so many administrations, so many different chiefs, has the department not been able to fix this one simple problem that officers should not be using profanity and slurs against residents here?
So the question, in case it wasn't heard by the general public, is why does this kind of conduct continue? Whether it's slurs or profanity, and as you mentioned, it's spanned multiple administrations, multiple chiefs. This report goes back now 12 years ago, but it was encompassing for about 10 years, and it doesn't take a genius to guess that it was going on before that as well. So the question you asked is, why does this keep happening? I think if I gave you one simple answer, it wouldn't be fair and it wouldn't be honest. There is systemic racism in our entire society. Let's just acknowledge that. It's not limited to any single department. It's not limited to any single group or people. It's a reality that we need to deal with. And, you know, we also collectively need to own where we've messed up, own where there have been shortcomings, but most importantly, chart a clear path forward. You know, and something that I think has become readily apparent to me and to my administration is that it can't be about one person or one administration or even one city. The systemic inequities associated with policing and more broadly in society are poignant and obvious in Minneapolis, but it's not limited to our city either. I think it's going to require very much an all-hands-on-deck effort. And so we got to take responsibility. The state's got to take responsibility. The Fed's got to take responsibility. Each and every person out there has a role to play. Nobody should be backing down. Everybody should be pulling up a chair.
Respectfully, I'm just asking, where's the breakdown in discipline here? Why are sergeants, for instance, who are overseeing officers, not being disciplined when this happens under their watch? Why has this happened for years and years and years? This seems like a basic thing. There are high-level things to deal with, but this is something that seems like it should be easy. Why is the police department and the chiefs and yourself not?
Believe me, yeah, there's more than a few times where you say to yourself, it seems like it should be easy. Let's just get this done. And you know, we're speaking in generalities here, but the requirement is that we got to get specific. I can't comment on each one of these individual instances that you're referencing because I imagine that they're all different, but there is truly a common thread, especially if you read the report. And it's that common thread that we're trying to pull at as much as possible to get the honesty and get the truth.
Is it even possible to reform the police department, given that the police department has experienced drops in officers who are continuing to work for the city, given everything that's been going on over the past couple of years? Is it even possible to reform the system?
I think there are many people that will take this opportunity to ask the question is, why would anybody join the Minneapolis Police Department right now? And my response is, this is an opportunity for people to join the police department that want to be the change that we're all insisting upon. They want to be part of that culture shift. They want to protect and keep people safe. They want to treat people with dignity and respect, the kind of dignity and respect that this report shows has often been missing. And by the way, you know, and I mentioned this earlier, the report clearly pointed out the need for a culture shift. It pointed out massive issues, issues that we're not citing for the first time today, but some of certainly the underpinning facts you are seeing for the first time. And additionally, you know, I think there are officers that are also reading this report and saying to themselves, this is awful. That's not who we want to be. And for those that are saying that, and for those potential recruits that are wanting to be that change, yeah, we want to have you serve in the city.
To follow up on specifically the question involved.
I just want to make sure we get others, and then I promise I'll come back to you.
I am going to ask this question.
That's fine.
You know, there was 700 hours of body camera footage. There were documents that were provided. You thank your city staff for providing those documents. This was all on record that this was happening. In many of these cases, it's detailed in this report, so why wasn't this addressed? And I don't know if that's a question you would like to answer or if the interim chief would like to answer, but this was on camera, so to speak.
Yep. So again, it requires us to get into each one of the specific incidents. But I'd be happy to, Chief, if you care to address what we're able to. So much of this we're digesting now, and you're asking a general question which is going to require an answer with specificity. And we got to digest and dig into the report to give you something that's honest and fair.
So you can't answer why this wasn't addressed?
Why what specifically wasn't
The racist
addressed?
language, the offensive language that was mentioned in this
So the question is, why wasn't the racist language and the offensive language addressed? Look, I find it repugnant. There have been clearly directions given that this is not acceptable in any way, shape, or form. Directions given by this chief, former Chief Arredondo, and I'm sure former chiefs before that. The fact that there was ultimately a gap in those directions being carried out, and still the horrible conduct and statements that were made, I think shows the shortcomings that collectively need to be fixed.
But I think part of Callan's point is there were supervisors, sergeants, leaders in the police department who, it says in the report, ignored this, did nothing about it. I mean, how do you respond to that? If you're saying there was change, there was people trying to do something about it, you know, saying that language is not okay, but then this report is saying sergeants, leaders were not doing anything about it. And I guess, and second part of that question, will there be discipline now after this report? Not that we've seen that.
The report itself covers 10 years, potentially even beyond that. And so, again, I can't comment on each individual case, not because we're hiding anything, but because I don't know. And I want to give you accurate information. This covers a very wide swath of time and a very large number of incidents that we're going to have to dig into. To the second part of your question, many of the individuals that have been referenced aren't with the police department anymore. I can't speak to the full scope, and that's what we need to dig into in the immediacy to figure out how we make sure that that accountability is there now and going forward.
Last question, everybody. State investigators said this pattern of discriminatory policing could continue in part because of a lack of consistent action by both current and former city officials. Do you feel they've characterized your efforts to change policing adequately, and why should people have faith in you that this will be the time the meaningful change occurs?
You know, the report, as you mentioned, called out the lack of consistent action by a number of mayors and leaders and chiefs in our city throughout at least the last 10 years. I won't speak for any other mayors, and I'll say, look, I think we need to be doing more. I think the action needs to not just be more consistent, but implemented more fully. There hasn't been a lack of policy changes. We have dug in and delivered quite a few policy changes both before and after George Floyd was murdered. Prior mayors have delivered policy changes. As has been pointed out, though, policy changes are not the whole game. A true culture shift is about people. It is about personnel. It's getting the right individuals in. It's getting the wrong individuals out. There's quite a bit of work to be done there. Are we there yet? No, we're not. But you've got a united team here that is fully embracing the shortcomings, both past and present, previous administrations and this one, to get this right. So the message here is one of a unified response because, as I mentioned earlier, other cities have had investigations. Other cities have had consent decrees and receiverships. Other cities have had shortcomings in policing, and obviously, Minneapolis does as well. What we want to make sure is that we're seizing this particular moment, these particular findings, and then doing right with precision. Thank you, everybody.
Minneapolis Police Department is using covert social media accounts to target black leaders and black community members.
So I'm going to take one more, and then we're going to leave. So the question was around the covert social media accounts.
Were you aware that MPD officers were doing that?
So our investigative team obviously conducts investigations, and they obviously gather intelligence through covert accounts in general. Were we aware of the specifics and the misuse that was outlined in the report? Was I? No. Thank you, everybody.
Mayor, can we clarify, you said many officers aren't with the police department anymore. Is there a specific
Watching live now from Fox, everybody, as that does wrap up there in Minnesota. A little bit later today, we'll also play out for you in full as the state describing their report. You're watching live now from Fox, everybody. Let's take a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, take you out to the White House, where we do have President Biden right now giving out teacher awards for Teacher of the Year.
And we must also lift teacher voice as we reimagine education in this country. You're welcome. We also revamped the public service loan forgiveness program so teachers can benefit of debt relief for their incredible work. So as a teacher, I'm going to give you homework. Pay attention. To all the teachers here today, go to studentaid.gov to apply between now and October 31st so you can have any federal student loan payment count toward forgiveness. Okay? That's your homework. I hope your plus ones have been taking notes here, because I know you can't take out your phones during class. Teaching is the foundation of all opportunity in America. Name a profession that was made possible without a teacher. You can't. Mr. Russell, thank you for your passion as an educator. You're a role model not only for your students, but to educators across America. This is going to be a great year. Congratulations to you, and now it gives me great honor to introduce a teacher herself and the greatest champion for teachers in the White House, First Lady Dr. Jill Biden.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Secretary Cardona. And welcome to the White House. As I was reading through your stories, I was so impressed by the innovation and creativity that all of you bring to your classrooms every day. Kurt Russell, our National Teacher of the Year, helps students find a sense of self-worth by dressing for success. Autumn Rivera from Colorado helped her students join a campaign to save a local lake. Jared Koepp, where are you? Has helped his Native American students explore their tribal culture and history. And the stories go on and on. But I also know that what makes your work special isn't just the projects or presentations. It's not the curriculum or the classroom tactics. It's that smile that tells students that they don't have to be afraid to say an answer out loud. It's the calm in your voice that can still the wild horses running through their hearts. It's the way that you know that sometimes I'm fine means everything is wrong. It's how they know that you're telling the truth when you say, it's okay, we're going to figure this out together. What makes your work so special is you, the love and the joy that you bring to it, the empathy and the understanding, the sheer power of your presence. You do this work because it's a part of who you are, because you have a calling, and you're not alone. Somewhere listening is a college student who grew up teaching her younger brothers and sisters and knows that she has a gift. A young man who took an education class and something just clicked for the first time. There's an artist who wants to spread the joy of creating something out of nothing. They have a calling too, to show students an entirely new world in science or history or art, to guide them through uncharted paths, to change someone's life forever in big red letter moments and small acts of kindness. To them, I want to say, listen to that call. Join us. Yes, you. You can change the world one student at a time. And we need you. We need more teachers. I can't promise that it will be an easy job, right? But I can promise that it will fill your life with meaning and purpose and joy. My own grandmother was a teacher in a small town in New Jersey, and she loved her work, and her students loved her in return. And just like you might see in the movies, she used to call her students to class with a big brass bell. And when she died, she didn't leave behind a giant estate. But what I inherited from her and what I still have to this day is that bell. And I sometimes think about the way her legacy resonated into the world like waves of sound, changing those who heard its ring. I think of every student she taught and every child who she inspired. And I wonder, what amazing things they grew up to do. Perhaps they are public servants working to make our communities a little stronger, a little fairer. Perhaps they are doctors saving lives, or architects building our cities, or scientists working to solve global challenges. And of course, there's at least one teacher. Today, all of you ring your own bell, pulling each person you teach into a harmony that never ends. Right now, someone out there is a better thinker because of you. Someone is standing a little taller because you helped her find the confidence that she needed. Someone is working a little harder because you pushed him to try. Someone is a little kinder because you showed her what that meant. And someone is braver because you helped him find his courage. Never stop ringing that bell. Never forget that student by student, The lives, now I'm getting emotional. The lives you change go on to change the world. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And now I'm proud to introduce someone who has answered their call with passion, persistence, and pride. The 2022 National Teacher of the Year, Kurt Russell.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow, wow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. It's just an honor and a pleasure to be here. President Biden, thank you for your belief and tireless effort in education. Appreciate it. Thank you, Dr. Biden, for your strong leadership and your advocacy towards education, for a more equitable education as well. Secretary Cardona, thank you for your effort and your service and your leadership. To my Ohio delegate, thank you so much. Ms. Angela Dickey, my state coordinator, Mr. Brent Betts, my principal, my superintendent, Dr. David Hall, forgive me, and my state superintendent as well, Dr. Stephanie Siddons. So thank you as well. I'd like to say thank you to Oberlin City Schools and for their tireless effort in supporting me, my Oberlin family. A special and most important thank you to my beautiful wife, Donna, who is here. And my two sons, KJ, Kurt Jr., we call him KJ, and Corey, and to my mother and my in-laws as well. So it's just a pleasure to be here with you. A special thank you to the most distinguished, talented, amazing group of educators assembled in one place, the 2022 State Teachers of the Year. Allow me to give you a hand. You are truly, truly amazing, and I look forward to learning from you and taking this journey together. When I look at you, I see your desire to improve the lives of your students. I am humbled and honored to represent you along with the thousands of hardworking educators throughout this nation who believe in a rich, fulfilling education for all students. Especially during this past 2 years, I have personally witnessed teachers pour into their students unwavering kindness, love, and hope. Being here today makes me think of my colleague and good friend, Danita, who has touched countless children's lives with her caring approach to teaching. Each day, she gives her time in investing in every child that crosses her path by giving out hugs to students who are having a difficult time, or even something simple as a granola bar to students who are hungry. Danita epitomizes what great teaching is: cheering, rooting, and being invested in the wholeness of the child. Each student needs a champion, no matter what the circumstances are. Each morning, parents give us their most precious gifts, their children. Parents have placed trust that we nurture, cultivate, and help students find personal meaning and purpose in their lives. School is where dreams come alive. It has been teachers who have laid the foundation of possibilities. It was my kindergarten teacher, Ms. Toss. Ms. Francine Toss, I still vaguely remember my first day of kindergarten. I was greeted by Miss Toss, a middle-aged white woman with a huge smile and a gentle voice. She welcomed each student to her class and, like all teachers on the first day, tried to ease the nervousness of her students. The school year was great. Ms. Toss made learning enjoyable, fun, and she created a learning environment in which you felt as though you were the only one in the classroom. Her lessons were meaningful and heartfelt, and one could tell she enjoyed teaching. But more importantly, Ms. Toss intentionally incorporated an inclusive curriculum. She read books by Black authors and women authors and made sure that all students felt a sense of belonging. It was also my 8th grade math teacher, Mr. Larry Thomas, the first Black male teacher I ever had. Mr. Thomas wore an afro, was an impeccable dresser, and he wore a shirt and tie every single day. When I looked at him, I saw a professional. This provided me with the attainable goal of becoming a teacher. In him, I could see myself. As I reflect on the lessons that I learned from Ms. Toss and Mr. Thomas, I realize that teaching has to be learner-centered. Students must see themselves in the classrooms and the curriculum in order to empower and to engage. That's why I created courses that allow students to feel valued, courses that deals with women's rights, gay rights, and also a survey of Black history. It's important that my students see themselves as I see them, with unlimited potential and full of gifts. As your 2022 National Teacher of the Year, I am committed to uplifting the wonderful work of educators. I am truly blessed to be a part of a profession that transforms and legitimizes student voices and plant the groundwork for a more culturally responsive education. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. I am now honored to introduce someone who knows the power of education, a man who is proudly married to a lifelong educator, President Joe Biden.
Thank you. Thank you, Kurt. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Secretary Cardona, thank you. And I want to thank Jill. Jill is the nation's first lady to work full-time as a professor, as a teacher. She taught high school, and she teaches at community college for a long time now. We made a deal that she's so good. Teaching is not what Jill does. It's who she is, like most of you, who you are, what you believe. And so when we got elected to the presidency, and as vice president as well, I suggested, and she agreed fully, that she should continue to teach. And people said, what? Well, she teaches 14 credits a semester, community college, full-time, and she does her job. And, I'm very, very supportive of teachers for a number of reasons. Some of them are personal, but if I didn't support teachers, I'd be sleeping alone in one of these bedrooms up here. Before I begin the formal comments, one of the things that Jill reminded me of when she spoke, I'll bet all of you can give examples as well. I got lucky. I won the lottery in terms of parents. My mother and father were wonderful people. I had one of those moms that everybody wished had been their mom, for real. Everybody hung at my house. But I also was a bit of a runt in terms of my size, and I used to talk like this. I stuttered badly. And when you stutter, everyone thinks you have to be either stupid or totally incompetent. And if you notice, it's the only infirmity a child can talk about, adult can talk about having had, that people, you didn't because your teachers think they can laugh, think it's funny. If you saw the movie The King's Speech, you understand. You understand. We went to see it, Jill and I, and right as the king was standing at the racetrack making the speech, she reached over. I guess I tightened up somehow and brought back all the memories. And I look back on it now, and I wonder, besides I really got lucky with my parents. My mother would say, look at me, Joey, look at me. You're smarter than anybody. You're this, you're that, so stop, you can do this. My point is this, that I had teachers, I can name the ones through grade school, high school, and even college. I didn't really beat my stuttering, and still occasionally I do, until I took the speech and debate class in college, just forced myself to be able to stand up. When they sent me the copy, the guy who wrote the King's Speech found the original speech and made a copy of it and sent it to me. You know, I mean, from the movie. And he does his speeches exactly like I did, which a nun taught me. If you took a look at my speech, you'll see that there's all these slash marks in the speech. Because, you know, an awful lot of people who are, I can't sing worth a damn, but the people, entertainers and singers, can sing like a nightingale, but can't talk, can't speak. And I look back on my life, and I think beyond my family, my sister, my brother, my mom, my dad, the people who made a difference in my life in a fundamental way were teachers. I remember I was talking on the way over. My staff's going, why aren't you giving the speech we wrote? But I truly remember, when we were talking about on the way over, what got me involved in politics. I got involved in politics because I think the greatest sin that anyone can commit is the abuse of power. Whatever that power is, the power of a teacher, the power of a doctor, the power of a leader. When someone who is relying on you or you cannot, just the abuse of power. And I got involved because my state was the only state in the Union when Dr. King was murdered that was occupied by the National Guard for 10 months with drawn bayonets in every corner, because we had a very conservative governor who ordered the National Guard, and because my state is the 8th largest black population in America as a percent of population. And I had a job with one of the oldest law firms in the state, and I quit and became a public defender. That's what got me involved. But again, where teachers come in, I had no intention of running for public office. Everybody thought Biden knew he wanted to be president by the time he was in 6th grade or something. I love these biographies. But here's the deal. What I did do, I wanted to get engaged, and so we had a very, very conservative Democratic Party in my state. And I thought it was wrong on civil rights. The more progressive party was the Republican Party, because we're a Southern Democratic Party. We were a slave state, to our great shame, early on. We fought on the side of the North like Maryland did and 2 other states, but we were a border state. And that's what got me going. And so I was asked by a group of senior lawyers whether or not I'd join a thing called a New Democratic Coalition. And the reason I bothered to tell you that was how to reform the party, how to bring it into the 21st century, the 20th century at the time. And one day after being asked to see if I could help recruit someone to run for the United States Senate against a very popular Republican senator. A group of senators, a former senator, a former congressman, 2 former governors came to me and said, "We want you to run." And I wasn't even old enough. I was 29 years old. And I thought, this is crazy. But I remember going home from that convention, and the first stop I made was to speak to a professor named Dr. Ingersoll, who was one of those professors who was my philosophy professor in political science. And I stopped him, and I told him what was going on. And he looked at me, and I'll never forget what he said. He said, "You should do it." I said, I can't do that. I never even knew anybody who was in the Senate. And he looked at me, he said, "Remember what Plato said?" I'll paraphrase it, he said. "The penalty good people pay for not being involved in politics is being governed by people worse than themselves." But my generic point is this. He gave me the confidence as a 29-year-old kid with no money to run. He gave me the confidence. Just like the nun would tell me, Joey, you can do this. They gave me the confidence. And I think about it. You're going to think about 20 years from now, how did you end up standing on the podium in the White House? No, you didn't ever expect that. I wonder how I got here. I got here because of my parents and my teachers. And so, folks, you know, that idea is exemplified by the National Teacher of the Year. Kurt, you and I have something in common, though. I was an adjunct professor in law school for years, teaching an advanced course in separation of powers, and I taught to get money when I was at Syracuse Law School. To get through law school, I was a substitute teacher. You should be nicer to them. But that's not what Kurt and I have in common. What we have in common is we both married women who are smarter than we are. This is an assistant dean at Oberlin College, one of the finest colleges in the country. Kurt teaches history. He taught 25 years. In fact, he teaches in the same town, the same district he grew up in. And by the way, when I left the vice presidency, I had a chance to do a number of things, but I became a professor at the University of Pennsylvania and presidential politics. And I enjoyed it, but it's hard. That's the other thing people don't realize. It's hard how much you prepare. I had a 3-credit course I taught in law school. I would literally I didn't want to do it during the week because I didn't want people to say I'm taking it away from my job as a senator. So I did it on Saturdays at Delaware Law School. I would prepare, Jill will tell you, 3 to 4 hours before every class. And it was what not only I taught, but what I did as chairman of the Judiciary Committee. I taught about separation of powers. It was what I did my whole life. And it took me all that time. But the point is, it really mattered. I love what this guy said in his classroom about, he said we listen to each other and respect people's opinion. Well, part of this is all about fundamentally teaching respect. While we might be in the opposite sides of hot topics, we're on the same side in terms of having respect for one another. Kurt, I understand you wanted to go back home to be a teacher because your teachers inspired you. I'll bet every one of you can name 1 or 2 teachers who fundamentally impacted your lives. Well, I think you've paid it forward many times over, old buddy, and transforming the lives of your students in Oberlin, Ohio. Helping students see themselves in you. That's what happens, I think. and helping all your students not only learn history, but see that they have a role in shaping history. I mean, in a literal sense. And to the Delaware Teacher of the Year, where were you, Joshua? Where's my Delaware Teacher of the Year? I got to admit, we're the second smallest state, but I'm a little prejudiced on behalf of this. I know there are a lot of 8th graders at Brandywine who are feeling confident and more comfortable because of your help. Jill taught at the same school when she was in Delaware, at Brandywine School, high school. And even though Teacher Appreciation Week officially starts next week, I wanted to get it started earlier. It's an honor for me and the First Lady and Secretary Cardona to recognize the Teachers of the Year from 50 different states, and it really is something we look forward. I did a eulogy today for a brilliant woman, the former Secretary of State, and I sat in the front row with 2 other presidents who were also there to honor her. And I told them what I was doing, and they all talked about how much they enjoyed the years they were here with the Teacher of the Year affair. Over the past 2 years, though, the entire company has witnessed an extraordinary dedication and resolve of our nation's teachers. Early in the pandemic, teachers and teachers' aides had to do, not just be educators, you had to be tech support, you had to be moral support, you had to be health support. I mean, you had to take care of your own children in addition. And I watched how hard it was, how really hard. There was so much heroic work to help kids get connected to schools, and just the socialization that they were missing in so many places for so long. It's estimated they're 5 to 7 months behind their education right now. The American people saw it, because guess what? When you're taught remotely from home, the moms and dads understood what you were doing. And they realized how damn hard it is. No, I'm serious. I think it was, my mother used to say, if everything bad, something good will happen if you look hard enough for it. I think that was the upside. The American people became, whoa, my goodness. And they understand what you've been saying for years, that you're a professional, all of you. All of you have a responsibility to make sure you have what you need. And we have a responsibility to make sure you have what you need to educate our children safely, so they have a chance to achieve dreams they don't even know they have. They don't even know they have. That's why I made it a priority to get educators vaccinated and reopen our schools as quickly as we can. We made a historic commitment to our schools, $130 billion in the rescue plan, $130 billion. It helped us go from 50% of our schools being closed to 99% of our schools open and safe, better heating, air conditioning, ventilation systems, safer buildings. It isn't a thriving building until it comes alive, though, with teachers and students. With the help of the American Rescue Plan, local governments are able to, as the state officials here can tell you in education, we're able to add a record 279,000 new educators in 2021. 250,000, another 50,000 jobs, teaching jobs, in the first months of 2022. In January, compared to the period before the pandemic, schools have increased their number of social workers by 65%. Counselors by 17%. You're expected to do everything. You're expected to not only teach, you're expected to be a guidance counselor yourself, but you're also expected to deal with the problems that they have at home. You see it. You can see it in their faces when they walk into school. And as Jill said, just by the way they answer the questions, and questions about how they're doing, how they're feeling. And you need help. You need social workers. You need school psychologists and psychiatrists. You need that kind of help. And the American Rescue Plan funds are especially important now that we see the impact of this pandemic exacted on our children. As I said, students have lost months of learning and particularly reading and math. It's not just academic skills they've fallen behind on. Teachers are seeing young children struggle to interact in group settings, to manage conflict, to take turns. They got a lot of learning to make up. And we're doing everything we can to help you. And I want input from you as well, because we have a lot of teachers, we seek their input. Using the funds from the American Rescue Plan, schools are providing and expanding summer learning and tutoring programs to give students extra time and attention they need to catch up and develop those fundamental math and reading skills. You all know if you get far behind in 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th grade, it takes a lot of time to make up, and if you lose your confidence, it even gets harder. So I urge more states, counties, and cities and towns to use their American Rescue Plan funding, which is in the billions of dollars, to hire more teachers, more tutors, more critical personnel in our schools. Now, we have an opportunity to make even more game-changing investments for educators, students, and families. We're in competition for leading the 21st century. Not a joke. That's where we are right now. You know, parenthetically, if you think about it, what was the reason why we led the world beginning around 1905, 6, and 7, and 8? Because we became the first nation in the world to have universal education of 1 through 12 for everybody, no matter what, without cost. Well, guess what? If we were sitting down today deciding we were going to set up an education system, raise your hand if any of you think 12 years is enough in the 21st century. Just 12 years. Things are moving too rapidly. They're changing exponentially. And as Jill said, any country that out-educates us is going to out-compete us. It's that basic. So we have to build a 21st century because the rest of the world isn't waiting. We have to build for it. One of the tough images of the pandemic was children sitting in their cars with their mother or dad or older brother or sister in a McDonald's parking lot because that's the only way they get on Wi-Fi to do their homework. This is the United States of America, for God's sake. The United States of America. We didn't know it before, we know now. High-speed internet is essential. That's why we're spending tens of billions of dollars to make sure that we have high-speed internet available to everyone, rural America, inner-city America, suburban America, throughout every single school district in America. That's part of the whole legislation we passed in terms of infrastructure. It's starting out, it's going to create millions of jobs as well, for real. But again, we got to get in the 21st century. We got to move. And the budget I propose supports schools, supports students, and supports you. To bridge the gap between under-resourced schools and their wealthier counterparts, we're proposing a $19 billion increase in Title I schools, and mostly historically neglected, underfunded schools in our nation. We got to let them catch up. That investment would more than double the current funding in Title I schools. And it also proposing the largest increase in special education funding in 2 decades. We made the promise, we've never fulfilled it. We've got to fulfill it. Going to add another $1 billion commitment with the goal of doubling the number of social workers, school counselors, and school nurses in K through 12. And by the way, thanks to the American Rescue Plan, we're making real progress toward that goal. And to support you, the educators, my budget includes $610 million increase teacher diversity, effectiveness, and retention. It's true. As all of you know, it takes time to become a teacher, the teachers you are today. But nearly 1 in 10 teachers leaves the profession every year, with the youngest teachers being the most likely ones to leave first. So we got to invest in ways to keep them in the profession. This year, my administration helped over 150 public servants, including teachers, get 150,000, get school forgiveness loans for college loans. through changes we made in the public service loan forgiveness program. The last team kind of messed it up. We've cleared it up. No, but I really mean it. Because anyway, well, I'm going to just go to that website. To learn how these changes can benefit you, and I encourage you to go to studentaid.gov. And you're going to find you can have, in many of your cases, your entire student debt wiped out because you are teaching, and that's considered a vital profession. One more thing. It's not enough to give teachers praise. We ought to give you a raise. And so, and I have to really listen to you, which I know Senator Cardona has been doing. And we should stand up for you. We should have your back. Teaching is one of the hardest jobs in this country, to be able to do it well. And one of the most important. Today, there are too many politicians trying to score political points, trying to ban books, even math books. I mean, did you ever think, even you younger teachers, did you ever think when you'd be teaching, you'd be worrying about book burnings and banning books? All because it doesn't fit somebody's political agenda. American teachers have dedicated their lives to teaching our children and lifting them up. We ought to stop making the target of the culture wars. That's where this is going. Let me close with this, because I know anything about teachers. I know that some of you are probably grading papers on the way here. By the way, Jill traveled with me around the world. I'd say, Jill, leave the binder, leave the bag. And by the way, how many are math teachers? Raise your hand. She envies the hell out of you. She thinks your job's easier. You just got to check the answer. She teaches writing. But she gets off the plane, am I joking, with up to 50, 60 papers she's grading on Air Force One. I mean, I said, Jill, she's walking down the, I think I'm kidding you. I'm not kidding with you. This is deadly earnest. So, and many of you are trying to figure out, are you going to, if you have class tomorrow, you may not. You may be here for the tomorrow, but on Monday, are you ready for your class? Are you prepared? Have your lesson plan together? Because you know, look, these aren't, we always talk about these children. They're not someone else's children. They're our children. And they are the kite strings that literally lift our national ambitions aloft in a literal sense. Think about it. If you got to do one thing to make sure the nation succeeded in the next 2 generations, what would you do? You'd want, I would say, literally, have the best educated public in the world. Have our students gain confidence enough to know what they can do, to reach in. We have an obligation. We have an obligation to help them teach and reach their potential. And you've heard me say it many times about our children, but it's true. They're all our children. And the reason you're the teachers of the year is because you recognize that. They're not somebody else's children. They're like yours when they're in the classroom. You represent a profession that helps them gain the confidence they believe they can do anything. Again, think of your own lives. Think of where you gain the confidence beyond your family, God willing, you're able to. And you know what else we're finding out? We're having a big fight about it now, but I'm going to get it done eventually, or someone will. And that is that we've learned now, you all know, those who, if you are in the teaching profession, know that if you come from a broken home or a home with a single parent and maybe a drug problem or something, for a very poor home, you're going to end up hearing 1 million words, fewer words spoken by the time you get to first grade than from a kid coming from an average middle-class home. Not in different words, just words spoken, because they're not engaged in it. Also, we've learned that if, in fact, you have kids go to school at 3 years old and 4 years old and 5 years old, you increase exponentially by 57% the likelihood they will make it no matter what their background, all the way through 12 years of school and probably beyond. It matters. It matters. And for that and so much more that you do, you believe in these kids. And I know some of them are really difficult. I get it. But you believe in them. And you know when they know you believe in them, they believe in you. So thank you for what you do. You are, if I get to have one profession that's the best in the world, not a joke, it's you I want to be the best profession in the world. Because you affect what this country looks like, what it'll act like, what it'll be like, its success or failure, more than any other group of Americans, period. So thank you for what you do. Keep it going. And I promise you, Jill has your back and mine. Thank you very much.
So once again, President Biden today, first time we've heard from him in the past couple of days, holding a Teachers of the Year event at the White House. No reporter questions for the president for this event here, but definitely making some jokes alongside the First Lady, Jill Biden, as she is also a teacher there. So a very special event for the two. We want to move on to some of the other stories of the day. I'm Daytona Everett. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Want to preview for you what's coming up after this commercial break. Today is the day that Melissa Lucio, a mother of 14 kids, was set to be lethally injected and executed. Well, obviously she's not, and her family is celebrating because a Texas court just this week halting her execution and sending her case back for review. So we'll hear from her family about that after this break. Stay with us. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Just 2 days before she was set to be put to death, Melissa Lucio now getting her death sentence and her execution halted there. This was all happening on Monday of this week, and now her family and even community members speaking out. This is called a release rally for Melissa Lucio. She is has 14 kids here and was convicted of murder of her 2-year-old daughter back in 2008. She's been on Texas death row since 2008, so this has been a long time coming. Now, like I said, her execution halted and her case sent back for review. Let's listen in to what they have to say. This is happening in Brownsville, Texas at this time.
Day of the week, I will travel on a damn Greyhound bus to back them, porque son mi familia. And we will stand next to them, by them, and with them until Melissa comes home.
All right.
Susan and Will have been organizing since the beginning of this, since they announced her execution. Susan and Will, please join us here at the front. Susan is all love. Susan is all love.
I feel the love today. My name is Susan. I am just a typical Brownsville, well, atypical Brownsville, Cameron County resident who has a thing for true crime series. And I turned on, I saw State of Texas versus Melissa. Let's put that on. And you know how you kind of half watch TV and you're going back and forth doing something else like we mothers are always doing? It caught my eye because I was like, that's Brownsville. I was just there. So I had to actually sit down and really watch it. And I couldn't believe what I saw and I heard. And then I had the opportunity to actually meet the family. And I knew when I met this family that there is no way that that mother is guilty of anything. I got involved because I can relate to Melissa. I buried another son 3 years ago, and so I know the pain of losing a child. And I know that first 24 or 48 hours, I can't tell you what I said to anybody, what I did. That's how devastating it is to lose a child. And to have to go through what Melissa went through just hours after losing a child is unreal. Unreal and not fair to anybody. Yeah, I could very easily be Melissa. I've been neglectful. I'm a recovering drug addict. And a year ago, I was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer, and I thought I had been given a death sentence. But my death sentence is something I could fight. Melissa needs us, and she got us, and we're fighting, and we won't stop fighting until she comes home.
All right.
So my name's William, and this all started for me. You know, I was sitting at home one night. My mom comes in, she's like, hey, there's this documentary you really need to watch. I'm like, yeah, I'll watch it some other time. Getting ready to go out, go do something with my friends. She's like, no, come in here, sit down, watch this documentary. So here I am watching it, and I watched it, I just made me so angry. Made me so angry how people could do this to this woman. And ever since then, you know, we connected with the family, and we've just been trying to help out as much as possible. And I'm just so happy I've been a part of this. And free Melissa Lucio.
And it does look like we unfortunately lost that shot there. So we'll just preview for you a couple of the other events that we are waiting on. This is going to be a House Republicans press conference talking about the looming expiration of Title 42. We've already heard from several lawmakers on the Hill today about this and the situation at the border. We're also going to be hearing from some of the other representatives who have been quite outspoken about this too, Representative McClain and Gomert, to hold a joint press conference outside of Capitol Hill there in Washington, D.C. Well, we're going to take one last break for the hour, but stick with us because another top story today, Trevor Reed, the Marine, being released from Russia. We'll have details after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Want to step into a story that we brought to you a little bit earlier today. Russia and the United States carrying out an unexpected prisoner exchange in a time of high tensions, as you can imagine, with the war underway in Ukraine. A Marine veteran jailed by Moscow for a convicted Russian drug trafficker serving a long prison sentence in America. The deal involving Trevor Reed, an American in prison for nearly 3 years. Would have been a notable diplomatic maneuver, even in times of peace, but it was all the more surprising because it was done as Russia's war with Ukraine has driven relations with the U.S. to the lowest point in decades. You can see the family of Trevor Reed right there, holding up photos of him. They've been calling on this exchange for a long time. Well, there's been people calling on it from across the country, including Representative Pfluger. He is representing the family of Trevor Reed in Congress there. We actually were able to speak with him today. Here's that conversation between him and our very own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft.
Video released by Russian state media Wednesday appears to show a frail Trevor Reed being escorted onto a waiting.
Thank you so much.
So this was a long time in the making. Have you spoken to Trevor Reed's parents today, and how are they reacting to the news? I'm sure they're elated.
Well, I have spoken to them multiple times. They're just so thankful and grateful. I think it's a long time coming, 985 days. They have worked tirelessly. From the very first day that I was sworn into office, we have worked to make sure that every member of Congress knew Trevor Reed by name. We passed a resolution that was bipartisan, bicameral, in order to get the president's attention and let him know that it was a sense of Congress that we wanted to bring Trevor Reed home. And so his parents are just elated. And it's, it's one of those things where you see that this man loved the United States of America, and he can't wait to get back. He's a survivor, and we can't wait to welcome him back to the United States and back to Texas.
Congressman, can you just give our viewers a sense of, what was your role and your office's role in working with the administration and working with the State Department on securing Trevor's release?
Well, like I said, from day one, we were working hard to make sure that we that we were the ones educating the rest of Congress on who Trevor Reed was and what the situation was. And I think we did a great job of doing that. And then, as we passed the resolution, again, bipartisan, have to thank my colleagues on the other side of the aisle for helping with that. And as the Senate also did the same thing, we've sent a strong message, and we, at every available opportunity, talked about Trevor Reed by name. We're able to bring his name up to Ambassador Sullivan, to Secretary Blinken multiple times. I had multiple conversations with the Secretary of State to make sure that the President and the Secretary of State knew how important it was to bring Trevor Reed home. That's exactly what has happened today, and we're so thankful.
And Congressman, since the beginning of Russia's invasion into Ukraine, I think it was pretty safe to say that U.S.-Russia relations were in the dark, were pretty much dead. But this victory, this release today kind of dispels and disabuses people of that notion. There is still a line of communication to Russian counterparts. So is diplomacy dead in your view?
Well, it's a good question. I think on this issue, it certainly highlights that there were back channels. And while we don't know the details of that, we would hope that it's not dead. And I hope that this signals that there is still a line of communication when it comes to Ukraine and the situation where Vladimir Putin is indiscriminately killing civilians throughout Ukraine and displacing 4 to 5 million refugees already, and more to come. So I hope that the administration can be strong. I'm grateful for President Biden's efforts to get Trevor Reed home and give him praise for that. Now I hope that he takes that next step when it comes to the situation that you've just mentioned.
Yeah, and of course, this means so much to your congressional district, to your constituents. How do you think this will be received back home? Because so many have also been waiting for this release of Trevor, not only, his parents, his family, and his friends, but so many in your community.
So many people have been praying for him. The answer to those prayers has happened. And I think it suggests a couple of things. Number one, my district loves this country. This is the greatest country on earth. We know that. And we're thankful to get a patriot back. And we're thankful to have had an opportunity to put patriotism over politics. That's exactly what has happened here. Now we need to take that and learn that lesson and move forward to get this country back on track in so many other areas. But I can tell you that there is rejoicing throughout Granbury, Texas, and the rest of my congressional district and the entire state of Texas.
And Congressman Pfluger, you know there's another high-profile case regarding Paul Whelan, who, most would argue also faced a sham trial, also is in Russian detention, and had this sentence handed down. Are you privy to any efforts to bring him home as well?
Well, absolutely. And I've worked very closely with his home representative, Stevens from Michigan. And our prayers go to his family. We need to get him home. And there's others that the names are not regularly talked about, but we need to get every American home. And I think that's the theme. We're going to ask President Biden to work tirelessly to leave no American behind in any situation. We as Americans have lived by that for centuries, and we need to make sure that we continue to do that. So while we are extremely grateful and we will celebrate this momentous day for Trevor Reed, our prayers are still with all of those Americans who are unjustly held, unlawfully held in foreign countries, and we will continue to work to get them home. And I appreciate everything that y'all have done to cover this.
Yeah, and Congressman, just last point, logistics-wise, I don't know if you're privy to this, but when should we expect Trevor back on American soil?
Those details are forthcoming, and I hope to understand that in maybe the next day or even sooner. But we'll certainly be looking for those details.
Yeah, and just you are well aware, as so many Americans are, that there's just been a recent spate of so much bad news. And this is kind of a glimmer in all of that in the news cycle. And so is your message, I guess, to the American people that we should chalk this one up as a victory?
Well, it is a victory. And again, I give the administration credit for this. That doesn't mean that there's not other issues out there. Of course there are. We had a hearing today on Homeland Security with Secretary Mayorkas. Our southern border is a complete disaster. And there's so many other crises that are going on. But for today, for this moment, I give the administration credit. I thank President Biden. And we're going to celebrate this win as a victory. And then we're back at it tomorrow to get the country back on track because this is the greatest country in the world. And I personally, along with my colleagues, will continue to fight for it.
Congressman August Pfluger, a Republican from Texas, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Great conversation right there again on the phone with Representative Pfluger, who is actually on his way to be alongside the family of Trevor Reed. We're expecting to hear from them in the next 30 minutes or so about the release of their son, Trevor Reed. So more to come on that, and we'll be hearing from our reporters out in Texas about this transaction in more detail as to what the history of this is and what this also means for the future between Russia and Ukraine and the United States involvement. Also want to alert you to a couple of the other feeds that we have coming in. As he kind of noted, Representative Pfluger at the very end there's a situation with the border. Of course, we're going to be hearing from House Republicans about this as they hold a press conference. We just had another shot pop up also with the United Nations. We'll hopefully be hearing from some of those representatives about the war underway. So we've got a stacked afternoon for you as we are in the 3 o'clock hour here in Phoenix, Arizona, 6 o'clock out on the East Coast. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Want to pull in a shot for you that we just got in here. This is in North Texas. This is the family home of Trevor Reed, the man we were just talking about, the U.S. Marine who has since been freed in exchange for a convicted Russian drug trafficker. Fox 4's Alex Boyer has been following this the entire time. Alex, you are joining us from Texas right now. This is an exciting moment for this family who's been calling on this for a while.
Yeah, that's right, Daytona. Good afternoon. You know, we actually spoke with Reed's parents outside of their home there in Granbury, Texas, just hours after they got news that their son was going to be released in that prison swap. Now, they tell me they're not sure at this point where he is going to end up. They know that he got on a plane and he's being tended to. They imagine, though, that he's being taken to a military hospital somewhere in the United States before he is able to make his way back home to his family in Granbury. You know, he's been in prison for nearly 3 years at this point, or more than 3 years, and his health, as you mentioned, has been deteriorating. Take a listen. Video released by Russian state media Wednesday appears to show a frail Trevor Reed being escorted onto a waiting plane in Moscow. His parents, who live in Granbury, told us this morning they are relieved but worried about their son's health.
He looks terrible to us. I mean, as his parents, we know he does not look well. He's very thin.
He was walking strange, and it looked like they had to help him get up in the airplane.
The Reeds say they were able to talk to their son briefly while he was airborne. They say medical staff on board the plane is tending to him.
Finally, after waiting all this time, I'm going to be able to hug my kid.
Trevor Reed was released as part of a prisoner exchange reportedly months in the making.
Our overriding priority here was the safe return of Trevor Reed.
The U.S. agreed to return Konstantin Yaroshenko, a Russian pilot who'd been serving 20 years in a Connecticut prison for conspiracy to smuggle cocaine into the U.S.
I would emphasize that this individual had already served the majority of his prison sentence for a nonviolent drug crime.
The Reeds have been fighting for their son's release since 2019. At the time, Reed was living in Moscow with his Russian girlfriend. Russian authorities say he got drunk at a party and assaulted a Russian police officer while he was detained, claims that several U.S. officials called bogus. In 2020, Reed was sentenced to 9 years in a Russian prison. An appeal earlier this month was denied.
Trevor's freedom is the result of months and months of hard, careful work across the U.S. government.
Leading up to today's announcement, in February, the Reeds set up posts near a VA clinic President Joe Biden was visiting in North Texas, hoping to get his attention. They did and spoke to him by phone. 3 weeks later, the Reeds met with the president in the Oval Office in D.C. These photographs were released by the White House. Trevor Reed's parents putting up flags to welcome him home.
We're happy. It's a great day for us and for Trevor. And we're just looking forward to seeing him.
You know, and it's worth noting, Daytona, during the White House press briefing today, Jen Psaki said that the president continues to also advocate and fight for the release of other Americans that we know are being detained in countries, including Russia, throughout this world, though she would not elaborate exactly on what exactly is being done to help free those other people. It's also worth mentioning that today at 5:30 Central Time here in Texas, the Reed parents plan to have a news conference to speak in more depth, hopefully having some more details about their son's condition and where he could possibly end up and when they'll be able to put their arms around him.
Yeah, that's right, Alex. I want to put up a shot of the house right there. So great that you were able to hear from them already, as they are clearly ecstatic. But you're right, this brings up a larger conversation of who else they're going to be able to free from Russia. We've been covering, unfortunately, WNBA star Brittany Griner, who's still detained in Russia as well. So that'll be something to watch. What do you expect to see as the future for Trevor Reed? Because they haven't even been able to really see him yet. They only saw those images where they say he looked quite frail.
Right. Yeah, and that's what's been very concerning for the parents from the get-go. Obviously, no one knows a child better than their own parents, and they say they've watched him deteriorate, over these past 3 years. First seeing him in the prison in Russia, but then those meetings turned virtually, and then they would see him in those court hearings most recently in that appeal that was denied earlier this month, and they just say that he, just looks like a shadow of himself. So they're hoping that now when he's back on U.S. soil, that U.S. doctors will get a look at him and they'll get a real fair assessment as to exactly what's going on with him, and hopefully that he can be treated and improve and be able to live a healthy life moving forward.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we hope the best for him and for his family there, as this is a good day, like you said, a good story. We always like to see that. Fox 4's Alex Boye, thank you so much.
That's right. Thanks, Daytona, for having me.
Of course. Well, we're going to keep it moving, but we're going to stay on kind of the Texas beat here. We'll, of course, take you out to that live press conference when it does begin, because we definitely want to hear from the parents of Trevor Reed, as they've been extremely outspoken alongside representatives in Congress. We just played for you that conversation, that phone conversation between our very own Andrew Kraft and Representative Pfluger, who is expected to be at this press conference and talk about what it took to get to this place now where Trevor is going to be stepping on U.S. soil, or has stepped on U.S. soil, and now will be able to have a normal life again. But staying in the Texas realm, we have representatives speaking about the expiration of Title 42. These are House Republicans, and we'll hear what they have to say to the Biden administration after this break.
Well, thank you all for being here this afternoon, and thank you to my colleagues for joining me for a very important press conference led by the Republican Study Committee. I want to first thank Dr. Brian Babin, my colleague from Texas, for partnering with me and the Republican Study Committee to hold Secretary Mayorkas accountable. And I want to thank Whip Scalise and the 130 other members of our conference who've joined in on this effort. Let's be clear, the Biden administration is not, quote, effectively managing the crisis at our southern border, as we heard them claim today. The crisis has spread far beyond the border, including to my home state in Indiana. Biden's border crisis is a national crisis. Every state is now a border state, and every border state is wide open. And as President Trump said, if you don't have borders, you don't have a country. Fentanyl seizures have doubled in 2021, and fentanyl is now the leading cause of death of Americans age 18 to 45. Drug overdose deaths climbed to record levels. 2 times as many Americans died of illegal narcotics this year than died during the entire Vietnam War. All of this happened because Secretary Mayorkas opened our border in a matter of months. He didn't do that by sitting on his hands. He did it by breaking the law. Secretary Mayorkas refused to implement President Trump's Remain in Mexico policy after being ordered to do so by a federal court. He defied federal law and unilaterally halted construction of the border wall, costing United States taxpayers $72 million. This is an intentional border crisis. Deportations plummeted while illegal immigration skyrocketed. And that's only possible because Secretary Mayorkas decided not to enforce the law. The DHS Secretary's mission is to ensure, quote, the safety and security of our borders. But today, during one of the worst humanitarian crises in history, Secretary Mayorkas announced he is focusing on fighting disinformation. Today, he announced the DHS's Disinformation Governance Board. While foreigners illegally cross our border at will, Secretary Mayorkas has prioritized policing law-abiding American citizens' speech. But Secretary Mayorkas is worse than neglectful. He's working to undermine his department's mission. He is working to make our border less secure and our country less safe. About 2.5 million illegal border crossings since Joe Biden took office, and a record number of people have died crossing the U.S.-Mexico border in 2021, about 650. Enough is enough. When Republicans take back the House majority in 2022, I vow to you, we will use our oversight power to investigate Secretary Mayorkas's disregard for federal law.
Well, we've been listening in to a portion of this press conference as southern border is definitely the main topic of interest today, especially with House Republicans and Senate Republicans. We're going to step away from it for just a moment here to go into just a tragic story out of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. A child behind bars tonight, facing charges in the murder of a 10-year-old girl in Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. Lily Peters was found dead Monday morning, and yesterday police arrested a juvenile who they say is responsible. We have Fox 9's Rob Olson joining us live from Chippewa Falls at Lily's school. Rob, this is disturbing.
Yeah, it is. And for the last couple of days here, since Lily first went missing, then her body was found in the woods. There's certainly a sense of on edge and fear in this town without having any answers. Well, now they're getting some answers with the arrest of this juvenile suspect last night. He appeared in court today on video screen, a closed circuit video screen from the juvenile detention facility, but appearing in adult court because first-degree intentional murder is considered an adult crime in Wisconsin. So again, a very brief appearance. His bail was set very, very high, and we learned some disturbing details of what they say he told police.
The way I look at it is, and it goes back to my daughter, is I try and be the prosecutor I would want if something happened to my daughter.
Chippewa District Attorney Wade Newell, in charging the teenage suspect for the murder of 10-year-old Lily Peters, said the suspect told police what happened.
The information I relayed was based upon statements the defendant himself made to law enforcement.
That suspect appeared on video in Chippewa County Court for a hearing to set bail. Our cameras were not allowed to show that video screen or the court gallery.
So the court is concerned that this could be a further threat if the individual was no longer in custody.
The judge set the bail at $1 million cash, which was the amount requested by Newell. The suspect, identified only by initials, described by attorneys as 14 years old and in 8th grade, charged with first-degree intentional murder, which is automatically an adult crime in Wisconsin, and first-degree sexual assault and first-degree sexual assault of a child under 13. Prosecutor Newell in court said the teen told police that when they left the home on Grove Street, which was taped off by police on Tuesday night, and they headed down the Duncan Creek Trail, that he intended to rape and kill the girl, sharing these few but disturbing details.
When he did get off of the trail, punched the victim in the stomach, knocked her to the ground, essentially strangled her, hit her with a stick before strangling her to the point of death before he then sexually assaulted her.
In a town so traumatized and heartbroken, the high bail's meant to keep the suspect in jail, give the community a sense of safety, and make sure the suspect can't go anywhere.
Even though he may not have a driver's license given his age, everyone in this world has access to someone who can help them to be somewhere else.
Now, Lily had spent that day Sunday at her aunt's house here in Chippewa Falls, seen playing outside on the street that afternoon with her teen-aged cousin, but law enforcement and the prosecutor here have not identified the exact relationship of this suspect to Lily. So again, still keeping his identity under wraps, but again, a teenage boy here now in custody. He'll be in court again next week for another hearing. Again, it's possible the defense attorneys could petition the judge to bring this first-degree murder charge down back to a juvenile level, although unlikely at this point. That part stays in adult court, but because he is a juvenile, the criminal complaint has been sealed by the judge, as are the search warrants in the case, so we don't have more details than those shared in court by the prosecutor here, but disturbing details, the few that we did get today.
And is there a timeline on when we could learn more about this suspect? And we're also hearing of some initials. Can you dive into that?
Yeah, they only identified him by initials today, which is pretty standard in juvenile cases. So again, that gives people around here some sense, of course, in town, where a small town like this, people will quickly figure out who they're referring to. But again, to protect his identity from the greater public, because he is a juvenile, again, initials only. Whether we will learn more, we did ask the judge to unseal the criminal complaint and the search warrants to the media so that we could learn some more details. Unknown exactly how he'll respond to that. There is another court appearance next week. Maybe we'll learn a little bit more there today, but today I could say that, I saw him on court, on camera from the juvenile detention facility. Didn't say anything in this hearing, just kept his head down, looking at the table in front of him, realizing that, this first-degree murder charge, $1 million cash bail, he doesn't have the means to get out of jail, and that first-degree murder conviction, if he's convicted, is a life in prison sentence. So pretty heavy stuff here facing a 14-year-old, but then again, what he's accused of is even more unthinkable.
Yeah, extremely disturbing. Rob, if you could, just because you're at Lily's school right now, there's tons of balloons and animals behind you. Describe what the community feeling is like with this story.
Well, you see it all across town. There's the balloons and stuffed animals and signs here in front of her school. There's purple ribbons flying all over town tied to signposts and lampposts and the bridge. There's more flowers on the bridge near where she was found. That sense here the last couple days, I've been here all week, is, there was a lot of fear, on edge, with the lack of answers. Who did this? Where are they? Could they do it again? What happened here? And so a lot of parents were dropping off and picking up their kids rather than letting them walk to school or bike or take the bus, because they were scared. They didn't know what was out there. Now this arrest and charge does bring some answers to people, that this isn't that somebody isn't running around out there. So there is a little bit more sense of I guess, safety amongst parents here with their children. But certainly very disturbing still, that anxiety. And the school put out an email today to parents trying to talk to them about how to talk to their kids about this. You know, those that knew Lily in this school here, and those who knew the 14-year-old defendant here as well, and how to talk to them. So there's a lot of trauma there about a child murdered by another child, and how you deal with that with your children here.
Yeah, like you said, though, a lot of questions still remain, including the motive behind all of it. Well, Fox 9's Rob Olson in Chippewa Falls tonight at the school of Lily. We'll be checking in with you, as this is just the beginning. Thank you so much for your reporting.
You bet.
Well, we're going to take a deep breath from that one. Not an easy story to be reporting on. Again, we got reaction from the district attorney, and we have video from inside of the courtroom. We'll be playing that out later on into the evening here. But we do want to step into one of the stories that we were taking out to the family, the parents of Trevor Reed, to be speaking here about his release. Let's listen in live.
In custody. His parents are going to be out in a moment, but I think it's important to remember, as great as this day is today, and as excited as they are, as excited, quite frankly, as Trevor is, that we do have a significant number of Americans that are still being held in Russia and all over the world, and wrongly so. And, you know, there are a lot of these cases that could be resolved with the same kind of action by the president that was taken today to bring Trevor home. And we're really delighted with the bipartisan reaction. You know, I don't think there are very many people out there with hot takes saying that the president shouldn't have made this deal. But I want to sort of make clear what the deal was, right? And a drug smuggler, Konstantin Yaroshenko, is not a good guy, right? I don't think anybody feels good about letting him go. But he is on the tail end of a lengthy sentence, right? Trevor is on the front end of a sentence that would have him spend the rest of his 30s in a literally a Stalin-built gulag in the middle of nowhere in Russia. And so we really do hope the administration will come back and continue to make these deals. Their families, his loved ones are being held in Venezuela, in China, you know, obviously Paul Whelan continues to be held on ludicrous charges in Russia. And, you know, I think the Reeds are planning to stick with that fight for the other families. Fortunately, this is a club that you don't want to be in, and one whose members I've represented too often. But today, it's a wonderful day to bring Trevor back, and as the Reeds have said it multiple times today, their view is that the president's action today saved their son's life. So I know a lot of you want to take this live. They are just finishing getting ready. They're going to come out, say a couple of things. I apologize. We're going to have a hard stop at 6:15 because we've got things to do, and I think after tonight you'll see us talking less because they are going to be focused on, you know, seeing their son for the first time in a very long time. So here they come. This is Paul and Joey. And I will say, during this, while they're talking, I'm going to go ahead and tweet a picture from today. Trevor did call today. I think it's a pretty great picture. You guys will enjoy it. Please, guys, come on in. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You did it. You did it, Mom and Dad. You did it.
Jonathan.
All right, good show.
Thank you. Hi, everybody.
I'm Joey, and this is Paula Reed, Trevor Reed's parents. Thank you all for coming today, and thanks for all of you who we've seen, some of you several times before. Mm-hmm. And and we like to say this right off the bat, it's, you know, you're also a big part of why Trevor's home today, and you can thank yourselves for that. Without the media and public attention, our government doesn't work the way it's supposed to, and the media makes that happen. And in our case, you've done a wonderful job, and we want to thank you for that.
Yes, from the bottom of our hearts, seriously, thank you.
So, and I guess I guess real quick, I should also mention certain people in the media at the national level. Patrick Revell with ABC News. While I was in Russia for 14 months, he and some other correspondents there befriended me, and they covered his story. The story was originally broken by a reporter for the New York Times, and then followed up the next week with ABC and Reuters. And then it kind of took off from there. And then Jonathan Franks here, with the help of Montel Williams, helped us several months down the road start bringing all that together and getting our word out about our son. So we want to thank them in particular, and Jake Tapper from CNN, who's just unbelievable.
Yeah.
And and everybody at all the networks. But so
the little local guys are okay.
Oh, no, we love all you
absolutely.
local guys. We're saying, like, y'all stood out in the rain and the snow with us at the VA Center, so we appreciate that, really.
And I'll have to pull out my list to go through all of you. So,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
so about today.
We got a call early in the morning.
Well, we've had, and so we've had several interviews already today, so we'll just kind of go over what we've been asked before. Is we had a little forewarning that something might happen this week. Because they didn't want to just, wake us in the middle of the night, and obviously the government knew something was brewing. And so we had that, and so, we were on pins and needles every phone call. We're hoping that will be the call. And then this morning about, what was it, about 4, something like that, we got a call from Roger Karstens, the SPEHA, Special Presidential Envoy for Hostage Affairs, and he said, hey, Joey, I've got somebody here I think that y'all might want to talk to. And so it was our son, obviously, and they were in the air, and I believe they were flying out of Turkey, where the exchange took place.
Yeah, and the first phone call that we got from Trevor, we've had 2 today. So the first phone call we got, he did not sound like himself. He was very subdued, and we were hyped up and all excited and kind of expected him to be excited as well, but he wasn't. So I don't know if it was just shock or if it was too early in the morning for him or whatever, but he was not his normal self, so that kind of concerned us. But later in the afternoon, we got a second phone call, and he must have eaten and had some fluids in him, and he was his normal self. He was happy-go-lucky, and he still looks terrible, but he sounded better. He sounded more like himself. He was cracking jokes and talking, for a few minutes, and so he was more like Trevor.
We introduced him to some of the people from the DOD and the State Department who were here helping us today, and introduced them, and then we asked him some questions, and he was, making some smart remarks about, his ordeal, and in particular today. We asked him if he said anything to Mr. Yaroshenko as they passed
each other
on the tarmac, and he said no, but we kind of looked at each other, and I asked him, you didn't say anything to him in Russian, because Trevor, through his ordeal, now speaks fluent Russian. So his going to Russia to learn some Russian for his college courses here, that end of it was probably the only positive thing about his entire ordeal in
Although
Russia.
he paid for those those Russian lessons, and the prisoners in the jail said, you didn't have to pay for those, we're going to teach you Russian here.
Right. So anyway, and then after we spoke to him the first time this morning, we were obviously watching the news, and we started seeing the videos of him getting out of the FSB van and with his guards, and it looked like they were having to help him walk. He was kind of walking hunched over. It looked strange to us, like somebody who was shackled, and then they had to help him get into the plane, and his eyes looked sunken in, from dehydration or malnourishment. And from what he's told us and told Lena, his girlfriend, for months, the food at IK-12 in Mordovia is horrible. They generally, for dinner, give you a piece of fish and some soup, and they throw in a piece of potato or cabbage with it. And the stray cats at the prison and the barracks won't eat the fish, and neither will any of the Russian prisoners. And they asked my son, why do you eat the fish? And he said, because that's the only place I can get any protein. And so he was very conscious about his physical conditioning before he left. When he left here, he was in great shape, and went to the gym, worked out, and was muscular. And
he ate very clean, very healthily.
So he thinks about his nutrition, and which he's had none for almost 3 years.
Yes.
So.
How relieved are you right now? I mean, you've been thinking about this for a long time. How relieved are you at this moment?
It's not going to hit us until we see him.
I mean, we're excited. We know he's on the plane, but I think we're really it's going to really hit us when we get to put our arms around him and hug him.
So we think they're in the air. We don't know where they're going to go yet. There's apparently more than one doctor on the military aircraft. And so they're doing initial evaluations of him, and that will determine what military hospital he goes to, and then they'll let us know, and then we're gonna. I don't care where they go. We're gonna go there, and but we believe it will be stateside somewhere, and And then he's going to have in-depth head-to-toe evaluations. That may take a couple of days or a few days testing, in particular testing for tuberculosis. Right now they have him in some sort of an isolation tent or a bubble on the plane. And so they'll be testing him for those things. And then of course he'll get some counseling and stuff to ensure that he doesn't have long-lasting emotional problems, PTSD from his ordeal. And so we totally support all of that, and we're very thankful to both the State Department and the DOD for arranging that. And then after that, that could be weeks. And then once we get him back home, we're kind of glad this is the summer, and give him a little time. We know he's going to want to go back to college right away, and so of course we're going to discourage the summer semester and go for the fall, and then hopefully get him back on track to where he was headed before he went to Russia.
What did you say to him in that phone call this afternoon or this morning? Can you give us an idea of what that conversation was like?
This morning we just, I love you. It's a bunch of I love yous and we'll see you soon, that kind of thing. Because like I said, because he was very subdued, we didn't really.
How are you? And he gave us the pat answer. I'm okay. I'm okay.
He always says he's okay even when he isn't. But so that was the first phone call. And then this afternoon when he called, like I said, he was a little more animated and he was telling us funny stories about things that are happening on the plane with the people who are with him, and just how he's feeling. And then we, like I said, we had Department of Defense people here and State Department, and he was on a face call, so we let him talk to everyone and meet everyone in the room, and he just seemed like his normal self.
He got to read a Hot Rod magazine in English today, so I don't think he's read much. Well, he did get some books finally at the last prison he was in. First 2 years he had 2 books in English. They refused to give him books in English. They refused to allow him letters in English. All of the letters that he wrote to us had to be handwritten in Russian. Again, not things that we do to Russian prisoners in our prisons.
Did you ever start to lose hope that maybe this day wouldn't come?
We planned for the worst, and as our son said,
we always say plan for the worst, hope for the best, but Trevor says
plan for the worst and don't hope for the best.
Yeah.
And he said, if you have any hope, don't tell me about it, because I don't want to get my hopes up to be dashed. I'd rather just plan on being here for 9 years or longer. We always feared that they would add additional false charges. That's a regular FSB tactic to keep someone or get something from them. So we always feared that might happen. And we don't want to go without saying this. We want to thank President Biden.
Absolutely.
We have so many people to thank. We'd be here all day. Our Congressman August Pfluger, just wonderful, fantastic. He talks to us every few days. We've spoken to him today. We'll probably
4 or 5 times.
Probably see him tomorrow. And Senator Cornyn for his actions and for both supporting the president and his efforts to bring Trevor and other hostages home. This is not a partisan issue. We say, an attack on one of us is an attack on all of us. It is not a Republican or a Democrat issue. When these foreign countries or terrorist groups take an American, they don't care whether you're a Democrat or a Republican. You're an American, and we need to stand together. That's what Americans do. When somebody attacks us, we come together, and that's what they've done in our son's case. And we want the president to do that, and not just this president, all presidents, to do that for all Americans in this situation. But we're so thankful for President Biden meeting with us and then taking this swift action after meeting with him. We believe that he probably saved our son's life.
Paula, Lupi Sabatha with Spectrum News.
Hi.
I met with your friend Crystal earlier today.
Oh, yeah.
She started tearing up when I asked her, what this meant to her. She said this was the perfect Mother's Day gift for you coming up.
It absolutely
what
is.
What does that mean to you, coming home for Mother's Day?
It's absolutely the perfect gift. And when we got the call early in the week, when they said something might be occurring this week, and I said, am I going to have a happy Mother's Day? And they go, well, we can't say, but just, be ready. So, yes, it's a perfect Mother's Day. It's better, well, not better, but almost as good as the day he was born. So,
in light of this gift that you got today, what would you say to the families of Paul Whelan and Brittany Griner right now?
Okay, so we have a close relationship with the Whelan family, and we talk to them regularly all the time. So our hearts were a little broken when we found out that it wasn't going to, the deal was not going to include Paul, and so our hearts go out to them. We texted with them. We know she knows that. Their family knows that. And as far as Brittany's family goes, we're going to decline to speak about her because we think that that's what her people want. They don't want us to talk about her, so we don't want to do that and make anything worse for her case. But we we hope that the Whelan family is going to be having a reunion just like ours soon.
We believed at one point before our government started considering this trade, which I think the Russians had basically been directly or indirectly suggesting for a year or two, that if they were to take our son and not Paul Whelan, that our son might try and refuse to come home, not wanting to leave another.
He doesn't want to leave another Marine there, and him and Paul got to talk through messages and stuff occasionally, so they, we relayed messages.
Yeah, from his family
for his family to us, to them back to those kind of messages. But and at first we thought there was going to be a deal to bring them both home, and I think that it was going to be really hard for Trevor, but.
And again, that's another thing about the bipartisan support. As long as there's not some crazies in Congress that come out against the president for this action, and the administration can feel more comfortable that it is a true American issue, then maybe they'll be more open to making more deals to bring Americans home, not just exchanges, but whatever it takes to bring them home.
Just given what's going on in Ukraine, was there ever a concern that could impact the effort to bring him home?
Absolutely, because, like we said earlier, we have been told by the State Department all along that these things work on different channels, but, you get kind of skeptical of that when you see a war breaking out. And we had been speaking with everyone, asking them, please bring Trevor home before the war in Ukraine breaks out, please, please, please. And that didn't happen. So I have to say, in the first few days after it happened and we were told that the communications were cut for a little bit, we were a little bit down. But then they said in the next week, okay, we're speaking again. So, there was a moment when we got worried about it.
And we're not sure what part it played. It had to have played some impact or some part in the story. But Governor Richardson and Mickey Bergman borrowed a plane from the CEO of Federal Express and flew to Moscow literally days before the war broke out.
The day of the war.
And they engaged high-level Russian officials about some sort of a trade, which is what they do. And they had some sort of an agreement, some sort of tentative agreement, and I think they brought that back. And then the United States government, I think, saw that opening and then took the opening on their own to accomplish that. But we appreciate everything that the governor and Mickey did to try and bring our son and Paul Whelan home.
Mr. Reed, so many of the details are still under wraps. Have you been briefed on how this negotiation came to pass and how your son's release came to fruition today?
Not really. What we just told you is all we know, and everything else is just complete speculation.
We've been told we will know later, but not immediately.
We'll know when we see it on the news.
And here's a boring question. You're both sporting Camp David shirts. Can you tell us why?
Oh.
Well, we just happened to put them on, and mine's different than hers, I think. So, but our son was a presidential guard under the Obama-Biden administration, and all the people who work there, they have a family day. And you get vetted and all that, and then you can go and they have the Marine Corps band and the silent drill team, and then your loved one gets to actually take you on a private tour of Camp David and see where the president lives and the visitors and the pool and all those things, and have a big cookout and all those things. And so we got to go there and see that.
And we always get souvenir T-shirts anywhere we go, Disneyland, San Diego Zoo, Yosemite, wherever. So we had to get a T-shirt. We had to get a shirt. So
we never had any idea that we would be wearing them for this type of situation.
Yeah,
so.
Right.
You've thought a lot about this way more than the average person, obviously. But do you think the leaders could come together and maybe minimize, if not stop, all these conflicts, so that other families don't have to go through this?
Oh, absolutely. We think this is a good sign that it's going to maybe hopefully start the ball rolling and lots of things will come out of this. So
whether it be our internal politics or international politics, the governments never want to be the first one to put something forward, and then even when something good happens, they're very shy about saying that it was a good thing or that this could lead to something else because of fear of what it could lead to either internally in Russia or here. So both sides are going to deny that this will have any impact on anything else, but we hope behind the scenes that it does.
Well, yeah, because I already heard someone today that they were saying, well, it was only because Trevor was sick. And that, that may be, but that's fine for us that it brought him home.
We have plenty of sick American hostages and detainees right now in Venezuela and China and several countries. And again, if sickness is the reason, then we need to bring
them all home.
Can you speak at all to like the time and the money that you invested over the last 3 years?
Well, we really don't like to give that number out, but because our son doesn't know, and if he did, he would be so angry with us. So early on, he told us, do not pay for that attorney, do not spend that much money, blah, blah, blah. And we said, Trevor, we're going to do whatever it costs. And he said, don't do it. There was several discussions with Joey and arguments about that, so we are not giving that number out.
Have you been able to speak to President Biden today, and what did he have to say?
Well, okay, so this is an interesting story. So we're on the phone with Trevor on that initial phone call, and on my phone that we're on talking to Trevor, I see Defense Department, which is the Situation Room at the White House.
Room. But we didn't know that.
And so I hit the button, call you later, right? and so we're still talking to Trevor, and then her phone rings, and he goes, it's the president. So I hung up on the president. I'm sorry, Mr. President, didn't mean to do that. But so anyway, they connected through. We told Trevor, hey, the president's calling on the other line, and so the president was talking to us, and Trevor was kind of on hold, and Trevor was having a hard time hearing us. But then the president says, hey, I would have called you earlier, but I didn't want to mess anything up, and I didn't want to wake you up in the middle of the night, but I understand that he's on the plane. And we said, we're talking to him right now, and he goes, oh, well, hey, you need to talk to him. You'd rather talk to him than me, so I'll get off here. But he says, I want to have your family, come to see me in the White House, and I'm so glad that we were able to get him out of there. And we told him we
were thankful and we're grateful, and that when we saw him, obviously we were going to give him a couple of big hugs, and he said he would give us some big hugs back. So
yeah.
Did you expect
We've said for a year, any of you who followed us, that we believe if we can just get to the boss, if we can get to the top man in our government, the executive, that we can make this thing happen because of his personality and what Americans know about him. You may not like his politics, you may not like certain things about him, but anyone who says that he's not compassionate and kind man is a liar, or they are just an idiot. Okay, so and we've learned that firsthand, and we want him to do the same thing for other Americans and get them out of there. And yes, and we think it had a major impact, that and our son's illness, and probably Governor Richardson's visit. So that there were several things in play here, but our visit was. And thank you for being there.
You briefly spoke of the video of your son earlier today that was released, and you talked about it looking like he appeared to be shackled. Can you walk me through just those moments of seeing that footage and what was going through your mind and your heart?
Well, she was sitting on the couch and I was sitting on a chair, so I couldn't see her face, but I know I was crying when I'd seen it. I was talking to someone and kind of saw it out of the corner of my eye earlier, but when they started showing it again, I looked at it and I went, oh my gosh, because like I said, it looked like he was hunched over and he was kind of walking like this, and they grabbed his bag and then they were helping him get up in the plane.
He looked very frail, and immediately, like Joey said, I immediately tears just came to my face because he just didn't look like himself, and that's a really hard thing to see, And I said, because he's used so healthy normally.
And I'm thinking shackles because his girlfriend got to visit him once at the prison camp the same day that Ambassador Sullivan went there, and that was the only way that they would let her see him, I think, that day. But anyway, when she went to get her pass at the window, they said, you're here to see the American? And she said, yes. And they said, well, how long do you know him? And she says, well, I've been dating him for 5 years, and he's my fiance. And they said, well, he's an American spy. And she's like, he's not a spy. And so the reason we believe they said that was when they brought him to the prison camp, they brought him in a heavily armed convoy with all fully geared up, like tactical officers carrying AK-47s, and he was shackled. And all the prison guards are like, what is going on? They don't bring you to prison like that in Russia, even if you're a mass murderer. So there was also all these rumors started. So, and we still kind of wonder, why in the world did they do that? They're in the middle of Russia. It's not like someone's going to try
and then, like you said, his body looked hunched over. So we thought he was shackled, and we even asked him on the phone, were you shackled? And he said no. But he just looked like he was not walking very well.
But even today, he said there were about 20 FSB agents with him in the truck and on the plane. And then he told us before we saw the video later, the other video that's out is of the swap actually going down. And he said it was crazy. They parked the planes next to each other, and we got out and we crossed past each other like something in a movie. and then they started showing it on TV, and it's crazy. That's exactly what it looked like.
Mm-hmm. And we know a few details about what your son went through behind bars, nutritionally, health-wise. Can you talk about, as his parents, what you endured for the past 3 years, and how you were able to get on with day-to-day life every day?
Well, as he was losing weight, we were gaining weight.
Well, we gained weight. We lost. Yeah, it was just a.
And hair and everything.
Yeah,
else.
yeah. My hair went white, and it's just a lot of things. Like I said, a lot of things bad for us, but nothing in comparison, obviously, to what he went through. But it has been hard. It's been really a lot of stress between Joey and I, between our, and our daughter. I feel for my daughter because, she says, it's all things Trevor. So we kind of joke about it. And so she'll say, Mom, I want to come over and see you. So it's no thanks Trevor this weekend. And I go, okay, that's fine. But it's just, it's all consuming. It really is. And it's just been hard. And, you have to keep functioning and get on with your life and do things. But it is hard. And every time you go somewhere fun or whatever, like I see things and I think, oh my God, Trevor would love that, or this would be cool, Trevor, if Trevor was here. So it's just been hard.
And we'll still do, things. We'll go out to eat, or we'll go. I go to a movie occasionally, but every time you do, you feel guilty.
Yeah.
Like what's happening with Trevor right now.
Yeah.
And that's what all these hostage families are living with every day. It's like you can't, anything that you would take for granted normally, you're like, oh my God, our loved one would give anything to have this simple meal or
Yeah.
a walk down the street or a drive in a car.
Oh, like a perfect example. Right before Trevor got arrested, we bought 4 tickets to go to the Dallas Cowboy game. We'd never all done that before. So we were all going to go for the first time together. And then he got arrested, and then we had, he wasn't going to be there. And I was like, I don't want to go, and Joey said, no, we have to go because we can't stop living. We have to go.
We didn't enjoy the game.
Yeah.
And besides, I'm not a Cowboy fan, but
Say that
by the way, so our son and myself are big Texas Rangers fans. In fact, if you look at most of our pictures online,
they're all wearing Ranger baseball.
He's wearing a Texas Rangers shirt in almost every picture that we posted, and so they built a new stadium since he's been gone. So we're looking forward to taking him there to see that and not lose 5 pounds of sweat in the middle of the summer. So we're looking forward to that, and hopefully they'll do well this season. No comments.
Yeah.
So, but we want to make a couple other comments. We love Alina, Trevor's girlfriend, fiance. I've spoken to her several times today. She's sending us videos and news reports coming out of Russia, and so anyway, and we miss her, and we wish that she was going to be here when Trevor comes home. She was crying.
She's crying when she found out that he had already left Russia.
And all of our friends in Russia. I mean, the Russian people were always so wonderful to us. And I've gotten so many, congratulations, and we're so happy from our friends, our translators, our attorneys in Russia.
News people, reporters in Russia.
So we just want people to remember that the war going on right now, there's bad things happening. There's always bad things that happen from any military in a war. And so those things happening by certain people in their military and by their government, like what they've done to Trevor, that is not the Russian people. And sometimes the Russian people are being misguided, as some people in our country are misguided. And we just have to remember that when you don't ever be mean to a Russian person that you see on the street in America, because they're not responsible for this. In fact, they're probably here because of that.
Yeah.
So just remember that.
Can you tell us about what's next for you two? What are your plans tonight, tomorrow, in the coming weeks?
Like I said, we're waiting for the Department of Defense to tell us where Trevor's going to be, and then wherever he's going to be, we're going to be there. So we don't know what all that's going to involve yet, but and they told us they'll make arrangements or whatever for us to be there, and they will accommodate us once we get there. So.
And in the next month, I'll be looking for a job to help pay for some of our expenses. So if anybody knows of a small town that needs a fire chief, I'm available and totally certified. So.
And I'm not going to work. I'm going to stay home with Trevor every day and make him anything he wants every day. His favorite meal every day.
Is this home for Trevor? Is this where he will?
He was living here at the time, but when he comes back, he's going to want to go to. He may change schools and he may go far away, but wherever he goes, I'm going to go to college with him. I will be there with him.
And I've seen several neighbors stop by and drop off flowers. It seems like you guys are a really close community. How are they feeling about all this, and how involved were they with all of this?
Well, I think people, our friends and our neighbors, I think they largely feel like us. You feel kind of helpless, like what is it we can do? I mean, we meet people and they say, what can we do? They see our stickers on our cars, or they recognize us and say, you know, you can write an email to the president. You can call your. It doesn't do any good to call your congressman and your senator because they're already on board. You know,
Yeah.
we've already had resolutions in Congress, and so it was really a matter of just prayers and you know, some emails, and so people feel kind of hopeless.
Yeah.
But man, I mean, all of our neighbors today are like.
It's great.
Great.
And then like our community's really, it's
Oh
a
my
smaller
gosh,
community, and
yeah.
everybody's been really nice to us, especially because, you know, we haven't lived here but maybe
10 years.
Yeah, but you know, Trevor wasn't living here, and so but for them to get on board, and we have posters and signs of Trevor all over town. You know, and I've got like 4 or 5 messages of people saying, "Let us know when Trevor's coming home, and we're going to just turn the whole town yellow with ribbons on every tree." You know, so we have a great support in Granbury.
Thank you all so very much. Thank you.
Okay, we're good.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you again, everybody.
Yes, really. Thank you. Thank you. If anybody needs a bottle of water or anything.
Thanks to everybody for coming out.
Yeah.
If you need anything, you all know where to find me. I'm sorry I've been so slow on emails. But
Yeah,
I'll get
he's
there.
been slacking all day, you know, just been
I've got
slacking.
about 150 I haven't gotten to.
So we'll get there. We appreciate you guys. You're a large part of the reason we have today. So thank you. Guys, you're off duty.
There you have it. The parents of Trevor Reed talking about how excited they are for their son to be returning home again. He was a 30-year-old former Marine from Texas, arrested in the summer of 2019 after Russian authorities said he assaulted an officer while being driven by police to a police station following a night of heavy drinking. Now he is stepping back onto U.S. soil years later, going to be moving in with the parents and getting his life back on track. His mom saying if he wants to go to college, she's going with him and she's cooking him his favorite meals every single day of the week. Great to be reporting on some good news on this Wednesday here. Live Now from Fox. We are busy today, and we have a lot more events that we want to be getting to, especially on Capitol Hill, as most of the focus has been in Texas today, and specifically the southern border. We heard from representatives, Republican representatives, about Title 42 and pushing back on the Biden administration, and Secretary Mayorkas. We'll be hearing from them after this break.
House lawmakers are kicking off a series of high-profile hearings with Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, who is adamantly defending the Biden administration's border response.
We have effectively managed an unprecedented number of non-citizens seeking to enter the United States.
He says that's despite inheriting a broken immigration system. But Republicans and some Democrats feel otherwise, especially as the Department of Homeland Security preps for the end of Title 42, a Trump-era COVID rule that's allowed for quick deportations.
There are many strong feelings and points of view on Capitol Hill in the House and in the Senate about Title 42. It wasn't a decision made by the White House. It's a decision made to lift it by the CDC.
Without that order, Mayorkas admits they'd face more challenges.
There is no question that if we encounter 18,000 people in a single day, that will seriously strain our capabilities.
DHS has unveiled a 6-part plan that includes surging resources to the border, speeding up Customs and Border Protection's ability to process migrants, and working with other Central American countries to stop illegal immigration. But several GOP members are taking aim at that proposal.
That is an immigration plan. That is not a border security plan.
It sounds a lot like the plan currently in place, which is simply to expedite people coming through the process.
Mayorkas is expected to face another round of tough questions when he testifies before the House Judiciary Committee on Thursday. In Washington, Mallory Rivera, Fox News.
And we've been taking a lot of that testimony live here on Live Now from Fox. We've also been hearing from lawmakers on Capitol Hill. We've already heard from Senate Republicans a little bit earlier. Now House Republicans holding their own press conference. Let's listen in.
And friend and co-chair of the Border Security Caucus, Representative Babin.
Thank you, Jim. I really appreciate it. Hello, everyone. I'm Brian Babin, 36th District of Texas. It's a great pleasure to be here, and we appreciate your attention today on this very, very critical issue. President Biden and DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, they have successfully manufactured the worst border disaster in the history of our nation. And now they want to make it worse by rescinding Title 42, the only remaining guardrail keeping our southern border from disappearing completely. Make no mistake, every single decision that they've made, including this one, has been a dangerous and reckless decision. And make no mistake as well, every single one of these decisions were purposeful. They know exactly what they're doing. They're intentional and they're calculated. It's really actually difficult to dismantle a fairly secure border. But in the span of just over a year, the Biden administration has undone every single measure and policy put in place to effectively secure that border. They spout nonsense about how they inherited a mess and this and that from the Trump administration. But that is an absolute lie and falsehood, and no matter how many times it is repeated, it will remain a falsehood and a lie. Whether you're a Republican or you're a Democrat, you know with absolute certainty that we had the most secure border that we've ever had under the previous administration of Donald Trump. And because, unlike Democrats, the numbers don't lie. And just last year, we had more than 2.5 million illegal aliens show up at our southern border. But trust me, folks, it's about to get much worse. And here's the reality. Title 42, it matters only so long as this administration enforces it and utilizes it as the tool necessary. We saw this same song and dance with the Remain in Mexico program, better known as MPP. The Biden administration ended that. The courts told them to reinstate it, a federal court order. But now we see it back in place in name only, not in practice. We know that Title 42 faces the same future should Biden choose to extend it. Go by what they do, not by what they say. And don't be fooled by these Democrats who are now publicly calling for Title 42 to remain in place. We know they have zero interest in protecting the border and protecting my home state of Texas or to protect our nation, or they would have spoken up months ago. No, they're interested in protecting their seats in Congress. And friends, we've sacrificed enough. We were forced to shut down while our border was wide open to thousands who had active COVID disease. We have had our schools packed and overrun without any say from the taxpayers that foot the bill. We've had our property destroyed and vandalized. We have lost loved ones at both the hands of illegal aliens and the deadly drugs that many of them have smuggled in. Over 100,000 Americans dead last year from drug overdoses, most of which had come across the southern border. And now we have lost a soldier, a Texas Army National Guard, guardsman. I am a former Texas Army National Guardsman myself, and that's why it really irks me to hear what I heard Jen Psaki say. This young man, age 22, who died trying to save a drowning illegal border crosser, whom we now believe were smuggling drugs into the country. I could not believe the words coming out of Jen Psaki's mouth earlier this week. How dare she blame the death of Texas National Guard Specialist Bishop Evans on Governor Abbott and on the great state of Texas. How dare she and the president abandon our brothers and sisters in uniform like that. Those guardsmen are stationed on the border because the Biden and Mayorkas team refused to do their job. Another life lost because of Biden's decisions, and they just don't seem to care. She and the president can keep their insincere sympathies. They can keep their hearts going out to this family, as she said. Those are hollow words from the mouths of the very people directly responsible for this guardsman's death. I'm not one for hyperbole, but the Democrats are truly destroying our safety and our sovereignty. Why? Two reasons: the maintenance of political power, and as Obama said earlier, to fundamentally transform the United States of America. And with that, I will turn the mic over to my friend and our minority whip, Steve Scalise.
Thank you, Brian, and thank Chairman Banks for what they're doing through RSC to lead on this issue. America's border is under siege. And if you look at what President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas have done, they have turned operational control of America's border over to drug cartels who are trafficking people into our country every day, making billions of dollars to fuel their drug trade. And they've also created a pipeline to bring in deadly drugs like fentanyl that are killing people all across America. Every town is now a border town because every community in America is negatively affected by President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas' failure to secure our southern border. As has been pointed out by Jim Banks and others, over 100,000 young people died last year from fentanyl overdoses, primarily coming from China through the southern border because President Biden won't do his job in securing our border. When you hear these numbers, nearly 2.5 million people that have come here illegally, that's the size of the city of Houston, Texas, the fourth largest city in America. That's how many people that we know of have come across illegally. There are also hundreds of thousands of people who never got apprehended. There are dozens of people that we've caught that are on the terrorist watch list who have come into our country illegally. And when you think about what's going on all around the world, we're not just talking about people coming from South and Central America. There's over dozens of countries that are included in that number of people that are coming here illegally, including from Middle Eastern countries. When you've got the Taliban that President Biden turned over to a terrorist organization in Afghanistan, when you look at what's happening in Ukraine with Russia moving in, with China looking to move, there are threats all around the world. The last thing we need to do is have an unsecured border. We need to secure America. From our border, we need energy security. We need a lot of security, but it starts with homeland security. And that's where Secretary Mayorkas has failed the American people. We're going to continue demanding answers and demanding that he do his job in securing the border. But in the meantime, if you look at what Title IV provides to our country as a defense mechanism, it's not just about COVID. Think about the fentanyl, one of the most deadly drugs. And again, you go through any community in America and you ask families if they know somebody who's died from fentanyl overdose. Sadly, you'll probably get everyone tell you they know somebody who's died because of fentanyl. It's come through the open southern border that President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas has allowed to happen. Now, thank goodness for at least now, a federal judge just the other day in Louisiana blocked President Biden's attempt to drop Title 42, but he's not done. He's going to keep trying, and by trying to drop Title 42, he makes America less secure. And when you look at these numbers, this is something we're going to continue to highlight. We're going to continue to fight to secure America's border and to save more lives. I talked to a rancher just the other day. I was in Texas earlier this week. I talked to a rancher who's had over a dozen dead bodies on his property because of the human trafficking that's coming across. That's just one person's property on the border. It's happening all over our border. It's a national disgrace that is completely preventable, and it was completely created when President Biden decided that he wanted to open the border by getting rid of Remain in Mexico, by getting rid of the Northern Triangle agreements, by stopping construction of the wall that President Trump had built to secure our border. It was done before. We're going to continue fighting to ensure that we get back to a secure border. And with that, now I'm going to bring up my colleague from Florida, Kat Kamick.
Well, thank you to my my friend and colleague, Representative and Minority Whip Steve Scalise, and to Congressman Banks for leading this here today. I know we've all talked about how every town in America is a border town, and it is here today that I want to point out that this is not just a talking point. You'll hear this from every member, but this is actually something very real. 10 days ago, this brick of fentanyl was found in my district in Marion County, Florida. This is 900 grams of pure fentanyl. If you look closely, you will see a stamp. That is the stamp of a border cartel that has been identified by Homeland Security investigations. Along with that was a pill press, weapons, and additional cash. What was happening was they were taking this brick of fentanyl, creating a new drug, pill pressing it, and then using my district as a testing ground for this new drug. My husband last week responded in one night, one shift, to 3 calls. He is a firefighter and a SWAT medic, and in his experience, he sees this all the time, but last week in one shift, one night, 3 calls, 3 overdoses, 2 didn't make it. It was fentanyl. This isn't just a talking point. This is real, and it's happening in every county, every municipality, and every state in America. No one is immune to this. Today, I had the opportunity to question Secretary Mayorkas. I submitted for the record a letter led by our colleagues on the Republican Study Committee, 133 to be exact. And within that letter, there were questions, very pointed questions about border security and Title 42 and what his department and his administration was going to do. He committed to me a yes, verbal yes, that he will respond to each one of those questions in 30 days. I'm asking you here today, as members of the media, to help us hold him accountable because he verbally committed to that. But I also asked him, yes or no, do you believe that we are a nation of laws? He said yes. I said, if someone crosses the border illegally, do you think that we have the right to arrest and then deport that individual for breaking the law? He said yes. Representative Babin mentioned here today that we should judge them by their actions, not by their words. It's clear that the actions and the words aren't matching up. Because if they were serious about border security, if they were serious about homeland security, if they were serious about getting drugs like this off of our streets, they would actually secure our border. They wouldn't be changing the definitions and the statutes within MPP. They would not be getting rid of Title 42, the last tool in the toolbox that our Border Patrol agents have. So when you hear members talk about every town in America as a border town, think of Marion County, Florida. Think about how this is the 3rd time that we have found a brick of fentanyl that is over 800 grams. Think about the families that have been destroyed, and think about how many families are potentially going to be destroyed by this. And with that, I have the great pleasure of yielding to my friend and colleague, the mayor of West Texas, Representative Arrington.
I've got another question I'd like to ask the president. How could you fail on your most sacred responsibility to provide for a common defense and keep the American people safe and secure? The people of Texas have been abandoned by this president and their government. I want to thank Chairman Banks and Dr. Babin and Whip Scalise and my colleagues here today for their leadership on what I believe is the most imminent threat to the safety and security of the American people. For over a year, we've been experiencing this unprecedented and unmitigated humanitarian and security crisis. But at the heart of this self-inflicted disaster is a constitutional crisis. The same Constitution that Secretary Mayorkas took an oath to defend. This administration is completely failing to uphold its core constitutional responsibilities. And I repeat, to provide for a common defense, to protect Americans against an invasion, Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution, and to enforce the laws of the land. Homeland Security's own mission statement says, the administration and enforcement of our nation's immigration laws is critically important to the national security and public safety of the United States. I think I can speak for my colleagues when I say we couldn't agree more. But this administration is not only failing to fulfill their own mission, they are failing to defend the Constitution and uphold the laws of this great country. They're not detaining people who are here illegally. They're not enforcing expedited removal. They're not following the court order to enforce MPP. They're not executing on Congress's directive to build the wall. They're not maintaining operational control of the border. Mr. Secretary, preserve the integrity of your office. Faithfully execute our immigration laws and fulfill your sacred duty to secure the border, stop illegal immigration, and keep your citizens, our fellow Americans, safe. And with that, I turn the mic over to my dear friend and neighbor in eastern New Mexico, fellow freedom fighter, Yvette Harrell.
That's great. Well, thank you, everyone, and thank you, Scalise and Banks, Congressman Banks. I'm just honored to be here to talk about this today because it is so important. I mean, today, Secretary Mayorkas testified before Congress that we will not lose operational control of the border. Well, it's kind of hard to lose something that you don't have. So today he also said that it shows that he's completely out of touch with the American people. His radical political appointees are purposely destroying our nation's border security and allowing people, drugs, and terrorists to flow unabated into our great nation. At one point today, Secretary Mayorkas claimed the U.S. has effectively managed the ongoing migration crisis. Well, the truth is we're not talking about birds here. We're not talking about migration patterns. We're talking about American citizens, and you've heard from my colleagues how dangerous this is. If it's so effective, then why are over 2 million people making it to our southern border illegally and coming into our land? Why are we concerned about the uptick in fentanyl? The border crisis is real. The communities that live in and around, the people that live in and around the border are feeling it. And everybody's correct here. Every state's a border state, but you don't have to take my word for it. You can go down to Hachita on your own, talk to Judy Keeler about the bust that was done today in her front yard. There were over 18 illegals there, a pregnant woman holding onto a 1-year-old with a 3-year-old by her side with a group of men. This is a real threat to our sovereignty as a nation. And really, the problem is Secretary Mayorkas would like to blame the surge in migration under Joe Biden's watch from everything to COVID to climate change, when in fact, really, the true cause is a lack of enforcement, a lack of leadership, and possibly he does not understand his job description. Perhaps America first doesn't mean anything to him. And perhaps the American people need to continue to put pressure on every one of the people in this administration who have decided that America last feels pretty good to them. But the cavalry is coming in November. I guarantee you we have been listening to the American people for the last year. And it breaks my heart to think that now we have actually 26 governors from around the country that are putting together a task force, a strike force actually, because of the failed policy and failed leadership of this administration. And I'll tell you, it's a pretty sad day. I went down to the border on Good Friday. Yeah, in New Mexico, I did run into some National Guard troops. I thanked them for their service and then I asked them where they were from. They were all from the state of Florida. You know why? Because a lot of these governors get it, and they want to protect America. And that's exactly what my Orcas should be doing instead of worrying about climate change or COVID change or, I don't know, maybe what he's having for dinner. This is a real issue. We need to stand up. We need to have our voices heard, and this administration needs to take the accountability and the steps forward to protect our sovereignty. And with that, I would like to turn it over to my friend Michael Cloud.
Michael Cloud from Texas 27th District. We keep hearing this word, effectively manage. The Biden administration said they effectively managed the withdrawal from Afghanistan. They effectively managed COVID, and today we hear Secretary Mayorkas saying he's effectively managed the border. Reminds me of a quote from an old movie that says, "You keep using that word, I don't think it means what you think it means." It's sad to see that this administration continues to embrace these sort of principles. If effectively managing means that we're aiding and abetting cartels, that's exactly what's happening. We've effectively aided and abetted cartels. We've effectively invited terrorists into our country. We effectively, I live in South Texas, and so I've visited the facilities where young women are there, and half of which will admit they've been abused along the journey. I talk to ranchers weekly whose fences are run over, who find dead bodies on their property, who are afraid to let their children roam their own property because of what they may come across. They find rape trees on their property. This is not an effectively managed border at all. Just this last week, we had a Texas National Guard member, Bishop Evans, thinking he was saving the life of a migrant coming across the border, and now we understand that it was most likely a couple cartel members bringing drugs into our country. And so under the Trump administration, we had actually seen a decline for the first time in many years of drug overdoses. Well, that has stopped, and now we are effectively seeing an increase of drugs. And as been mentioned, fentanyl is the #1 killer for young people in our country today. This is tragic. And my district is what, in an area of Texas where law enforcement calls it the fatal funnel. There's a couple major highways that go through Houston, and so we see this on a daily basis. We see the effects of the border throughout our communities. Many of our communities are left to deal with, as now many communities across our nation. What to do with the schools, what to do with hospitals, what to do with the burden from what's happening at our borders from having an open border. Secretary Mayorkas has not done what he's supposed to do to secure the border. The way this is supposed to work, of course, as we know in a republic, is that we pass the laws and the administration, the executive branch, faithfully executes the laws that they've sworn to do. Well, they are not doing that. They are not executing the laws when it comes to safe third country. I visited a border patrol and I asked them how that was going. I said, well, there's been a court order. You've been told to reinstate this. Have you gotten a memo? Have you gotten anything? It was a reflexive laugh at the response that they've gotten from this administration when it comes to how they are now enforcing safe third country. And when it comes to what's going on in deportation laws, what they're supposed to be doing, we have increased funding, yet less activity going on. And of course, we come to the wall and the infrastructure that's supposed to be securing at the border. Congress has already funded it. The American people have already paid for the infrastructure necessary to help secure our border. And this administration refuses to do so, and indeed is taking the hard-earned wealth of the American people and using it to not build the infrastructure necessary to secure our border. And so this is tragic. It's tragic that we have to continue to talk about this, but we will continue to be talking about it. And it has said, not before November, certainly thereafter, we will see action on this, and the investigations will roll out, and we will bring this administration to justice and to account. And with that, I yield to my friend and colleague and neighbor from Texas, Mr. Weber.
Thank you, Mr. McLeod. Today, the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas had the audacity to tell members of Congress, under oath, I remind you, that the department has, quote, as Mr. McLeod said, effectively managed the flow of migrants on our southern border. Well, I'm going to echo what my colleague said. His definition of effectively managed, well, to me, it says that his education might not have been effectively managed. That's what it says to me. Well, Secretary Mayorkas, I was just there on Monday, and as someone who served in the Texas House of Representatives from 2009 to 2012 and was on the border committee during that time, this is the worst I've ever seen a border effectively managed. Since President Biden assumed office and ratcheted up his open border and amnesty rhetoric, hung out the sign that said, "Come one, come all, you're welcome," we have seen unprecedented surges of illegals across the border. Quite frankly, at the rate Mayorkas is not doing his job, we don't need him on the border or anywhere else for that matter. We are looking at over 6,000 illegal crossers a day, and if Title 42 is lifted, we can expect 16 to 18,000 illegal crossers a day. Are we a sovereign nation with borders? Apparently they don't think so. Apparently they think it doesn't matter if we have borders or not. Apparently they don't care about the American public. That's the administration that we have. We lost a soldier. I was there with Kevin McCarthy and about 8 other members when they discovered his body in the river. President Biden and Mayorkas, in my opinion, bear responsibility for that death. And we see little ones that have died. All the bodies that Congressman McLeod talked about. We see that all over the border. Between the desire to repeal Title 42 and the reversal of the Remain in Mexico policy and Mayorkas' dishonest testimony today, this administration has proven that they don't care if America is a sovereign nation, and they don't care about sovereign borders. They don't care about the American people, and quite frankly, they don't care about their oath of office, in my opinion. They care about one thing, maybe two: money and power. That's what they care about. They believe illegal migrants, when granted amnesty, will create a giant voting bloc, keeping limousine liberals perpetually in office. Their obsession with ideological open border policies have put women, children, families, law enforcement, soldiers that we saw, and now our national security at risk. Secretary Mayorkas' failure to secure the border and enforce the laws passed by Congress, combined with his testimony today before Congress, raises serious questions about his commitment to his oath of office and his suitability for office. Mayorkas needs to be removed from office, and this administration needs to take immediate action to protect our citizens and this nation. America, wake up. I think you are. The Democrats are going to find in November that Americans have had enough. It's time to put America first. I yield back.
I want to thank all of my colleagues for their important comments on this matter, and happy to take a few questions.
I spoke with Representative Escobar today, and she's saying y'all are using Title 42 as political theater. She's saying that it's actually inflating the border crossing numbers, and that you're using it to push xenophobia. What is your response to Representative Escobar?
It's obviously laughable for her to make those claims. The fact that she is not willing to take any responsibility or show any leadership at all to address the issues at the border is what the American people have had enough of, and the election is going to show it. It's going to prove it. Yes.
You had another one of your colleagues today hold a presser calling for a comprehensive immigration reform package. I mean, this is something that Congress got so close to doing back in 2013. Is there any momentum to have a similar package either be worked on now or perhaps next year when Republicans might be the majority?
Well, there are so many issues to deal with immigration. I'll defer to my colleagues on this, but first and foremost, I appreciate that Leader McCarthy has made a commitment that when he's the speaker, there will not be any single bill that passes out of the House that offers amnesty. And I, as Republican Study Committee chairman, as a conservative leader in the House, I applaud his leadership in making that commitment. That being said, there are many issues related to immigration that are worth discussing and resolving, but it's got to start with securing the border. And we have a secretary right now in Mayorkas who has ignored legal orders to do his job, and he has 30 days to respond to our letters, as Representative Kemak forced him to do. He agreed that he will respond verbally before the committee today within the next 30 days. Otherwise, there are a lot of major issues here that deserve the American people's attention, deserve Congress's attention, and Republicans are going to do everything to hold him accountable. I don't know if Whip Scalise or anyone else want to.
Later this year, we're going to be rolling out the Republicans' commitment to America, and it's going to show the country on a whole host of crises that are facing the nation, from the border crisis, inflation crisis, high gas prices, national security. If you look at the issue of parents being involved in their kids' education, runaway crime in big cities, we're going to be rolling out an agenda on all of those different fronts. And I can tell you, there are a lot of issues both with the border and interior security, but it all starts with border security. And I think you're going to see a package that we will roll out early off in a Republican majority that would show the country how to secure America's border. Now, be up to President Biden to talk about whether he would support that or not. It'd be up to the Senate to move it too, but I think you'd see a lot of Republicans from all swaths of our conference coming together to pass a border security package. There are a lot of other issues too regarding immigration that then we could see if we could get a consensus on, but it starts with border security, and we will be having that as a main component of our commitment to America.
If I can ask a really quick follow-up, just in terms of making sure that things mean what you say they mean. Can you define amnesty a little bit more? Because there have been proposals that, some people say it's amnesty, other people is like, no, we're asking immigrants to pay their fair share.
Amnesty is clearly rewarding those who come here illegally and granting them permanent legal status or citizenship of some sort. So I stand against that, and I believe most Republicans in the Republican conference stand against that, and I appreciate that our leader, Kevin McCarthy, has made a commitment that when he's speaker, no bill that includes amnesty will pass out of the House of Representatives. Yes?
I have a question for you and then for one of your colleagues. For you, what does it tell you that this isn't a black and white, Democrats on one side, Republicans on the other? There are Democrats who are on the same side. What does that tell you about this issue?
Well, I think that's being generous. I mean, at this point, there are a few Democrats that are willing to step up and demand that this administration secure the border, return back to the Remain in Mexico policies and the policies that worked under President Trump to secure the border. There might be a few that are restless or anxious about lifting Title 42. They know that that's going to make the crisis that we already have a whole lot worse. So I appreciate that there are a few Democrats, perhaps, who are willing to say that. But this is a black and white issue to the American people, and they've had enough. They see it for what it is. They know this administration has created this crisis, and they know Secretary Mayorkas is ignoring the rule of law, and he's making it a lot worse. So the letter the Republican Study Committee led, 133 members signed it, demanding answers from the Secretary, is something that shows broad unity within the Republican conference, and I think you can stay tuned to what comes next after we see the results.
And a follow-up for Whip Scalise. I wonder if we can talk briefly about a meeting you had earlier today with Congressman Gates. He says he's going to go on Fox News and talk about it, so I wanted to see if you had anything to say about it, and if you stand by your initial comments in that now public audio about how his comments might have been veering towards the potentially illegal.
As I shared with Matt when we talked today, there were some things that were being told to a number of us that were in that call about threats that were being made, and there were members that were getting death threats at the time. And clearly I'm very alarmed and a little bit extra concerned when you see members of Congress, Republican or Democrat, getting death threats. And so wanting to ratchet down the rhetoric that's out there. And there were some things that were being presented to us in that meeting by others that raised those concerns that I expressed. Now, clearly, those didn't ultimately come to fruition because there were no charges that were brought. But what we were being told were some pretty alarming things, some from law enforcement, some from other members. And so I shared that with Matt. I'm sorry that those comments caused him problems because it was things that was conveyed to me from a number of places that we were, and look, you can go back to those days after January 6th, there were a lot of reports floating around. Some turned out to be true, some not. And so, you know, as you're having private conversations commenting on those things, you know, ultimately, you know, the concerns I had were that there were members getting death threats. And that was something that I surely wanted to be vocal at pushing back on, but he and I talked about that.
Yeah, and I just wanted to confirm, because you guys talked about it, obviously, with the larger group during your meeting this morning, but then you guys met separately, just one-on-one, right?
Yeah, we did.
Thank you. Yes.
So Secretary Mayorkas has been saying that his hands are tied when it comes to Title 42 because of the CDC's directive. What's your reaction to that, and do you have any plans to go after the CDC or HHS guidance on this issue?
I'll defer to Dr. Babin.
Thank you. He, as one of the co-chairs of the House Border Security Caucus, we had Secretary Mayorkas come and sit down with about 30 or 40 of us, and he tried to tell us that he had no jurisdiction on whether this thing would continue or discontinue. But he is the secretary appointed by the president for the Department of Homeland Security, and absolutely he can make recommendations. And those recommendations, he doesn't sit on the CDC. I understand that, but it is absolutely disingenuous for him to sit there and tell the Border Security Caucus and the Judiciary Committee and anybody else that he has no say over Title 42. It is just simply not the case. If the man is the Secretary over Homeland Security, and this is a tool that he has at his disposal to use to keep the homeland secure and safe and keep Americans safe, he absolutely could make the recommendation, and it would carry a lot of weight with this administration. So I want to say thanks to Chairman Banks of the RSC. I want to say thanks to my colleagues, to Whip Scalise, for letting us, for getting this initiative up so that we can start talking about a man who is sitting in a position and simply not doing the job, ignoring his oath of office and telling whoppers exactly as you just said. Thank you.
Thank you. We will hold Secretary Mayorkas and the Biden administration accountable. Thank you for being here.
House Republicans on the Republican Study Committee taking issue with DHS Secretary Mayorkas's comments today in this hearing. He was asked so much about the southern border crisis, about what DHS is doing to stem the tide of illegal migration into the United States. And we're going to be playing out some of that hearing, and you're going to get to see Secretary Mayorkas answer some of these questions. He said to some of these lawmakers today that he thinks the border crisis and the issue of immigration has been handled by the Biden administration. Of course, Republicans there taking huge issue with that comment, saying that is just not the case on the ground on the southern border. So we'll have all of that and more when we come back from commercial break. When we also come back, we'll be talking about inflation as well, how some segments of the population here at home are getting squeezed. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday afternoon. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. We're going to get into some more of these top headlines. This one, though, affecting many seniors in America as inflation soaring to record highs. Older Americans are facing an unprecedented cost of living crisis because they're on fixed incomes, a lot of them, and they're being squeezed by these rising prices due to inflation. Joining me now to discuss this even further, Fox News multimedia reporter Stephen Goen, live for us in Cleveland, Ohio, with the latest. Stephen, who did you talk to, and what did they say? What did you learn?
Andrew, this affects a lot of people. We spoke to seniors and we spoke to their advocates. This impacts about 15 million seniors across the country. The National Council says 15 million seniors are considered economically insecure. The problem is expected to get worse, but aging advocates say seniors should not be afraid to ask for help. Mary Padula never thought she would need help paying for groceries just 4 years after retirement.
I do not have the money to buy what I need.
Now she depends on donations from a local senior center as the rising cost of almost everything eats away at what she can afford on a Social Security check.
I wish I was still working again because it's so hard to keep going on the way I'm going on.
With inflation at a 40-year high, millions of older Americans are feeling that same strain. Many who live on fixed incomes have been forced to cut back.
They have less buying power, so that you're really going to have to watch your pennies a little more. You're going to have to do some budgeting if you're on a income that does not change that much.
The Elder Index, which measures the economic security of older adults, estimates half of seniors who live alone already struggle to cover the basics.
You're unable to maintain the standard of living.
For those who rely solely on Social Security, it's a tougher situation. Even after a 5.9% cost of living adjustment this year, the average monthly benefit is only about $1,600.
By January, inflation had already increased 2% faster, or 2% more than the amount of our COLA.
Experts predict a larger cost of living adjustment in 2023. Until then, they say some seniors will take on more debt, and many will seek assistance for the first time, doing what they can to get by.
Because there's so many people going the same way that you are. Don't ever, ever, ever be ashamed.
Now, the U.S. Census reports about 10% of seniors are already living below the poverty line. If inflation continues to make that problem worse, what we could see next as a result is a rapid rise in senior homelessness. Andrew?
Stephen, thanks so much for bringing us this issue that's affecting so many older Americans, and we'll stay on top of it alongside you. Stephen Goen, live for us in Cleveland. We'll talk to you again. Okay, right now we do want to move on to some of these other top headlines on this Wednesday afternoon. Of course, we've been showing you lawmakers on both sides of the aisle speaking out about the immigration crisis, mostly Republicans. We just heard from House Republicans on the Republican Study Committee talking about what's going to happen with Title 42. Remember, we know that a judge temporarily blocked it from ending on May the 23rd, and so it's going to work its way through the courts. We're going to go out very, very soon here to hear from DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. He was asked a number of questions about this specific issue and the overall immigration crisis. But first, let's just show you some of these live looks that we have from around the country, and especially in the nation's capital, the U.S. Capitol right there. It's 7:45 on a Wednesday night, and it looks to be a very beautiful night in D.C. We also have a live look at the White House. President Biden speaking today at the funeral for the first female Secretary of State in U.S. history, Madeleine Albright, who was laid to rest today, and her funeral ceremony. We showed you it live in this morning hours of our coverage here. We'll be showing you President Biden's eulogy a little bit later on. Also, we have a Live Now look out of New York City as well, right across the street from the Fox News World headquarters. And so we just wanted to take the opportunity to show you some of these live looks. But first, let's get into the major hearing of the day. DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas testifying to a House subcommittee on the fiscal year budget for his department, the Department of Homeland Security, but taking so many questions about the immigration crisis. Here's Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich with a look back.
My God, man. On the moment, you've been called upon to resign by myself and others. Next year, if we have the majority in this committee, which we shall, you're still in office, you'll face impeachment.
Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas grilled by lawmakers on Capitol Hill Wednesday, unconvinced his 6-point, 20-page plan to address the migrant surge once Title 42 is lifted will suffice.
There is no question that if we encounter 18,000 people in a single day, that will seriously strain our capabilities.
One piece of that plan, sending 600 law enforcement personnel from other government agencies to help Customs and Border Protection, a force already 23,000 strong and struggling to contain the current levels of illegal crossings, averaging 7,000 a day. Another piece of the DHS proposal would send doctors and nurses from the VA to help at the border.
Is it appropriate to be taking resources away from the VA to help with a surge at the border?
Clearly, having support and resources for our nation's veterans is a top priority to the president. But we also want to take steps we can at the border, even as we anticipate an increase in migrants coming to the border, to keep the American people safe.
Democrats are loudly breaking with the administration. Arizona Senator Mark Kelly telling Fox he still has questions about when and how resources will hit the ground after Mayorkas privately briefed Senate Democratic leadership, border Democrats, and key committee chairs yesterday, writing, "I can tell you that folks on the ground don't feel prepared for this policy change and still see a lack of communication and coordination. We are less than 30 days from the Biden administration's self-imposed deadline, and they still have a lot of work to do." Even House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is concerned over how many House Democrats are siding with Republicans against the White House on this issue, fearing that the Senate may send over a COVID relief or Ukraine aid bill with a Title 42 extension included. And in that case, she wouldn't have the votes to strip it out. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
Jackie, thanks so much. Like I said, we do want to hear from Mayorkas himself at this hearing today, taking questions from lawmakers about the immigration crisis at hand, and then we're going to get into some of these other top stories on this Wednesday.
The men and women are in the processing centers, and 40% actually doing Homeland Security. It's like having a school, and only 40% of the teachers are in the classroom, and the other ones are doing something else. The border processing coordinators is something that we started many years ago, and we still haven't ramped up. I know I heard you say 300, but we should have done that a long time ago to put those folks in the processing centers and our men and women outside. I hope you all can move on that quicker, because I think it will be key to get the other 60% of the Border Patrol folks out in the field to do Homeland. Number two, the asylum officers, this is why I see this, and I brought this so many times. If somebody is coming from a country, from another part of the world, doesn't have to be only the Central American countries, they pass through country A. Country A can give them asylum. They can ask for asylum. They don't ask that. Then they pass through country B. They could do the same thing, ask for asylum, but they don't ask for them. But they want to come to the United States, but they probably pass 2, 3, 4 countries where they could have asked for asylum. Do your asylum officers take that in consideration, where their fear could have been taken care of in country A, B, C, or D, depending where they're coming from? And I know the immigration judges are not under your department, it's a different department, but is that something that they take in consideration? Because I think a lot of these issues can be addressed very quickly, because if the question is, how do you take care how do you address the credible fear? I think that credible fear could have been taken care of. And the reason I say that is I've been with Border Patrol. Well, I find the 45-day permit, some time ago from Mexico, and then the relief that they've been given in Chile or some other countries, but they drop them off and they're starting new. Is that something that the asylum officers look at?
Congressman, if I can answer the different questions.
Yes, sir.
That you have posed to me, and I will do so as quickly as I can. I very much appreciate your recognition of the importance of the case processors. That's why, from my last visit to the border, I equip the case processors with additional tools to magnify their portfolio and allow more agents out in the field. We've already brought more case processors on, and we'll be bringing on 300 more and plus up from there. So very much appreciate your recognition of their importance. The asylum officers, Congressman, right now are working in a system where the average length of time between the time of encounter and the final adjudication of an asylum case is 6 to 8 years. A stark example of how broken our immigration system is. For the first time, this administration has promulgated an asylum officer rule that will allow the asylum officers to make that ultimate asylum adjudication, and that will take that 6 to 8 year period and reduce it to under a year without compromising due process. That is a game changer, Congressman. With respect to your point about the migratory flows from country to country, ultimately, potentially to our southern border, because the promise of America is the greatest promise in the world. That is precisely why I was in Panama last week to speak with my counterparts and the foreign secretaries, along with Secretary Blinken, with the foreign secretaries, the security secretaries of countries throughout the region to speak about their border management, the humanitarian relief that they could provide, the responsibilities they have to provide that relief according to their laws, and to repatriate individuals who do not qualify for relief under their laws. This is a regional, hemispheric challenge, and it needs to be met with a regional, hemispheric response. And we continue to work with countries in the region, last week in Panama, in June at the Summit of the Americas, and every day in between. Thank you.
Ms. Granger.
Thank you. Since Congress blocked the administration proposal to rescind funding for wall construction, you have a balance of roughly $2.5 billion available. I understand that some of that funding will be used to fix problems created from the decision to cancel the wall contracts midstream, such as closing gaps and building gates. The remaining funds must be spent on wall construction. So please tell us exactly how you plan to spend the funds. If you can't provide an answer now, when will you be able to share this information?
Congresswoman, thank you very much for your question. Indeed, we are closing gaps and completing gates. I approved, I believe, approximately 68 projects in furtherance of that effort, and we are well aware of our responsibility to spend the funds that have been appropriated to the wall, and we are undertaking an analysis of how most effectively to do so while honoring the President's commitment. We are dedicated to spending those funds in a way that enhances safety and security, and we will provide you with a plan that gives you more details in that regard. But we're very well aware of our obligations, and we will execute on those obligations in adherence to your authority.
Thank you.
Ms. Underwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Secretary, thank you for being with us today. It's great to see you. I'm a nurse, so today I want to focus on DHS's policies around medical care. These policies are incredibly important, and they help keep DHS personnel, migrants, and most especially our communities safe. Since you've taken office, you've made significant improvements on this front, especially regarding the well-being of unaccompanied children, where the last administration fell beyond short of reflecting our values and meeting our standards. That is thanks to changes made under your leadership, and I want to recognize your efforts and those of DHS staff. However, there's still a lot more work that needs to be done. Let's start with vaccinations. I've been advocating for DHS to offer the COVID-19 and influenza vaccines to people in its custody for years now. And finally, on March 28th, the administration announced that CBP would begin offering the COVID-19 vaccine. We know that vaccines save lives, and this policy will protect migrants and the DHS personnel serving at our borders. When DHS began implementing this plan 1 month ago, DHS officials said that you'd initially be able to provide up to 2,000 vaccines per day at 11 locations along the border. Officials also stated that your plan was to increase capacity to 6,000 vaccines per day at 27 locations by the end of May. Are you on track to hit this goal?
Congresswoman, thank you very much for your concern with respect to the medical and health well-being of individuals whom we encountered at our southern border. Very well aware of your experience and your dedication to this issue. We are on track, thanks to the extraordinary leadership of our physicians and their support personnel, and we are gearing forward to meet the objective of vaccinating up to 6,000 migrants a day in more than 20 facilities across the border.
Great. How many migrants have been vaccinated at the border since you began this policy in March? And can you share any additional details on implementation?
Congresswoman, I would have to and will provide you with that data subsequent to this hearing. I don't have that detail with me this morning.
Okay, thank you. Like I mentioned, Chairwoman DeLauro and I have called on CBP to offer flu vaccines to people in its custody since 2019. Even before the COVID-19 pandemic, CDC urged Customs and Border Protection to administer the flu vaccine to people in its custody. With DHS now administering the COVID-19 vaccine, can we expect the department to expand this program to include the flu vaccine in the future?
Forgive me, in an architecture that we established to, for example, test, isolate, and quarantine non-citizens whom we've encountered. So we've been working very closely with non-governmental organizations to advance the public health needs of the population.
Okay, well, I'm very supportive of all efforts to expand vaccination, and I look forward to your continued partnership on that. Now I'd like to discuss the Chief Medical Office reorganization, which has been one of my and Chairwoman Roybal-Allard's top priorities over the past year. I'm so proud that the fiscal year 22 omnibus included our provision allowing for the establishment of a new executive management office led by the CMO to better lead and coordinate the department's medical and public health priorities and operations. The current
Okay, we're going to move away from this right now. Top of the hour here, 5 o'clock on the West Coast, 8 o'clock there in Washington, D.C. We just wanted to show you some of the sights and remarks and this testimony from lawmakers grilling DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas today on all things related to the southern border, related to the immigration crisis. But this hearing today, this was a subcommittee of the House Appropriations Committee talking about what the fiscal year budget is going to be for the Department of Homeland Security, and they're taking the opportunity, or at least they did rather, to ask the Secretary on if and when the border crisis will subside. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. We just got this shot up in outer space, actually. Take a look at this. Of course, we had been following all the latest developments as well early this morning for this SpaceX Crew 4 launch to the International Space Station. Well, we're being told, and we're looking at it right now, that it has arrived. It looks like the docking either is about to commence or has started. So remember, this SpaceX capsule was carrying 4 astronauts, including the first black woman to join the International Space Station crew, and it looks like it has officially successfully docked with the International Space Station. Now, this will be a 5-month-long mission. The astronauts had spent about 16 hours orbiting aboard their SpaceX Crew Dragon spacecraft after this very early morning dawn launch from Kennedy Space Center. So I just wanted to make sure we got some of these live pics from NASA TV coming to us here on Live Now from Fox, and so cool just to be seeing this. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll have a lot more top headlines when we come back, including out of Minneapolis. We have a Live Now look there in the Twin Cities at this hour. It's a little after 7 p.m. there. What we learned today, the Minneapolis Police Department has engaged in a pattern of race discrimination for at least a decade, including stopping and arresting black people at a higher rate than white people. This was all according to a report released today by the Minnesota Department of Human Rights. We'll have that press conference in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday night. That is a Live Now look out of the International Space Station. We just learned a couple minutes ago that the SpaceX Crew 4 mission has arrived. And of course, we're just waiting for the 4 astronauts to board the station itself and get out of the capsule itself. But this is so exciting, each and every launch that goes successfully. It's almost becoming routine and mundane. Can you believe it? Space exploration, since this happens so often, these successful launches. Now, the astronauts will be there for about 5 months on the International Space Station. There is somewhat of a historic precedent as well. The first black woman to join the crew is on this latest mission. So that is historic as well. The astronauts' names are Kjell Lindgren, Robert Hines, Jessica Watkins, and Italian astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti, who's flying on behalf of the European Space Agency. And so Jessica Watkins is that astronaut that I was referring to, the first African-American black woman to join the space station for an extended stay. So, as soon as they make their way off, we will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. It does take some time to make sure everything is secure and attached until they unscrew the hatch there and the astronauts come through. And of course, we hope that they'll speak, and if they do, we'll bring that to you live. It looks like we do see some movement here, maybe not just yet. Looks like they are still preparing. So once that happens, we'll make sure to get that to you. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. Of course, we do want to move on to some of these other top headlines. This one out of Minneapolis today, we heard, and we have a live now look from the Twin Cities, that the Minneapolis Police Department has engaged in a pattern of race discrimination for at least a decade. This is according to a report released today by the Minnesota Department of Human Rights. It follows a nearly 2-year investigation saying the agency and the city would negotiate a court-enforceable agreement to address the long list of problems identified in the report, of course, all stemming from the killing of George Floyd back in May of 2020. Can't believe we're coming up on almost 2 years since that happened. Right now, though, we want to hear from Fox 9 Minneapolis reporter Paul Bloom with the latest on what this report says and what it means for the city.
Race-based policing is unlawful, and it harms everyone, especially people of color and Indigenous community members, sometimes costing community members their lives.
Minnesota Department of Human Rights Commissioner Rebecca Lucero believes her agency's nearly 2-year review of MPD laid out in this 70-plus page report paints a, quote, unsettling picture of the city of Minneapolis and its police department engaging in racial discrimination over the last decade.
The investigation finds that without fundamental organizational culture change, reforming MPD's policies, procedures, and trainings will be meaningless.
Among the findings from MPD's own data on traffic stops between white and black motorists under similar circumstances, blacks are stopped for longer lengths of time, they are searched and cited more often, and are more likely to be arrested and subjected to some form of force.
This means that where there is a difference, race is the likely reason for this difference.
Human rights investigators reviewed hundreds of hours of police body-worn camera footage, some 480,000 pages of city and MPD documents, including training materials and policy manuals, and completed multiple ride-alongs and interviews with officers at every rank throughout all corners of the city. While probing the use of the department's covert social media accounts, they found officers creating fake personas to surveil black individuals and leaders and to falsely engage in a discriminatory manner with minority organizations unrelated to any apparent criminal activities.
MPD officers also used MPD's covert social accounts to send private messages criticizing elected officials. They did this while posing as community members.
Up next, state human rights officials vow to work with Minneapolis to come up with lasting policing changes through what's known as a court-enforced consent decree with oversight that until now, the commissioner concluded has been absent from leadership at City Hall who've attempted to reform MPD in the past.
Paul Bloom with the latest there on this report and this investigation by the Minnesota Department of Human Rights. Well, Minneapolis city officials responded today after the report was released. We're going to be hearing from some of them, including Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey.
The Minnesota Department of Human Rights for their thorough investigation and the report that we received this morning, which covered the last 10 years of conduct through the Minneapolis Police Department and in our city. From the very beginning, we welcomed this report and made a full commitment to cooperate transparently and provide all of the documents and information that we possibly could so that we collectively can get this right. There have been so many instances in the past where an investigation has been conducted, findings have been had, recommendations have been given, and then the action ultimately fell short. This time, it needs to be different. I want to thank our city staff that really stepped up in extraordinary fashion to make sure that all of these documents, which was hundreds of thousands over these last 10 years, were produced in full, and that we could get full and fair input and findings from the Minnesota Department of Human Rights. So I didn't run for re-election because I thought that there was no problem with policing. I didn't take this job because we believed the work was done. We have a hell of a lot of work to do as a city. We have a hell of a lot of work to do in this nation. I read the report, most of it anyway, this morning. I found the contents to be repugnant, at times horrific. They made me sick to my stomach and outraged, and I think that our community feels the same way. There are some in our city that will be surprised by the findings that they saw in this report. I talked with leaders from our black community this morning, and they're not surprised at all. They've been saying this for years, for decades, and for generations. They've been talking about the misconduct that was identified. They've been talking about the need for a culture shift we need to not just acknowledge, but do something about and act with precision. Our black community deserves better. Our black community deserves respect. People of color, broadly speaking, deserve respect. Our LGBTQ community deserve respect. Women in our city deserve respect. Every single person, resident, business owner, worker, you name it, deserves to have and be treated with respect. There is honor in the work of service. There's honor in this work of getting up every morning and doing a tremendous job on behalf of an extraordinary city. Whether that's picking up the trash or cleaning the streets, whether that is keeping people safe or making sure that people have safe and affordable housing, there's honor in that work. There is not honor in the substance of the report that we've seen. I know that there are people within our police department that similarly feel that the substance contained in the report is horrific. In addition to the culture that, let me be clear, needs to be shifted, there are officers that wake up every single morning, that wear the badge they do and the uniform that they do because they want to make the city a safer place. To those officers that get up and do that work, we appreciate you. At the same time, we need to make sure that this kind of misconduct is held accountable. We all need to recognize the collective shortcomings from. I heard from leaders in our black community that this was not just about the 10 years that were covered within this report, but the shortcomings have stemmed long, long before that. I feel this conviction to my core right now to make these changes. Some of them long overdue, and I don't think there's a mayor in this entire country that doesn't wish that they had acted sooner or with more urgency. We feel that urgency, and at the same time, we got to get this right. The people who are up here with me are united in that conviction for change. The people up here with me are united in the mentality that this is an opportunity right now to do things differently, to transform what has been broken, to shift the culture, not just in policing, but even more broadly. We also have an opportunity in the shift of structure of government, which is presently being debated through our city. We have an opportunity to provide a comprehensive approach to public safety because not every 911 call requires response from a police officer with a gun. We have an opportunity to make sure that everyone is treated with the respect and the dignity that they deserve, that everyone and every division and department within an office of community safety operates with a comprehensive approach, whether that's mental health response, police officer response, fire, or the necessary outreach that we need in our city. There's a whole lot of work ahead, and I think we all collectively feel that conviction right now. We haven't been sitting on our hands. We've been working very hard to make the necessary policy changes, and we can go through a litany of them. But policy shift alone is not going to cut the mustard on this one. It's not going to make the difference that we need. It's got to be more than that. It's got to be a full-on culture shift, and I know that our city and the people who are standing here behind me, we are up to the task, and we are all in. Again, I want to thank the Minnesota Department of Human Rights. We appreciate your work. We appreciate the collaboration. And of course, we want that partnership to continue. And with that, I'd like to invite up to the podium Council Member Latricia Vitaw, who is the chair of our Public Safety Committee. You'll hear from a number of others, and then we will open it up to questions. I also want to say thank you to the press and the media for covering this throughout. It's a lengthy report that we received this morning. I'm sure you've been reading as quickly as possible to make sure that you all get the right questions to ask here today. So thank you. With that, I'll invite up to the podium Councilmember Latricia Vitaw. Thank you so much for being here.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Councilmember Latricia Vitaw, and I represent the 4th Ward. I'm also the chair of Public Health and Safety. As the mayor said, we received this report this morning, and this report has some serious and troubling concerns. But as a Black woman, none of this comes as a surprise to me. I'm committed to working with the Department of Human Rights, Mayor Fry, my council colleagues, the community, and MPD to implement much-needed reform. Developing and sustaining a culture of anti-racism, accountability, and respect at MPD will take all of us working together. This is going to be a very hard job, but I'm up for the task, and so is everyone else in the city enterprise. I look forward to working with all of them in the near future. Thank you. Mayor, I think you're coming back.
Thank you, Council Member. I'd like to bring up Interim Chief Huffman, who can also provide some words and a course. Interim Chief.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for being here today. This morning, the Minnesota Department of Human Rights briefed us and then released a report detailing findings from the agency's pattern and practice investigation of the Minneapolis Police Department. While we have not yet had the opportunity to fully digest this report, the points raised are deeply concerning to everyone standing before you today. We will review this report in collaboration with city leadership and community members to ensure that we have a clear understanding of every issue that was raised. We'll also continue to cooperate with the ongoing investigation being conducted by the Department of Justice. During the nearly 2-year period of this investigation, the department has been moving forward with reforms, and we're not waiting to move forward at this point to build a stronger department. We're committed to providing effective, constitutional police service, the service that people across our community want and need and deserve. We come to work each day to care for and safeguard our community members, protecting lives and safety, promoting the peace, and preserving the rights of each person. That is why we became police officers. And I expect every officer and civilian employee in the Minneapolis Police Department to treat all members of the community with dignity and respect. There is no place in the Minneapolis Police Department for bias or discrimination. We will continue to work by engaging with one another and our community partners to build stronger relationships, promote the public trust, protect the community and officer safety through ongoing investments in our people, our training, our policies, and our processes. These investments include the duty to intervene training for all members of the department, research-based de-escalation and communication department training also for the entire department, improving our curriculum and instruction through the hiring of an adult education and curriculum development specialist, staffing a quality assurance unit with professional auditors to ensure that every reform is having its intended effect, adding a new layer of force review to increase supervision and accountability, and developing new pathways into the Minneapolis Police Department for young people growing up in our community who have the desire to serve and protect. We have challenges ahead, but I am confident that there are men and women in the Minneapolis Police Department who have the desire to meet the challenges of today and tomorrow. As always, I'm grateful to be part of the Minneapolis Police Department, and I'm thankful for our officers who continue in their steadfast commitment to public safety, professionalism, and respect. And to my officers, I recognize the courage, selfless service, and compassion displayed by MPD officers working throughout the city. From running toward the sound of gunfire to render first aid and apprehend an offender, to rescuing a person in crisis from grave peril, to doing the complex work necessary to bring cases into the criminal justice system and provide a pathway to justice for victims of crime, and much more. Your work matters. Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Chief. Now I would like to bring up our Director of Regulatory Services, Saray Garnett-Hachuli.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Today is a heavy day, and as Councilmember Vita said, this news is not a surprise to the Black community, and it's not a surprise to me. What pains me in this is that we needed a report to validate what Black people have been saying for decades, years. My father told me stories of his experience. And I stand here torn because I work for the city of Minneapolis, but I'm also have been a victim of inappropriate activities from a police officer, not here in Minneapolis. But what I want to say is that I will not be tokenized. I stand here because I believe in the city of Minneapolis. I believe in the fact that this has to change. We have to change. We have to own our behavior, own our policies, own everything that we do, and change. The city cannot sustain it, our employees cannot sustain it, and our residents cannot sustain this way of being. So I challenge all of us to do right by the city, to do right by our employees. You have my attention. I'm watching. I will course correct if I see something wrong because I do sit in a position of power. And I will not sit silently when I see something wrong. Today, we were briefed after the mayor was briefed with this information. I don't know if that would have changed before the new government structure. We have been talking, the silos are down, and I work with every department head in complicated issues. So I look at this as, no, this isn't new. But I do look at this as true transformational change. I'm not interested in change on the surface. I'm going deep and I'm going to the root. And I will hold the mayor accountable. I will hold interim chief accountable. And I will hold myself accountable because I'm here to lead and to institute change in anything that I do and I touch in any room that I am in. So that is my commitment to the Black community. That is a commitment to my Black employees, and it's a commitment to my parents and my father and my ancestors, because this has to change. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. The reason we wanted to have these extraordinary staff and leaders stand up here with us today is to show that this is an all-in approach. We've got a united front, galvanized around making the necessary change and the culture shift that we need to see, not just in the police department, but throughout our city. And much of this is enabled, and the comprehensive approach that we want to see is in part made by the change to the government structure that was passed this last year. There's still work to be done to set a lot of these pieces up, but that's taken place right now. And with that, we will open it to questions.
Mayor Price, some of the criticisms in this report are recent, within the last 2 years, of reforms that you have said that you are going to make, and it criticizes the city for not following through and actually implementing policies. How can you reassure people in Minneapolis that you are serious in making changes, and what specifically are you going to do to hold the Minneapolis Police Department more accountable?
We are dead serious in making these necessary changes. And it's not as if the changes begin today. There are quite a few reforms that have taken place both before George Floyd was murdered and after, both in this administration and in administrations prior. Now, am I going to stand up here and argue to you that it's been enough? No, it has not. We have to go further. We have to be more deliberate. It's not enough just to have a policy change on paper if that policy isn't ultimately implemented in full and then carried out. And if you look at the areas that are addressed in the report itself, there are policies that have even recently been shifted to account for the shortcomings that we've seen. In the area of discipline and outcomes, we've embedded a city attorney in the disciplinary process to make sure that these investigations are conducted as thoroughly as possible and to expedite them as quickly as possible. We're hiring 2 new Minneapolis Police Department auditors. OPCR, the Office of Police Conduct and Review, has doubled investigative staff. We've got a discipline matrix which has been amended once several years ago. We're in the process and final stages here of amending it yet again to make sure that, again, we're able to hold officers accountable. In training, I mean, there's new trainings that have been implemented both under my administration as well as previous, from procedural justice training to implicit bias training to ABLE training more recently, making sure that we've got active bystander training in place. There's a duty to intervene, there's a duty to de-escalate, and there's a duty to then report when those ideals and those values that we insist upon are not upheld in full. We've got an early intervention system that will be built out in the coming months and years. We've got a new crowd control policy, limitations on pretext stops and lower level traffic offenses, and then we're making improvements on areas of communication, body-worn camera policies, etc. Now, none of these things, taken either individually or as a whole, are enough. Anyone that tells you differently is full of it. Yeah, we need to go further. And I am a believer that part of instilling accountability is both letting officers with precision know what is to be expected. They want to know what they are being asked to do with precision, and I think that's fair. It's about making sure that we've got management over top that is able to, on a day-to-day basis, manage accountability. 1, manage a comprehensive approach. 2, manage response in the immediacy. 3, manage emergency situations arise. 4, I could go on and on. But the point is that you need an integrated approach in order to do that. That is a direction where we're moving right now. Clearly, we have a whole lot of work left to go.
What is the timeline for that?
For purposes of the government structure, we're hoping to get things set by the end of a year.
In terms of the accountability, I mean, there were issues in this report that talked about the failure of following up when there are complaints against officers, failures across the board with accountability, failures in training. What is the timeline to fix these issues?
You named several different issues there. Some of them are already being addressed. Some of them, there are still work to be done. Like I said, I read this report for the first time today and haven't even gotten through every single word yet. I want to make sure that we're able to digest this in full, make the necessary changes that we can in the immediacy, and also making sure that we're taking a real deliberate approach.
So you have
Is
not
the
read
city
this?
open to a consent decree, and does that require approval from the mayor and council?
The question was, are we open to a consent decree, and does it require approval from the mayor and the council? As far as approval goes, I imagine the answer is yes, but I would have to consult with our city attorney before determining the process that would need to take place. Look, we're open. It would be irresponsible for me to stand up here today prior to digesting the report in full and to give you and the general public full clarity of direction. We have this report which has been issued. We have a Department of Justice investigation that is ongoing right now, and we need to do right by our black community. We need to do right by our city. We also need to acknowledge that decisions that are made today will have long-lasting impact to present and future administrations. And so we got to get this right.
So there are a lot of pretty egregious egregious things in this report. But you could almost take it to the low level and say something that really stands out is the slurs being used against residents, and also the way that officers speak to people in the community. So that's witnesses, bystanders, etc., using profanity and that sort of thing. Why, over so many administrations, so many different chiefs, has the department not been able to fix this one simple problem that officers should not be using profanity and slurs against residents here?
So the question, in case it wasn't heard by the general public, is why does this kind of conduct continue? Whether it's slurs or profanity, and as you mentioned, it's spanned multiple administrations, multiple chiefs. This report goes back now 12 years ago, but it was encompassing for about 10 years, and it doesn't take a genius to guess that it was going on before that as well. So the question you asked is, why does this keep happening? I think if I gave you one simple answer, it wouldn't be fair and it wouldn't be honest. There's systemic racism in our entire society. Let's just acknowledge that. It's not limited to any single department. It's not limited to any single group or people. It's a reality that we need to deal with. And you know, we also collectively need to own where we've messed up, own where there have been shortcomings, but most importantly, chart a clear path forward. You know, and something that I think has become readily apparent to me and to my administration is that it can't be about one person or one administration or even one city. The systemic inequities associated with policing and more broadly in society are poignant and obvious in Minneapolis, but it's not limited to our city either. I think it's going to require very much an all-hands-on-deck effort. And so we got to take responsibility. The state's got to take responsibility. The feds got to take responsibility. Each and every person out there has a role to play. Nobody should be backing down. Everybody should be pulling up a chair.
Respectfully, I'm just asking, where's the
Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry there saying that the city needs to take responsibility for this report that was released today by the Minnesota Department of Human Rights, essentially outlining and describing a pattern of race discrimination on behalf of the Minneapolis Police Department that was conducted over a decade's time. That includes stopping and arresting black people at a higher rate than white people, using force more often on people of color, and maintaining a culture where racist language is tolerated amongst members of the Minneapolis police force. So that was a state investigation. It was launched, of course, after the killing of George Floyd, that we are coming up, you can't believe, on almost 2 years since Derek Chauvin killed George Floyd. And so we're going to move away from this right now. We have a few more live events ongoing at the moment. Of course, we're still tracking as well as the SpaceX Crew 4 astronauts make their way onto the International Space Station. They have docked. Their capsule is secure. Now we're just waiting for them to come out of the hatch and make some comments. Of course, this is being given to us by NASA TV here, and so this was quite a historic launch, in part because the first black woman to join the space station crew will be there very, very soon, and we're going to hear from her. Her name is Jessica Watkins, and so once we get some comments from the astronauts on this mission, it's going to be about 5 months long. We'll take that here live. We also have another Live Now look, speaking of Florida, where the crew launched from Kennedy Space Center just early this morning. We're going to go out now to Orlando. We do have some breaking news. Looks like there is a shooting investigation here. Let's take this live look. At the moment, you can see, looks to be quite an active scene. We don't have much information on this. All we know right now is Orlando police are investigating 4 people that have been shot here. That is literally all I know. We're working on talking to our sources at Fox 35 in Orlando who have gotten to the scene of this shooting. And you can see the police tape is up. You can see police are on the scene here. So I'm not entirely sure the circumstances surrounding this particular shooting incident. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We're going to be reaching out to learn more, to bring you more details about what's exactly going on there in Orlando. Reports of 4 people who've been shot. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us on this Wednesday night. We're going to be getting to a lot more top headlines. It's been a very busy day. When we come back, though, we're going to be talking about pollen, about allergy season. So many of you, myself included, Daytona included, have been suffering really, really bad allergies this season. Well, what is causing it? We'll have more on that after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday night. If you're just joining us here, we just got these live pictures moments ago. We're getting reports of this large law enforcement presence at a Target store in Kissimmee, Florida. That's following reports of a shooting nearby. We're not entirely sure if it was outside of the store or at the store itself, this Target, and we just lost the shot there. Bear with us here as the photographer is no doubt trying to stabilize there. But this is what we know. We're getting reports that 4 people might have been shot here. Officers blocked off an area. That's what we just saw outside the parking lot. And so a man who claimed to be a witness to the incident said he heard shots fired and saw several people running for cover. Of course, Fox 35 in Orlando, our affiliate and sister station, is on the scene. And we're going to, looks like they got their shot stabilized. Let's go back to that right now. You can see there the parking lot of this Target. You can see one of their iconic red shopping carts. You can also see, it looks like some people sitting down out and about. A lot of police tape up, large police presence. So that's about all we know at this hour. It's 8:45 there in the Sunshine State. This is near Orlando. You can see, it looks like a lot of media has descended outside of this Target. You can see, looks like a lot of shoppers who were in the store at the time, sitting down, speaking with their loved ones on the phone. You can see some of them, no doubt. Police probably want to question them as to what they saw if there was this shooting that took place inside of this Target. So this looks like it's a pretty big scene. We're going to stay on top of the story. We're going to leave this up. We're going to work on getting more details for you. So we have a better vantage point now. It looks to be even further away, kind of across the street from the Target and from the Target parking lot. You can see police with their flashers on and the police tape up have put this perimeter in place as they investigate reports of this shooting. And we're not entirely sure if the shooting happened inside of the store or outside of the store. All we know is there are reports of multiple victims. We're learning possibly 4 people have been struck by gunfire or injured. There is a distinction there. So we're just waiting to get official word. This is in Kissimmee, Florida. You can see there people embracing. No doubt if there were shoppers inside at the time, they want to be in touch with their loved ones about what exactly went on here. Let's put up both of these live looks for you. As you can see, well, that woman is clearly in tears, very emotional. Maybe she'll be willing to speak to some of the reporters here. No doubt there is going to be a lot of witnesses to something like this, depending on how busy the store was at the time. Let's put both these shots up for us as we continue to work on getting more details.
Ray. Ray.
Okay, so we're going to work on getting more details and more information out of this situation at this Target store in Kissimmee, Florida. Reports of multiple people shot either outside the parking lot or inside the store. We don't have many details. If we do get a police press conference about what exactly happened there, we'll bring it to you here live on LiveNOW from Fox. In the meantime, we do want to move on to some of these other stories here. Of course, a little lighter fare on this Wednesday night because I was just talking about it. It's allergy season. Itchy eyes, congestion, sneezing. It can be a tricky time of year for people with allergies, and doctors say pollen counts are on the rise as well. Fox's Austin Westfall joining us live from Charlotte, North Carolina, or excuse me, yes, Charlotte, North Carolina, with the latest on this. You spoke to an allergist. What did they say? There's a lot of people, especially in my life, who are experiencing this right now. This is of valuable importance to them. Austin.
Oh, Andrew, over by where you are in Phoenix, a lot of what this has to do with is warmer temperatures. So the warmer it is, the quicker the allergy season starts. Over by you, it's going to be a lot of allergies around this time of year. And where I am right now, there's about 10% more pollen in the atmosphere than there would normally be in a normal year. So went around, we asked some folks how they're feeling. They say they're feeling it too. Take a listen.
Normally I get congested like all into here, and I get one of those headaches where it's just like pounding.
Rachel Scott Muhammad is one of the hundreds of people enjoying a day at the park in Charlotte. She's no stranger to allergies. She says she usually gets them for about a week tops, but this year's different.
3 to 4-ish weeks that I've had like this kind of lingering cough.
Our pollen surged like I've never seen it on those days in March, and I almost never see that.
Dr. Donald Dvorin is a New Jersey-based allergist and certified pollen counter, which means he collects and identifies pollen for research. He says trees are producing more pollen right now.
Pine trees are pollinating much earlier this year. I have not seen that ever.
Your peak allergy season depends on where you live, and warmer areas tend to peak quicker. For example, Dr. Dvorin says pine pollen levels have already likely peaked in Daytona Beach, Florida, the Bay Area in Northern California, and Atlanta. Meanwhile, areas like Houston, Seattle, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., Milwaukee, and Duluth, Minnesota likely won't peak until next month. Birch and oak trees are other allergy producers that may peak at slightly different times.
And we're seeing, a large number of people who are suffering every day.
If you know you have allergies, Dvorin says you shouldn't wait until you have symptoms to take allergy medicine.
If they can store it a week before and religiously take their medicine, they will have a dramatic improvement when it really hits.
Now, if you're feeling symptoms day in and day out, things like coughing, sneezing, wheezing, and it's just not stopping throughout the day or the night, the doctor recommends that you go see a doctor. That way you can get yourself checked out, because there may be a possibility that you're experiencing some more severe allergy symptoms. Andrew, back to you.
Austin Westfall with the latest, as so many of us are suffering from allergies in this allergy season. Austin, we'll talk to you again. Thanks for your story.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right now we do want to move on and continue and go back to this scene out of Kissimmee, Florida at the moment. Of course, we were bringing to you these live pictures from a shooting that took place at a Target store there, and getting reports that multiple people were injured in this shooting. There were reports of 4 people shot, and you can see Osceola County Sheriff's deputies are on the scene. The police tape is up. And so they've blocked off this area of the parking lot outside of the store. Now, a man who claimed to be a witness to the incident said he heard shots fired and he saw several people running for cover. But, excuse me. So, of course, this is a developing scene. This is a developing story. We're going to be checking in with our sister station, Fox 35, in Orlando for more updates, hopefully speaking to their assignment desk, speaking to their reporters that they might have sent on the ground here. This is in Kissimmee, Florida, in Osceola County. So if we do get any more details, we'll bring that to you here. Or if the police do have a press conference, we do, like I said, have 2 LiveNOW looks from the scene itself. Let's put both of them up on the screen for you. Now, remember, in breaking news situations, they, and the photographers, I mean, tend to, stabilize the shot, tend to move the shots around to get the best shot. But here are the 2 live looks that we have, and we're still seeing a lot of shoppers, it looks like, kind of on the outside curb there, who presumably were in the store at the time and may be waiting to get picked up. They might be talking to reporters on the scene. They might have witnessed all of this. They also might be waiting to speak to police to get their witness statements. Okay, and this is Andrew Kraft yet again, and we now have 2 live pictures from 2 different vantage points at the scene in Kissimmee, Florida, outside of this Target store, where earlier tonight there were reports of shots fired either in the store or in the parking lot. We're not entirely sure, but this definitely sent customers who were just shopping on their Wednesday night trying to flee the scene here. That's about all we know. We're getting some reports that possibly 4 people might have been injured. That is preliminary. That has not been confirmed. You can see, though, kind of a throng of people who were in the store at the time are outside of the store. There's a lot of law enforcement there. This is, like I said, in Kissimmee, Florida, in Osceola County. So that's about all we know. We're going to keep these live pictures up. Of course, we're still monitoring a lot of other live pictures at the moment, including in outer space, as the SpaceX Crew 4 mission and the astronauts are soon to be coming onto the International Space Station. We'll have that live. But for now, this police investigation goes on, and you can see it looks like the perimeter is quite large. A lot of yellow tape up. But not much detail-wise about what exactly happened. Of course, that is customary in situations like this, since we don't know if it's still an active scene. We don't know if the situation is still unfolding. We have no idea about, potential or possible suspect or suspects in this. Frankly, we don't know much at all about what exactly transpired. We're getting just reports of multiple people who were injured at this Target after a shooting happened in the vicinity. And of course, our photographers on the ground, they move around a lot. They're working to stabilize their shot or get the best shot for the viewer here. So bear with us. Let's just take the one shot we do have full here. So this is about all we know. We're, again, going to see if there is a police press conference going to be underway here very, very soon. Of course, does look like we don't have both of our shots anymore. Of course, that happens in these breaking news situations. So looks to be a serious event there in Kissimmee, Florida, outside of this Target. We saw people kind of embracing their loved ones on the phone, presumably with their loved ones. Outside of the store itself, a lot of police tape up. So if we get any more details about what exactly happened there in this shooting investigation, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, though, I just want to update you on this other live look that we are monitoring as well. That is in outer space at the International Space Station as the 4 astronauts on the SpaceX Crew 4 mission who launched very, very early this morning from Kennedy Space Center are about to come on to the station itself. Of course, they're still in the capsule. There's a lot of procedures that go into the docking of the capsule itself and the opening of the hatch to make sure everything is right, to make sure everything is safe. And so once the astronauts do come on board, we see some of the camera bulbs flashing, and we hope to hear from the astronauts about how their journey was. Now, 16 hours later, this is a 5-month journey to the space station, and it's historic as well. The first Black woman to be part of the crew will be joining the crew, her name Jessica Watkins. So we'll be hearing from her in due time. So we're going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We have a lot more headlines left to get to on this Wednesday. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We did get some live pictures back out of Kissimmee, Florida. That one kind of all over the place there. Here's more of a stable one outside of this Target where there are reports that a shooting took place at the Target. We're also getting reports that multiple people might have been injured in this. And so we're going to keep on this story here. If we do get an update from police, we'll bring that to you here live. We'll be keeping these shots up as we work to get more information, but still a very active and large police presence outside of that Target and in that parking lot where there are reports that a shooting took place. So in the meantime, we're also monitoring this Live Now look out of the International Space Station here as crew members await for the next crop of crew members that just came up on SpaceX Crew 4 mission from Kennedy Space Center about 16 hours ago now, and they're just waiting for them to come onto the station itself to disembark from the capsule. And so we're going to be making sure we get to all of these live looks here on this Wednesday. In the meantime, though, we want to move on to some of these other top headlines. Of course, this grisly and tragic murder out of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. Well, earlier today, we learned about the suspect who is accused of killing Lily Peters. She was 10 years old, and we're learning that the suspect is a 14-year-old male, an 8th grader at the local school, and the state has asked and received a $1 million cash bond for this suspect. And so right now, my colleague earlier today, Daytona Everett, spoke with Fox 9 Minneapolis reporter Rob Olson about the investigation and how the community of Chippewa Falls is reeling.
A child behind bars tonight, facing charges in the murder of a 10-year-old girl in Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. Lily Peters was found dead Monday morning, and yesterday police arrested a juvenile who they say is responsible. We have Fox 9's Rob Olson joining us live from Chippewa Falls at Lily's school. Rob, this is disturbing.
Yeah, it is, and for the last couple of days here since, Lily first went missing, then her body was found in the woods. There's certainly a sense of on edge and fear in this town without having any answers. Well, now they're getting some answers with the arrest of this juvenile suspect last night. He appeared in court today on video screen, a closed circuit video screen from the juvenile detention facility, but appearing in adult court because first-degree intentional murder is considered an adult crime in Wisconsin. So again, a very brief appearance. His bail was set very, very high, and we learned some disturbing details of what they say he told police.
The way I look at it is, and it goes back to my daughter, is I try and be the prosecutor I would want if something happened to my daughter.
Chippewa District Attorney Wade Newell, in charging the teenage suspect for the murder of 10-year-old Lily Peters, said the suspect told police what happened.
The information I relayed was based upon statements the defendant himself made to law enforcement.
That suspect appeared on video in Chippewa County Court for a hearing to set bail. Our cameras were not allowed to show that video screen or the court gallery.
So the court is concerned that this could be a further threat if the individual was no longer in custody.
The judge set the bail at $1 million cash, which was the amount requested by Newell. The suspect, identified only by initials, described by attorneys as 14 years old and in 8th grade, charged with first-degree intentional murder, which is automatically an adult crime in Wisconsin, and first-degree sexual assault and first-degree sexual assault of a child under 13. Prosecutor Newell in court said the teen told police that when they left the home on Grove Street, which was taped off by police on Tuesday night, and they headed down the Duncan Creek Trail, that he intended to rape and kill the girl, sharing these few but disturbing details.
When he did get off of the trail, punched the victim in the stomach, knocked her to the ground, essentially strangled her, hit her with a stick before strangling her to the point of death before he then sexually assaulted her.
In a town so traumatized and heartbroken, the high bail's meant to keep the suspect in jail, give the community a sense of safety, and make sure the suspect can't go anywhere.
Even though he may not have a driver's license given his age, everyone in this world has access to someone who can help them to be somewhere else.
Now, Lily had spent that day Sunday at her aunt's house here in Chippewa Falls, seen playing outside on the street that afternoon with her teen-aged cousin, but law enforcement and the prosecutor here have not identified the exact relationship of this suspect to Lily. So again, still keeping his identity under wraps, but again, a teenage boy here now in custody. He'll be in court again next week for another hearing. Again, it's possible the defense attorneys could petition the judge to bring this first-degree murder charge down back to a juvenile level, although unlikely at this point. That part stays in adult court, but because he is a juvenile, the criminal complaint has been sealed by the judge, as are the search warrants in the case, so we don't have more details than those shared in court by the prosecutor here, but disturbing details, the few that we did get today.
And is there a timeline on when we could learn more about this suspect? And we're also hearing of some initials. Can you dive into that?
Yeah, they only identified him by initials today, which is pretty standard in juvenile cases. So again, that gives people around here some sense, of course, in town, where a small town like this, people will quickly figure out who they're referring to. But again, to protect his identity from the greater public, because he is a juvenile, again, initials only. Whether we will learn more, we did ask the judge to unseal the criminal complaint and the search warrants to the media so that we could learn some more details. Unknown exactly how he'll respond to that. There is another court appearance next week. Maybe we'll learn a little bit more there today, but today I could say that, I saw him on court, on camera from the juvenile detention facility. Didn't say anything in this hearing, just kept his head down, looking at the table in front of him, realizing that, this first-degree murder charge, $1 million cash bail, he doesn't have the means to get out of jail, and that first-degree murder conviction, if he's convicted, is a life in prison sentence. So pretty heavy stuff here facing a 14-year-old, but then again, what he's accused of is even more unthinkable.
Yeah, extremely disturbing. Rob, if you could, just because you're at Lily's school right now, there's tons of balloons and animals behind you. Describe what the community feeling is like with this story.
Well, you see it all across town. There's the balloons and stuffed animals and signs here in front of her school. There's purple ribbons flying all over town tied to signposts and lampposts and the bridge. There's more flowers on the bridge near where she was found. That sense here the last couple days, I've been here all week, is, there was a lot of fear, on edge, with the lack of answers. Who did this? Where are they? Could they do it again? What happened here? And so a lot of parents were dropping off and picking up their kids rather than letting them walk to school or bike or take the bus, because they were scared. They didn't know what was out there. Now this arrest and charge does bring some answers to people, that this isn't that somebody isn't running around out there. So there is a little bit more sense of I guess, safety amongst parents here with their children. But certainly very disturbing still, that anxiety. And the school put out an email today to parents trying to talk to them about how to talk to their kids about this. Those that knew Lily in this school here, and those who knew the 14-year-old defendant here as well, and how to talk to him. So there's a lot of trauma there about a child murdered by another child, and how you deal with that with your children here.
Yeah, like you said, though, a lot of questions still remain, including the motive behind all of it. Well, Fox 9's Rob Olson in Chippewa Falls tonight at the school of Lily. We'll be checking in with you, as this is just the beginning. Thank you so much for your reporting.
You bet.
Okay, and we thank Rob Olson there in Chippewa Falls for his reporting. Right now, though, we're going to hear from that Wisconsin District Attorney detail and outline some of the grisly depictions of what this 14-year-old did to 10-year-old Lily Peters. We just want to warn you, there are some graphic depictions of some of this violence into how Lily Peters was murdered.
In Wisconsin, first-degree intentional homicide, which is the first count in the criminal complaint, by law starts originally in adult court, so it is not a juvenile that brought into juvenile case brought into adult court. While he's still a juvenile, it's an adult court case.
Can you tell us the other charges and what your plan is for this case as far as keeping it in adult court?
So the 3 charges he has is first-degree intentional homicide. The second count is first-degree sexual assault. The third count is first-degree sexual assault of a child under age 13 resulting in great bodily harm. Regarding keeping it in adult court, I think it's premature to make any determinations regarding that at this time. I think it's a very serious case that needs to be dealt with as is intended by the law.
How was this case solved?
That I cannot get into.
Could you explain the differences between the second and third counts, the 2 sex assault charges?
Sure. So in Wisconsin, it's first degree sexual assault. That means regardless of the victim's age, it's an assault.
Okay.
Then in Wisconsin, we have a separate section that deals with sexual assaults involving children. So so that's the difference. Is the first charge applies to the victim of any sexual assault. Count number 2 would only apply if the victim was of a certain age.
Is this filed publicly then, or is it technically not filed publicly?
So it was filed publicly, so when I handed the paper copy of the criminal complaint to the clerk, that was my process of filing it. As you probably heard from the judge, what the public will have access to is limited by his court order.
Which means?
I'm not going to answer as to what his court order means.
Okay.
District Attorney, the next hearing next week is to determine his counsel, is that correct? And when is the initial appearance for this defendant?
So technically today was the initial appearance. Charges were filed. The next step would be a preliminary hearing. He waived the time limits for that, so it's next week is just a status to see if there's new counsel on board.
Thank you.
What are the talk about what this has meant for your office in this community? This is some very quick police work, very quick work by your prosecutor's office. Talk to me about all the people that went into this for this moment.
Chief Kelm would probably be a better person regarding that, of knowing everyone that was involved. I know he gave a press release yesterday thanking everyone who was involved. I am aware of the Chippewa Falls Police Department being involved, the Chippewa County Sheriff's Department being involved, the Eau Claire Police Department being involved, the Division of Criminal Investigation for the Attorney General's Office for the state of Wisconsin being involved, the Crime Lab being involved, as well as a bunch of other jurisdictions as well. But I will forget to name some, but there was a lot of people involved in this, following leads, doing great police work to determine what decisions would be made regarding further investigation and going forward with investigation into this matter. I know that the community was very concerned to begin with, because without knowledge as to who an offender is, that is a very concerning matter for the community. I have a 17-year-old daughter myself, and I know that the school, because she plays soccer, the school mentioned that the coaches would make sure that there weren't any, as much as possible, any kids going alone or anything like that. So that's a very terrifying thing for parents to have to deal with, is to worry about, can my child be the next victim of a crime? Until you find out who you believe the perpetrator to be, that is very concerning. And I appreciate all the hard work that law enforcement did to at least bring it to this point in time. And it's not over now, but bring it to this point in time so the community can at least know regarding this matter that they're safe because the defendant's in custody.
Mr. Newell, you've had some awful cases involving children in your county, and then now this. What is this like for you going through?
It's difficult because it's just knowing how it impacts other people is very, I guess, my empathy is more with others than myself. It's just the nature of
why I got into this and the work I do. My specialty, other than being the high-profile cases like this, is sexual assault cases in general. Those are very hard cases. They're very time-consuming, very emotionally draining. But I guess the way I look at it is, and it goes back to my daughter, is I try and be the prosecutor I would want if something happened to my daughter. And so that's the way I look at things, and not try to get too emotionally impacted on it, but just be professional and do what is necessary to have justice done.
You alleged in court that this was intentional, and you said that the suspect left that home with the intention to do, and you listed some of the acts here. And did you say that there was he had confessed to that point? Could you just speak to what you spoke of on the...
Yeah, so when I said yes, the statements that I made in court were, I think, if I didn't clarify it, was statements from the defendant himself to law enforcement. So the information I relayed was based upon statements the defendant himself made to law enforcement.
So those are contained in your complaint, and those are the allegations
Correct.
Outlined that you said there. And then could you speak to, again, what you spoke of in there, of the actions, the intentions, and then the actions that occurred?
Like restate it?
Yeah.
Because of the thing is, right now the judge has sealed the criminal complaint, so I can't just read from the criminal complaint. And unfortunately, I don't have a good enough memory as to what I said or did not say. So
you said he left the home down the path with the intention to rape and kill?
Yes, I do remember saying that.
And that he punched her, knocked her down, hit her with a stick, strangled her?
I believe I mentioned all those things as well.
How does that information change your prosecution? That timeline and those specific alleged acts?
Yeah. So I mean, obviously, you don't have the criminal complaint in front of you like you may in other.
Okay, we are going to break in here with this very, very tragic story. Of course, we've been monitoring out in outer space, the SpaceX Crew 4 mission now disembarking from the capsule here. Let's just listen in to some of these sights and sounds. I know we're moving around from story to story, but this is definitely something worth watching here.
Space station. You're currently looking at all 8 crew members of Crew 3 and 4 together inside the Harmony module, welcoming the new crew aboard. Crew 3 and Crew 4 will do what's called a direct handover. For the next 5 days, there'll be 2 Dragons docked to the International Space Station. Crew 3 currently set to undock in just about 5 days from now.
Station Houston on Space to Ground 3, no response required. Just letting you know, PWD is going to be down 10 to 15 minutes. Sorry for the timing, but... And Chell, I'll owe you a beverage when you come back home.
Houston Station IMV duct installation is complete. Go for IMV fan activation.
Houston copies.
All right, and there we have it. The 4 new crew members now at the International Space Station, one of which is Jessica Watkins. She is the first black woman to join the space station crew for this extended stay. That's going to be about 5 months. If we do hear from some of the crew members making some comments about what their journey was like, that started very, very early on Earth this morning at Kennedy Space Center, now safe and sound at the International Space Station. So great launch there, success as always. So exciting to see a lot of this space travel, and those astronauts will be there for about 5 months. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here. We're monitoring a few live looks here at this hour. It's about 6:20 on the West Coast. Of course, we're still monitoring this shooting investigation outside of this Target store in Kissimmee, Florida. So we'll have an update on that as well. Also, when we come back, we'll be showing you this event that's live right now. This is in Oakland, California. A judge today heard a petition by the city of Oakland to end the 2-decade-long federal oversight of the police department. The city says the department is in compliance with nearly all the reforms negotiated 20 years ago. The oversight stemmed from a class action lawsuit arguing that a group of Oakland police officers known as the Riders engaged in a long pattern of brutality and racial profiling. Of course, this comes on the heels of the report released by the Minnesota Department of Human Rights into the police practices of the Minneapolis Police Department over the last 10 decades, finding that there were a racist pattern of practices, especially stemming from the George Floyd killing just almost now 2 years ago. So there's a lot going on this Wednesday night. We're going to take a quick commercial break. More where that came from in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, and we have a lot going on at this hour. Of course, we've been hearing from NASA TV. We just watched the SpaceX Crew 4 astronauts undock and arrive at the International Space Station. We're also still monitoring as well. This scene out of Kissimmee, Florida, as police investigate a possible shooting that was reported at this Target store. We're also monitoring as well this event that's happening live out of Oakland, California, where today a judge heard a petition by the city of Oakland to end the 2-decade-long federal oversight of the Oakland Police Department. So we're going to be hearing from Oakland officials on that front right now.
With 51 reforms to the police department And that was instead of going under a consent decree. And at that time, I believe Oakland was holding itself to a higher standard. And we intend to always hold ourselves to a higher standard. I'm happy to turn it over to the Chief of Police, and of course we are all here to answer any questions that you have. But before I do, I just want to extend my gratitude. One of the very important things that was said today is that part of that order will include consultation with our police commission. And we want to express our gratitude that the professionalism of this commission, especially with the addition of our new Inspector General, is a critical piece of sustainability and continued advancement in our belief that Oakland shall be the national model in policing. So I thank you for being here with us tonight, and we are excited about your increasing role in this journey that we're on. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. At first, we want to really recognize the members of the Oakland Police Department. I think this has been a commitment that all of the members of the police department has agreed to. The idea that we want to be progressive, the idea that we recognize the community's call for change and our officers stepping up. For those that have stayed and taken on this tremendous challenge of doing things differently, I really want to recognize them for their hard work. Our last CMC in January, the department left with several things that needed to get done. 4 specific tasks that needed compliance, as well as 5 additional policies that needed to be completed. Thanks to the hard work of the Police Commission, led by their chair, Chair Malele, we were able to get that done. And that was not only Police Commission, but that was the involvement of the community. So it really is a joint effort that brings us to this moment. I agree with the mayor that this is a milestone. The idea that this police department has put itself in a place where we can have conversation about sustainability and potentially demonstrating to the public that we serve that this is the most progressive police department in the country. We await the judge's orders, but I'm optimistic that we are proving to the public that we have reformed. There's more work to do. This is never over. That police departments across the country have to always hold themselves to a really high standard. They have to always look at the way in which they do business and assess, is it fair, is it equitable, and is it just for the people of their community? And so while we find ourselves here in this moment, recognizing that the department has demonstrated that we are prepared to talk about what the future looks like and how we can continue to move forward, I do want to recognize that tremendous work that it took for us to get here to this moment. And we look forward to the judge's final order.
And we're all available for any questions.
Chief, I'm wondering if you can speak a little bit to kind of what you and the mayor have been saying in terms of the work that still needs to be done. And can you give us a little more detail and specificity in terms of what that looks like and where perhaps you're still not quite across the finish line?
Well, I think right now, I think we're going to wait for the judge's order to give us clarity about what the judge would like to see from this department moving forward. But I think we can acknowledge by the CMC filings, by the plaintiff's attorneys, as well as some of the things the judge spoke of, they all recognize that the department has made tremendous strides. And so we look forward to what the judge's final ruling will be. And when we receive that, we'll be able to discuss that further about how we continue to prove and demonstrate to the court that we are willing to do whatever it takes to get into compliance, but also to make sure we demonstrate the cultural change that everybody has been waiting for in the Oakland Police Department is here.
Was there one point that was still unchecked on racial disparity?
Yeah, we in our last report from the Federal Monitor, there was more work that needed to be done around discipline disparities within the department. And that's some of the work that we've already taken on with the partnership of Stanford. What we committed to in response to the IMT's recommendations was that we would continue to partner with Stanford to further look into our racial disparity data within the department and begin to talk more to our staff, hear more from our minority officers about how they're feeling about our discipline process. Disparity work is never done. So whether we're in compliance or not, as a chief, as a leader of an organization, you want to make sure that everybody feels like they're being treated fairly. And now we have the ability to do that because we're collecting that data, and we've committed to analyzing that data on a yearly basis. And then when our Office of Inspector General, we expect that there'll be audits that'll be done independent of the department that will also help us better understand where we can improve it.
Hello, my name is Dr. Taifara Malele. Today is an important milestone for policing in Oakland. What the court is about to order, a new one-year sustainability period, is a clear, important signal that the only path forward is to continue to accelerate police reform until no court oversight is necessary. As the chair of the commission, I'm cautiously optimistic about the prospects of NSA resolution next year. Whenever that time comes, the Police Commission and our appointee, Inspector General Michelle Phillips, will collectively stand ready to pick up the mantle of full-scale transformational police reform in place of the court's monitoring team. The Commission's promise to the court and to the people of Oakland is that we will continue to lead transformation of this police department consistent with our role under the city's charter. We have much more work to do in the months ahead, but I also believe that some thanks and congratulations are in order. I first want to thank my colleagues on the Commission for their hard work, their insights, their long volunteer hours, and the bold decision that we made to get us to this point. That includes current and former police commissioners Regina Jackson, Marcia Peterson, Jesse Shea, David Jordan, Brenda Harbin-Forte, Rudy Howell, Jose Dorado, Henry Gage, Edwin Prather, Thomas Smith, Tara Anderson, Janelle Harris, Sergio Garcia, and others whose tireless dedication helped to get us to this point. I'm also deeply thankful to the people of Oakland for their support in our work, for showing up to our meetings, and for providing us with their input and personal stories. Finally, congratulations are in order to the Chief and his leadership team. Chief Armstrong was appointed through the Police Commission's hiring process and selected by the mayor to lead the department as a talented person with deep experience with policing in Oakland and a dedication to reform. It's clear from the court's remarks that his leadership of the department represents a new, bold approach to police reform that has been long overdue. We wholeheartedly agree. Thank you, everyone.
Any other questions?
The police department has, as you guys mentioned, been dealing with this for the past couple decades. Can you talk a little bit about the effects that it's had on morale and reputation of the police department?
Changing culture is difficult. We recognize the low level of trust that we've had in the community for many years. And I think it's clear with the appointment of the police commission that community members wanted to see something different. And really, we have challenged all of our officers to police in a different way. And they have accepted it. There are officers every day that are going out there doing the job as we expect them to do, upholding constitutional policing, treating people fairly, making just decisions. That's what we expect from our officers. And I think we are comfortable with those that may not feel like they want to meet that challenge or that standard. We hold our officers to a high standard because our community deserves it. I often say that when you have low levels of trust, you have to overinvest in order to get trust. We are overinvesting in our community so that they know we are committed to being a different department. This is not the department of 20 years ago. We are a different department today. And I'm proud to be the leader of that department, but I'm also proud that the men and women of the department are willing to do things differently. So.
By entering into a negotiated settlement agreement, we chose to hold ourselves to a higher standard. And I am deeply grateful to the men and women of the Oakland Police Department who have raised their hand to hold themselves to that higher standard. We know that the Oakland Police Department is widely recognized as one of the best departments in America. Statistics show that we have one of the lowest officer shooting rates, one of the best improvements in reducing racial disparities in arrests. And recently, it was documented that we also have one of the most impressive records of holding officers seriously accountable when they do violate department policies. The officers that have chosen to come and work in Oakland, a city that, let's be honest, is difficult, is challenged in public safety, and that deserves the protection and response that these incredible officers provide every day. These officers are to be commended, and the very attorneys who brought this lawsuit 20 years ago commended the entire department. The people from every level of this organization, officers and staff, for their role in cultural change and buy-in, the effort that it has taken to not just do the type of data analysis that we now are recognized as being one of the best departments as far as the rigor with which we analyze officer data every day, but the seriousness with which we analyze that data. We dig deep, we ask questions, and when we talk about what are things that will continue to be built on through this process, our ability to analyze data is something that every stakeholder recognized today in our court hearing. That this internal capacity that is also buoyed by the Police Commission and its new fantastic Inspector General, that this is a new internal capacity that is also complemented by incredible experts like Dr. Jennifer Eberhardt of Stanford. But it's the constant curiosity, the quest for more and more understanding of how we can do better, that will continue to grow long after court oversight is gone. That is a commitment that I believe all the leadership of the City of Oakland has, and it is certainly what our residents demand.
This isn't the first time that sort of the parties have agreed that Oakland and OPD is on the cusp of ending the NSA. I remember in the spring of 2016, there was talk about that. The parties agreed. A case came out in the public, derailed that. When you hired Ann Kirkpatrick, she came in with a promise to end the NSA. In her litigation against the city, she is fairly hostile to that process. Why should the people of Oakland believe now that this is different?
I can speak to my 8 years as the mayor, which have been certainly full of ups and downs with regard to compliance with the NSA. But I do not know of any other time when the judge has made the statements that the judge made today, as well as the court-appointed monitor. The court-appointed monitor wrote in his last report that this is, in fact, the closest that the City of Oakland has been to full compliance.
What kind of misconceptions do you guys think people like on the street still have about the city and the police department, things that may have been happening 20 years ago that people don't understand is not happening now?
Look, we always have to honor the absolute pain and experiences of people in Oakland and people throughout this country. That pain is something that we have to acknowledge and work every day to earn the trust back that things are different, that these officers come with hearts for service, that in the City of Oakland, we are here as guardians of our beloved community. I don't know if you guys have anything to add to that.
Well, I'm just wondering if we might hear from you, if you, I noticed you nodding your head, and I think we'd like to hear a little bit from you and what your hopes and goals are with this process and what you think you are going to be bringing to this.
Absolutely. So one, I want to thank Mayor Schaaf and Chief Armstrong for everything that they've done, as well as the commission, Chair Malele and her support as I've come in to the City of Oakland approximately 4 months ago. My commitment is definitely to the community. I think that community engagement is very important. Transparency and accountability is very important. So I've been having those conversations with Chief Armstrong as well as his staff regarding what we can do to mainly educate the public about what we've been doing internally to ensure that there is accountability, transparency, and integrity in that process is very important. So that's one thing that I am very much committed to, having those conversations on the ground, meeting individuals where they are. Every citizen is not coming to the police commission meetings, which means that we need to have conversations as to how we can get out in the community and communicate with them to hear about what concerns that they may have that we may not know about. That is fair, and I think that that is a commitment that we as leaders in the city of Oakland need to ensure that we gain the trust back into the community, and that means that we have to start listening to the community and give them the information that they have desperately been asking for within the confines of the law. That is my commitment to the city of Oakland.
And what does that look like tangibly? So you say meeting people, where they are, talking to them on the ground, but I assume you're not going to door knock every front door in Oakland, so.
No, so I have been talking to the police commission. They do have a community engagement ad hoc that they have compiled with, I believe, 3 commissioners to try to start putting town hall meetings together, East Oakland, West Oakland, trying to do town halls in conjunction with the chief so that if there are questions that we have regarding police oversight, we can answer, and potentially any questions regarding crime, the chief is there and available to answer. So those are conversations that we're having behind closed doors and seeing what that's going to look like moving forward. But of course, everything is a process, and we still are in the pandemic, so we want to ensure that we are also very safe with that, as well as trying to have conversations with the mayoral administration regarding what type of data we can release, descriptive information that is easily tangible and readable, digestible to the public so that they understand in lay terms exactly what is going on. We need to ensure that everybody gets the information in a tangible manner. So that's what we've been trying to do, and I'm working towards making sure that happens.
And how soon would that be, do you think?
I do not have a timeline on that. I am 4 months into the job and working on building my office and the foundation. So the mayor's administration has been very, very supportive in making sure we do that. But I can assure you that those conversations are being had. Thank you.
I have one more to add to your question.
All right, we've been listening into this event out in Oakland, California, where a judge heard a petition by the city of Oakland to end the 2-decade-long federal oversight of the police department. The city says the department is in compliance with nearly all the reforms negotiated 20 years ago. The oversight stemmed from a class action lawsuit arguing that a group of OPD officers known as the Riders engaged in a long pattern of brutality and racial profiling. So we're hearing from the city there, and we're going to step away from it as we've listened into the majority. We also are following, of course, this breaking news in Kissimmee, Florida, as there's still a very heavy police presence. There was a shooting at a Target in Kissimmee there, and caution tape is still up at this hour. We're hoping to get some details at the top of the hour with our Fox 35 Orlando team. As you can see, we have multiple different vantage points from the scene itself. So definitely an update on that coming up at the top of the hour. But stick with us, because the big talker of the week, the past couple of weeks, the Johnny Depp defamation trial with his ex-wife Amber Heard, testimony today kind of going up against what Amber Heard has said in the past when it comes to injuries from Johnny Depp, physical abuse from him. A lot of officers who showed up to a scene saying they didn't see any of those injuries. So we'll listen into a bit of the trial today. We'll also be bringing on legal analysis coming up at the top of the hour. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes.
shows a date and time stamp near the bottom. Do you recognize this as the elevator at ECB building?
That's correct.
Mr. Romero, you're nodding. Is this the video that you remember looking at after Shauna told you that she heard the noise that night?
That's correct.
And that's Mr. Depp?
Correct.
Do you recognize the other two men in the elevator?
I recognize the guy in front of the elevator button. That's his personal bodyguard. The other guy, I've seen him before, but I never interact with him. If I did, I don't remember.
You said he looked agitated.
Yeah, he looked agitated. Like he was walking back and forward. He took his jacket. His body language was different than before. Most of the time, he's really calm. He's just like really happy person. Yeah, like this is the first time I saw him like that.
And then you go to the next, so then you say Wednesday, May 25th. At approximately 10:30, Ms. Heard walked into the lobby accompanied by Ms. Raquel Pennington. That's the person you called Rocky earlier. Do you remember her?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And you said that Ms. Heard approached you to ask you for the key to her unit, which you gave her. And you said we did not discuss anything else at that time.
Correct.
Ms. Heard stood approximately 3 feet away from you. I did not notice any bruises, cuts, swelling, red marks, or any other injuries of any kind on Ms. Heard's face. Do you see that?
Correct.
Okay. But you weren't looking for bruises, cuts, swelling, red marks, or any other injuries on Ms. Heard's face that night, were you?
I was not looking for any marks or bruises or anything. But it's something like that, it will be really noticeable. But I guess, I wasn't not looking. I was more focusing on what my job duties was, like getting the key. And also this, I gave them the key and they were talking about, I told her, you know what, your dog, I was talking with Raquel because her dog got out of her unit. And that was one of my concerns. I would tell her, you know what, I saw your dog was outside. You didn't want me to get too close to it. So it's still out there. On the penthouse area, the dog will be fine because it's not, like I said, it's always really quiet. And Mr. Depp owns everything up there, so it'll be fine. So that was one of my concerns. That was my job, and I was just taking care of that. I was not trying to say, oh, let me see your face. No.
So, and that's where I'm going to follow up. Do you remember what Ms. Heard was wearing that night?
Nope.
Do you remember whether she was dressed up?
No.
Do you remember where she was coming from, that she was coming home at 10:30 at night with Ms. Pennington?
No, I don't remember. They didn't mention to me. She was on the phone. She was with Raquel in front of me. We were talking about it, and then she left to the lobby, where she was still on the phone.
So
I was focusing more on Raquel because I was telling about her dog.
Okay. Do you remember what hairstyle Ms. Heard had that night?
No.
Do you know what type of makeup Amber Heard was wearing that night?
No.
Can you tell me whether she was wearing concealer or foundation?
No.
Could you tell me whether she was wearing blush?
No.
Could you tell me whether she was wearing any kind of eye makeup?
No.
So who wrote the sentence, I did not notice any bruises, cuts, swelling, red marks, or any other injuries of any kind in Ms. Heard's face?
I'm pretty sure if I would have said something like that, I would have said something.
Mr. Romero,
I didn't saw any marks or bruises on her face. I don't recall. Just don't saw anything. She was just standing in front of me.
I'm asking specifically, I did not notice any bruises, cuts, swelling, red marks, or any other injuries of any kind to Ms. Heard's face. Who wrote that?
That's what I said. I didn't saw any marks or bruises on her face. That's what I said.
But
because they asked me if I remember seeing anything, and so I just don't recall seeing any marks or bruises because she was just sitting in front of me. I just don't remember seeing anything. Just don't remember. How it would have been so obvious, like someone had like a black eye, I would have like, whoa, you know, I would have seen that and I would have remembered because it's something that you will see. You know, like so noticeable, like you will remember. But when I was there talking to her, she was like 3 feet away from me. She was right in front of me. I just don't remember seeing any marks, bruises, or anything.
But you don't know whether she was wearing makeup to cover it, do you?
No, I don't know. No. She was wearing any makeup to cover it, probably. You know, you probably would cover any bruise, but you cannot cover the swelling.
Were you looking for swelling?
No. Like I said, I was not looking for anything.
In fact, you were spending more time talking to Rocky about her dog, were you not?
That's correct, but I gotta have it. When I'm talking to someone, I look into their eyes. And when I was talking to Amber and Rocky, I always look into their eyes. Okay. And I wouldn't notice like any swollen or bruise. Like I said, I would notice.
Is it fair to say, Mr. Romero, that you can't say that Amber Heard had injuries or did not have injuries that day on the 25th?
I don't remember.
Okay.
And like I said, I would probably remember the swollen, but I didn't saw anything. I just don't remember.
And you don't remember seeing anything, right? But do you remember even looking?
I remember. I'm really sorry, but I remember. I gotta tell the whole story how they got there. Before they went and get the keys. They come down. They say somebody tried to get into my unit. There's scratches on my door. And like, I'm really sorry, but who will think it's gonna get into your unit because they saw some scratches on the door, like 4 inches above the door, because the dog was scratching the door, was trying to get in, and they thought about someone trying to break into the unit. I said, in my head, I was like, you think someone's trying to get into your unit? There's scratches like 4 inches above the floor on your door. That was the dog trying to get into the unit. And they were so afraid. Oh, somebody's trying to get into my unit. They're like, oh, come on, really? And I actually, when they asked me to go inside the unit just to check room by room to make sure that no one was there. So I did that. It's part of my job, make sure they're safe, but I didn't understand why they want me to do that. I don't know. I just so stressed out because of this. I just don't want to deal with this anymore. I'm tired. I don't want to deal with this court case. Everybody got problems, and I don't want to deal with this no more. I don't want to put this with any more words.
The interaction you just testified about with Amber Heard and Rocky Pennington, and talking about the dog and going up and checking out the penthouse, none of that was on video footage, correct?
That's correct. We don't have cameras in the videos. Sorry, we don't have cameras at the hallway. We don't have cameras on the hallway.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Romero Exhibit Number 1. It's a deposition that was taken of you on July 19, 2016. Now, that's approximately 2 months after the May 21, 2016 incident. Do you recall giving that deposition?
16, probably I did. I just don't remember.
Okay. I'm going to take you to page 35. with me. And you were asked, this is the same incident that you're talking about now, okay? And it's talking about, okay, you spoke with Amber at the front desk, later saw her in the lobby, later went upstairs with her. It says the question at line 6. I just want to go back for a second here. You said several times in answer to my questions that you didn't recall seeing any marks on Amber's face. When you say you didn't recall seeing any of those marks, did you mean that you didn't see any marks on her face? And your answer then was, I say that because when I saw Amber, I was not looking to see anything on her face. I was not looking to see anything. Do you recall giving that testimony under oath back at that time, 2 months after the incident?
Yes, I remember, because like I say, I always make eye contact with someone that I'm talking to, but I'm not looking to find something like, oh, your makeup is wrong, you haven't have changed your eyebrows, or your eyelashes are not even, or I'm not looking for anything. I'm just looking at their eyes, and I'm not looking for anything else. But if I see something, I will probably will remember.
If you saw something, right?
Yeah, I would have probably would see, like if she had a swollen, like if she was wearing makeup, probably would have been seeing the swollen. I probably would remember that. But I was not looking for anything. I was like, oh, you know.
How swollen was Amber on the 25th of May? How swollen was her cheek then?
According to the pictures I've been seeing right now that you're showing me, it was pretty swollen. I probably will remember that.
How many days later did you see her from that swelling?
That was on a Wednesday. That was from Saturday to Wednesday.
Right. How many days would it be fair to say that you cannot testify one way or the other whether Amber Heard was domestically abused by Johnny Depp on May 21, 2016?
I cannot say that. I would not agree to testify against anyone of domestic violence because I was not there. I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything. I was not there. I was never there. I was probably hundreds of miles away and got no idea what happened that day.
And do you remember that there was pictures of wine, a glass of wine and bottle of wine, wine stains on the floor outside of the, in the hallway of the penthouse from May 21st, 2016?
I remember talking to Mark. I'm not going to say it was wine.
All right. Well,
I'm not an expert.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next portion of this deposition contains questions asked by counsel for Mr. Depp.
You sit here today. When you saw her at the front desk on March 25th, you didn't see any bruising, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see that correct?
That's correct. I didn't see any marks or bruises.
You didn't see any swelling either, did you, Mr. Romero?
That's correct. No swelling at all.
And she was only 3 or 4 feet away from you, correct?
Correct.
And you were looking right into her face squarely, correct?
Correct.
And the lighting was good at the front desk, correct?
Objection.
Correct.
It was so good that had she had any bruises, swelling, or marks on her face, you would have noticed that, correct?
That's correct.
And then later that same day, and you've testified to this already today, later that same day you went up the elevator with Ms. Heard and Ms. Pennington in connection with their request for you to check the penthouse, correct?
That's correct.
And during that entire period of time, taking them up to the penthouse, walking through the penthouse, and then finally you leaving and going back to your desk, you looked at Ms. Heard during that time period, correct?
That's correct.
And you looked her in the face, squarely in the face, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't notice any swelling, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry?
Correct. I didn't saw anything.
Did you see any swelling?
Objection.
No.
Did you see any bruises?
Nope.
Did you see any marks on her face of any kind?
No marks at all.
And again, just to repeat, when you were confronted, looking her in the face, did you see any swelling on her face?
Nope.
See any bruises on her?
Nope.
Did you see any marks of any kind on her face?
No marks at all.
And how was the light down when you were at the reception and you were looking at her and didn't see any of this? How was the lighting?
The lighting is actually pretty good. It's not dark at all. She was 3 feet apart. Approximately like 3 to 4 feet apart.
Were you looking her square in the face?
Correct.
Okay. And when you were up in the penthouse and you were looking her square in the face, how far apart were you from her then?
We actually were pretty close to each other. She was probably just next to me. She was telling me, like, go into this room, so I need to pass right in front of her.
And do you recall seeing any bruises, swelling, redness, or any marks on Miss Heard's face on May 24th, 2016?
I don't see anything.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, the remainder of this deposition of this witness contains questions by counsel for Ms. Heard.
I'm going to talk a little bit about the video clips that Mr. Depp's attorney showed you. I'm going to ask you, first of all, Mr. Presidio showed you a number of video clips from May 24th. Do you recall that?
May 24th?
Yes.
Yep, that's Tuesday.
But in fact, you don't recall seeing Amber Heard on May 24th, correct?
I don't remember. I don't even remember what I got for breakfast.
Okay. Well, let's pull up exhibit number 1. Let's stay on page 17. That's a good place. This is your deposition from July 19, 2016. Do you recall that?
19? Yeah.
Okay. And that
was 3 in the morning.
Okay. And it said here, so Saturday was the 21st. Did you work that day? No. Did you work Sunday, May 22nd? No. Did you work May 23rd? Yes. On May 23rd, while you were working, did you see Amber at any time? I don't recall seeing her. Question, did you work on Tuesday, May 24th? Yes, I did. And on Tuesday, May 24th, at any time did you see Amber? I don't recall seeing her. Do you remember that being your testimony 2 months after the events?
Yeah. Okay. I just don't recall. I just don't remember.
Okay. And then while we're here, now, Mr. Presidio had you go through a number of video clips and ask you a bunch of questions about whether you saw swelling, whether you saw red marks, whether you saw all kinds of other things. But in fact, I'm going to ask you, and tell me if you need me to bring up the videos and replay them. Can you tell me what type of makeup Amber Heard was wearing in any of those videos?
No, I can't tell you. I didn't even know she was wearing any lipstick.
Can you tell
I don't know.
Can you tell me whether Amber Heard was wearing concealer in any of those videos?
No.
Can you tell me whether Amber Heard was wearing any foundation in any of those videos?
No, I can't tell you.
Can you tell me whether Amber Heard was wearing any blush in any of those videos?
No.
Can you tell me whether Amber Heard was wearing any powder in any of those videos?
No, but she looks really pale.
Well, do you know what shade of concealer or foundation or powder Ms. Heard uses or used at that time?
No.
Okay. So you don't know whether Ms. Heard was wearing makeup in every one of those video clips, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to try to move along. So the incident was May 21st, 2016. You saw her the night of May 25th, correct?
Correct.
You said that you saw Amber Heard hundreds of times while she was there. Amber Heard treat you well, and was she friendly to you in each of these hundreds of times?
Yes. I'm not gonna say no because she was really always nice.
All right, this is my last.
Be nice.
All right, this is my last question. You testified in response to Mr. Presidio's questions that you testified truthfully in all of these occasions. Did you testify truthfully to everything that you testified in response to my questions today?
That's correct.
All right.
I did.
All right, it's a good time to break for lunch. We'll just break a little early, so just don't talk to anybody, don't do any outside research, and we'll see you at 2 o'clock, okay? Thank you.
So we just showed you a portion, a highlight of today's testimony inside of that Virginia courtroom, as it was honestly very bizarre. We played that out for everyone on our YouTube page. Already has almost 2 million views. There's no question. Everyone is on the edge of their seat for this trial here, and we want to break down everything that happened today. I want to bring in Katie Cherkasky. Katie, we heard from officers, we heard from a building manager right there, we heard from an agent for Johnny Depp. It was explosive testimony today, and a lot of it not really in favor of Amber Heard.
Well, that's very true to some extent. We have to kind of remember that overall here, Johnny Depp has to show that Amber Heard was not a victim of domestic abuse at any point. And so we've had a lot of testimony come out and even text messages and audio exchanges between the two of them that can tend to favor the idea that this was an abusive relationship. In today's testimony, there was a lot of discussion about specific instances and whether or not the other witnesses that were around confirmed or corroborated Amber Heard's version of events for that particular abuse. So if Johnny Depp's team can show that Amber Heard is not credible, then perhaps they can show that overall she was making up the idea of being a victim of abuse. I don't know that disproving or showing that there was people that kind of inconsistently witnessed something that she claims happened disproves her entirely, but I think that was the intent of Depp's team today.
That's right. And we heard from Los Angeles police officers who testified about when they were confronted with Depp, with Amber Heard, and they all said that they didn't see any visual injuries or, marks in which Amber Heard showed up to a courthouse 6 days later seeking that restraining order. And it was a pretty noticeable mark. That's really the day that it got to the tabloids that there might be some issues between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard here. This feels like pretty physical evidence with so many people testifying in that way, along with that building manager also saying he didn't see anything visibly.
Well, if the jury is convinced that Amber Heard is not credible, that she's completely fabricating these claims of abuse, which is what Depp's team has said, that this is some sort of elaborate hoax on her part, then that may favor him. But again, this is not a criminal trial. It is a defamation suit. So it's kind of more broad than proving or disproving specific instances of assault. They are trying to show she was not a victim in any sense. And I still think that based on the totality of the testimony that's come out, there's not much dispute that this was an abusive relationship. Whether that takes the jury all the way there to say that she was in fact a victim and therefore he loses is unclear at this point. But I think that these particular instances are just one in many. If this were a criminal case and they were trying to prove that he assaulted her on this occasion, that would be much stronger evidence. But because of the nature of the trial, it's a lot different in terms of what they have to overall show.
So let's get into the defamation aspect of this. This is his agent, Christian Carino. He was friends with Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. But he said that the allegations that Heard made had a, quote, traumatic impact on Depp's image and cost him the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise. So we're seeing them taking steps into what you just said, the defamation part of Johnny Depp's trial. What did you make of that?
Well, sure. Of course, the whole idea here is that Johnny Depp is suing Amber Heard because he says he lost so many career opportunities and really his entire career in many respects because of the supposed allegations that she made in that op-ed. So it's indisputable that he did face consequences, I think, for these allegations, but whether they're true or not is really the bigger question. So certainly Depp's team is going to show the damage that he sustained to his reputation, to his career, and trying to prove that really it was her fault because of a false claim. But to show that it was entirely false, that she's not a victim, is a very high burden for them. So taking each of these instances piecemeal and trying to paint Amber Heard in a light that shows her as not credible is really the only approach that they can really take at this time.
Okay. What do you foresee as the approach from Amber Heard's team? Because she's going to take the stand too.
Yes, Amber Heard is going to take the stand, and I expect that she will detail every instance of alleged abuse that she is making against Johnny Depp, and will give specific details, particularly with the finger incident. I think she has a completely different version of events that the jury is going to hear about that is going to paint Johnny Depp in a very probably unfavorable light if they are to believe her testimony. So this is all, again, Johnny Depp's case. This is the witnesses that his team has wanted to present to try to discredit Amber Heard, but she's going to have her shot on the stand and give her version of events, which remains to be seen.
Yep, there's definitely two sides to this story. I'll be really interested to hear what she says. Talking about testimony and witnesses, there's still more to come on Johnny Depp's side, but unfortunately, we're all waiting for the fact that Elon Musk and James Franco might be testifying in favor of Amber Heard. Well, the attorney for Elon Musk saying he is not going to be taking the stand, and we're getting reports that James Franco might not either. What do you make of that?
Well, I think that because of the allegations that Amber Heard was in relationships with these people around the time of her relationship with Johnny Depp, they could have offered some information about whether she had reported abuse by Johnny Depp or things of that sort. But certainly, if they're not going to testify, they may not have anything that useful to offer in terms of anything specific to this case.
Yeah, it's just a bummer. Would have been good. Great television.
Definitely interesting.
Yeah, having been watching this trial, you know, we're 3 weeks into this. Has anything surprised you or stuck out to you in actually watching it all unfold?
I think it has been surprising, the very behind the scenes portrayal of Johnny Depp, and it's really quite sad to see the chaotic relationship that they were both in and how deeply he was involved with substance abuse. And it really shows, I think, to many people the dangers of that everyone knew, but really to see somebody at such a high level succumb to that so frequently is quite stunning.
Right. We read all of this in tabloids, in reporting, and now we're actually hearing from the people themselves, sharing their stories about what their relationship was actually like behind closed doors. They're people, they're humans, just like you and me. And so we'll be watching this all unfold with more witness testimony going into tomorrow. Katie Tchaikovsky, any last thoughts?
Well, I'm definitely looking forward to Amber Heard's testimony. I think that Johnny Depp does have a difficult case to prove here, but he's very beloved by many. He's a great actor. He's endeared himself to millions of people across the world, so maybe he'll do the same with this jury.
Yeah, we'll see. Thank you so much for being with us here on the show. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Well, we are going to take a quick commercial break, but when we come back, please don't go away. We have breaking news out of Orlando. We're getting new details about a shooting at a Target in Kissimmee, Florida. We're hearing there's multiple victims at that Target store. So we'll see you back here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We want to go out to some breaking news in San Diego, California, as we're hearing a California Highway Patrol officer was shot on Interstate 8 at Interstate 805 in Mission Valley. The officer's condition unknown right now. No details released on how the officer was shot, but according to San Diego police, the shooter is in custody. Both east and westbound lanes on I-8 at I-15 have been shut down due to this police activity. California Department of Transportation is still investigating this, and still a very active scene. They've blocked off all of those lanes. It's a little after 7 o'clock, 7:15 in California, so still very much in rush hour there. People getting home from work. Again, the condition of this officer still unknown. If we get any new details, we'll bring it to you as we have it here on Live Now from Fox. We want to move in, though, to that story we've been following out of Kissimmee, Florida, a shooting investigation underway at a Target there. We're hearing multiple victims. Fox 35 in Orlando with more.
Other people are hurt in a shooting at a Target store in Kissimmee.
And that is a live look at the scene at this hour. The sheriff, by the way, is going to be holding a news conference at any moment right now. So again, once he steps to the podium, we are going to take it live right here on Fox 35 News at 10.
But in the meantime, we want to show you exactly where this is happening tonight. That Target store is just off of 192 and Apopka Vineland Road, which is just a few miles east of I-4. And Fox 35 has several crews there tonight who talked to terrified people in the parking lot.
And we begin with Fox 35's Danielle Lama. So Danielle, what can you tell us at this hour?
Well, right now, guys, you can see that the parking lot here at the Target is still taped off. This place is filled with deputies and crime scene investigators. I just got off the phone with Osceola Fire. They tell me that there were 4 patients that they responded to. One person was shot and killed, another person hit with shrapnel, and 2 people with minor injuries trying to run away. And they tell me that the person who was dead, again, that person who was shot did die. Now, this place is eerily quiet because they're not letting anyone into the shopping plaza right now, but we were able to talk to some of the employees, like over here at the Miami Grill. I talked to 2 guys who said they were actually taking out the trash when they heard several gunshots. They're telling me more than 10 gunshots and just chaos erupting in this parking lot here at the Target. They sent me some cell phone video of the aftermath. Take a look at this. We can see at least 2 people. They look to be young, maybe teenagers, on the ground, possibly detained by law enforcement standing around them. And like I said, these guys heard several gunshots. They said it sounded like an exchange in gunfire. Take a listen to this interview.
At least 15 to 20 rounds, maybe.
Have you ever, I mean, people were running for their lives, correct?
Yeah, yes. Families, kids laying on the floor, all sorts of kids.
Yeah, so just imagine, you know, being in the parking lot with your family, hearing all those gunshots. People were on the ground. They didn't know what was going on. We're hearing reports of people running out of the store. They didn't know where the shooting was coming from. So a really scary situation here in Osceola County tonight. We're still waiting to learn more about what may have led up to this. And as we mentioned earlier, we're hoping to hear from the sheriff here in Osceola County any minute. But for now, guys, I'll send it back to you.
All right, thanks a lot, Danielle. By the way, this story started breaking at around 7:30 tonight, and our live team coverage continues with Fox 35's Lara Greenberg. So Lara's at a different location there. So Lara, what are you learning from your standpoint at this hour?
Yeah, well, John, we were one of the first people on scene here media-wise to see what was going on, and we got here about 8:15, 8:30 or so, and you can see behind me there are still a lot of police vehicles, sheriff's deputies here. When we first got here, there was also a chopper overhead circling for a while. That chopper is since gone away, so we're not quite sure what happened there. When we also got here, the Target was still open, and there were a bunch of people, employees and shoppers, that were sitting outside the store because they couldn't leave the lot because this whole parking lot was blocked off, no way in, no way out. And we did speak with some of the people who were either pulling up to go shopping at the Target when this all started or were inside. The people who were inside were so shaken up. They were crying when we talked to them. They didn't want to go on camera, but they told us they could not tell if the shots were coming from inside or outside the store. They were running for their lives. And one woman I spoke to ran to a stranger who was driving over to go shopping, and he said, "Hop on in." Here's what he had to say.
I
I saw every type of police car imaginable. So there was police helicopters were already circling within, 2 minutes. As we pulled in the back, people were rushing out the back. It was a very chaotic scene, a very scary scene.
And again, he told this woman who was screaming, running from the store to hop in his car and get to safety. And she said, he saved my life. So we are now waiting for the sheriff to come out and talk to us. We are expecting to hear from him in a few minutes to get more details about exactly what happened here. We've also seen crews surrounding a vehicle in the parking lot here, checking that out. We haven't seen them around that vehicle in a while, so we don't know how that may or may not be connected. But of course, once we get more details, we'll keep you posted. For now, we are live in Osceola County. Lara Greenberg, Fox 35 News.
Lara, thank you again. This is what we know so far about this breaking story. One person was shot and killed at the Target store right off of 192 in Kissimmee. 3 others taken to the hospital. Deputies have not said anything about a suspect or suspects. We are working to learn exactly how many people were injured, the severity of those injuries, and their ages. And of course, Fox 35 will stay on top of this breaking story throughout our newscast tonight. We will have another live report coming up in just a few minutes. You can also stay informed with the Fox 35 News app and on our website. Just go to fox35orlando.com.
In other news, Volusia County, the search is on for this man. Jared Stalling is wanted for a shooting that happened 2 weeks ago. He also faces 3 other felony charges. One of those is for attempted murder. Well, dozens of people lining up for hours every day in Orlando waiting to see an immigration agent. Some even spending the night so they don't lose their place in line.
Fox 35's Connor Hansen went out there today to figure out what exactly is going on.
Dozens of people have been coming and going throughout the night, but some people tell us there are hundreds of people here some mornings waiting in line. You can see right here where some people are setting up for the night. People tell us they've been coming here for weeks, sleeping here, all trying to get an appointment right here at this ICE office.
On this 90-degree afternoon, men, women, and young children wait for their chance to check in with an ICE agent. By 6 p.m., some are putting up tents, preparing to stay the night. In the mass confusion, some have started their own system for keeping track of the line. There's no food or bathroom in this industrial park, with semi-trucks regularly whizzing by. It's raining, you're wet. If it's cold, you're cold, Jesus Hernandez tells us, saying he thinks he needs to stay here because he needs his appointment. He slept here before his scheduled appointment 2 weeks ago and plans to do it again out of fear of what could happen.
Once again, the Sheriff's Department is speaking live right now in Kissimmee. Let's listen in.
An officer-involved shooting. 2 of our officers are involved. They're fine. We have 1 deceased male. And we're fully cooperating with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. They're gonna investigate this incident, so we can't comment on it because we don't want to, opine on anything that they're going to be investigating. Lo voy a decir ahora en español. Básicamente esto es un incidente donde está envuelto 2 oficiales con un tiroteo con un individuo que falleció, y la investigación se va a entregar al Departamento de Florida Law Enforcement para que ellos investiguen el incidente. So nosotros no podemos hacer ningunos comentarios porque ellos van a investigar y no queremos dañar la investigación de ellos. Okay?
Sorry, can you just repeat a little bit more? I couldn't hear.
It's going to be a Florida Department of Law Enforcement investigation. It's 2 of our deputies are involved in the shooting. We have 1 deceased male, and I'm not going to be commenting because the Florida Department of Law Enforcement is actually going to assume this investigation, and we don't want to step on their toes. Did it happen inside or outside?
Thank you.
You have been listening live to the Osceola County Sheriff speaking about a fatal shooting at a Target store in Kissimmee. He told us that this is an officer-involved shooting. 2 of his officers were involved, and 1 man is dead. He said FDLE is now taking over this investigation because it is, in fact, an officer-involved shooting.
And once again, they aren't going to be speaking again tonight, it doesn't look like, so we'll continue to gather facts there from the scene. We'll have the very latest throughout the evening news tonight right here on Fox 35.
Okay, so we've been listening in to the show for Fox 35 in Orlando as they have multiple reporters down on the scene, yet another reporter in a different part of the parking lot there. We want to listen in to her reporting too.
All All right, we continue to follow this breaking news at the Target store there in Kissimmee this evening.
2 deputies involved in a shooting outside of the Target. 1 man shot and killed, 3 other people hurt. We want to get out to Fox 35's Lara Greenberg. She's live on the scene. So, Lara, the sheriff just spoke, but he didn't say much at all.
Yeah, the sheriff really didn't have a whole lot to say. He just gave a statement and he didn't take any questions, because what he did say is that it was an officer-involved shooting. It involved 2 of his deputies, and he did say that they are fine. So we understand that to mean that neither of them are seriously hurt in any way. But because they are involved, when that happens, it always works this way, where the FDLE then takes over the investigation. So at this point, FDLE is going to be investigating, and the sheriff's office can no longer comment on the investigation because it's not theirs. It involves 2 of their people. But as he did say, 1 person is dead, not one of the deputies. And so we're still trying to learn more details. People we spoke to here at the Target that were inside and outside the Target weren't clear on whether this shooting happened inside or outside the Target. So there are still a lot of details that we're trying to work out here. And you can see there's still a lot of vehicles on scene, a lot of investigative work still happening here. As I mentioned earlier, we did see 1 car surrounded by deputies before, so we don't know how all of these pieces fit together, and we're hoping that we'll learn some more information again from FDLE now as they are taking over the investigation. 2 deputies are involved in this, and again, 1 man has died. As we learn more, we will of course keep you updated, and for now we are live in Osceola County. Lara Greenberg, Fox 35 News.
Thanks a lot, Lara, and of course Fox 35 will stay on top of this breaking story throughout the newscast. We'll have another live report coming up in minutes, and you can also stay informed with the Fox 35 News app and the very latest on our website, fox35orlando.com.
And we'll, of course, keep you updated here on Live Now from Fox. We are also keeping track of a different breaking news situation. A CHP officer shot on a San Diego interstate. The condition of that officer still unknown at this time. The shooter reportedly in custody. Both east and westbound lanes on I-8 at I-15 have been shut down due to the police activity. When we get more details on that, we'll bring it to you as well here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a 2-minute break. We'll be right back.
Continue to follow breaking news. 2 Osceola County deputies involved in a deadly shooting outside of a Target in Kissimmee. This is We continue to follow breaking news. 2 Osceola County deputies involved in a deadly shooting outside of a Target in Kissimmee. This is a live look at the scene outside the store, which is right off of 192 and Apopka Vineland Road. We know 1 man was shot and killed and 3 other people were hurt. Fox 35 News has several crews live on the scene tonight.
We begin tonight with Fox 35's Lara Greenberg, who just spoke with some terrified shoppers and was there as the sheriff spoke as well. Lara.
Yeah, and guys, I actually want to show you the scene behind me here because there are still more officers that are pulling in, as you just saw, some undercover officers, and then we've got some deputies here as well. We do know that right now FDLE is taking over this investigation because, as you mentioned, this is a deputy-involved shooting involving Osceola County Sheriff's deputies here that happened in the Target parking lot. We know that 3 people were injured, one with a bullet shrapnel injuries to the hand, 2 people injured from running away. 1 person was shot, and that man has died. We are told that the deputies are okay. Here's what the sheriff had to say.
It's going to be a Florida Department of Law Enforcement investigation. It's 2 of our deputies are involved in the shooting. We have 1 deceased male, and I'm not going to be commenting because the Florida Department of Law Enforcement is actually going to assume this investigation, and we don't want to step on their toes.
And that is pretty much standard protocol when something like this happens involving deputies. We did speak to some of the witnesses and employees inside that Target after they exited the store, and they were extremely shaken up, as you can imagine. They were crying. They said that they were running from the store. People were just screaming inside the store and running out the front and back doors. So you can imagine what that scene looked like here earlier this evening. We'll have more details throughout the night. For now, we are live in Osceola County. Lara Greenberg, Fox 35 News.
Thanks, Lara. And our team coverage continues with Fox 35's Danielle Lama. She was the first reporter to confirm the details there on the scene. So what do we know right now, Danielle?
Well, I can tell you, John, that this area is still blocked off. This parking lot, you can see the yellow tape wrapped around it, and all of those investigators still filling the parking lot. Crime scene unit is here as they collect evidence and get to the bottom of exactly what happened in front of this Target. Now, this is a busy shopping plaza, so when this happened, there were a lot of people shopping. There were people working. We talked to some employees in some of these nearby businesses who said they heard multiple shots. Other people tell me that they just saw the barrage of law enforcement and emergency responders come here to the Target. 5 ambulances they saw. Another woman said that they had a customer come running in saying that there had been a shooting at the Target. People just scrambling, trying to figure out what was going on. We also talked to a man who says when he pulled into the parking lot, he heard all of those bullets flying, people just running for cover, hiding behind their cars. Take a listen. Okay, we actually do not have that part of the interview, so I apologize. We'll work to get that later in the evening. But again, we've been hearing the same thing from witnesses that heard the gunfire, that it just caused a bit of panic. For now, we will keep an eye on what's going on here. As Lara has mentioned, the cause of all of this still has not been released, but we will stay on top of it. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks a lot. Again, this is what we know so far in our breaking news tonight. 1 person is dead at that Target store in Kissimmee. That's on West Erlo Bronson Highway. The sheriff's office says that they are investigating the shooting with multiple victims. Again, we're going to follow this throughout the evening right here on Fox 35. And of course, you can...
So that was Fox 35 Orlando News. They're also tracking this breaking news out of San Diego, where a California Highway Patrol officer was shot on Interstate 8 at Interstate 805 in Mission Valley. The officer's condition unknown at this time. No details were released on how the officer was shot. According to San Diego police, the shooter is in custody. Both east and westbound lanes on I-8 at I-15 have been shut down due to this police activity. So if we get any more information about the condition of that officer, we'll bring that to you as well here on Live Now from Fox. Well, we want to move on to some of the other top stories of the day. Let's go into a positive story. It's been a little bit of a tough day out to Texas, where the parents of Trevor Reed are finally speaking out because their son is now going to be released from Russia. He has touched down on U.S. soil today. Here's Fox 4's Alex Boyer with that story. And unfortunately, it looks like we don't have the audio on that story right there. We're going to go ahead and try to get that for you. But until then, let's go out to the parents actually speaking, reacting outside of their home in North Texas today.
Hi, everybody.
I'm Joey, and this is Paula Reed, Trevor Reed's parents. Thank you all for coming today, and thanks for all of you who we've seen, some of you several times before. Mm-hmm. And and we like to say this right off the bat, it's, you know, you're also a big part of why Trevor's home today, and you can thank yourselves for that. Without the media and public attention, our government doesn't work the way it's supposed to, and the media makes that happen. And in our case, you've done a wonderful job, and we want to thank you for that.
Yes, from the bottom of our hearts, seriously, thank you.
So. And I guess I guess real quick, I should also mention certain people in the media at the national level. Patrick Revell with ABC News. While I was in Russia for 14 months, he and some other correspondents there befriended me, and they covered his story. The story was originally broken by a reporter for the New York Times, and then followed up the next week with ABC and Reuters. And then it kind of took off from there. And then Jonathan Franks here, with the help of Montel Williams, helped us several months down the road start bringing, you know, all that together and getting our word out about our son. So we want to thank them in particular, and Jake Tapper from CNN, who's just unbelievable. Yeah. And and everybody at all the networks. But so
the little local guys are okay.
Oh, no, we love all you local guys. We're saying, like, y'all stood out in the rain and the snow with us at the VA Center, so we appreciate that, really.
And I'll have to pull out my list to go through all of you. So,
yeah.
But so about today,
we got a call early in the morning.
Well, we've had, and so we've had several interviews already today. So we'll just kind of go over what we've been asked before. Is we had a little forewarning that something might happen this week. You know, because they didn't want to just, you know, wake us in the middle of the night, and obviously the government knew something was brewing. And so we had that, and so, you know, we were on pins and needles every phone call. You know, we're hoping that will be the call. And then this morning about, what was it, about 4, something like that, we got a call from Roger Carstens, the SPEHA, Special Presidential Envoy for Hostage Affairs, and he said, hey, Joey, I've got somebody here I think that y'all might want to talk to. And so it was our son, obviously, and they were in the air, and I believe they were flying out of Turkey, where the exchange took place.
Yeah, and the first phone call that we got from Trevor, we've had 2 today. So the first phone call we got, he did not sound like himself. He was very subdued, and we were hyped up and all excited and kind of expected him to be excited as well, but he wasn't. So I don't know if it was just shock or if it was too early in the morning for him or whatever, but he was not his normal self, so that kind of concerned us. But later in the afternoon, we got a second phone call, and you know, he must have eaten and had some fluids in him, and he was his normal self. So he was happy-go-lucky, and he's, you know, he still looks terrible, but he sounded better. He sounded more like himself. He was cracking jokes and talking, you know, for a few minutes, and so he was more like Trevor.
We introduced him to some of the people from the DOD and the State Department who were here helping us today, and introduced them, and then we asked him some questions, and he was, you know, making some smart remarks about, you know, his ordeal, and in particular today. We asked him if he said anything to Mr. Yarshenko as they passed
each other
on the tarmac, and he said no, but we kind of looked at each other, and I asked him, you didn't say anything to him in Russian, because Trevor, through his ordeal, now speaks fluent Russian. So his going to Russia to learn some Russian for his college courses here, that end of it was probably the only positive thing about his entire ordeal in
Although
Russia.
he paid for those Russian lessons, and the prisoners in the jail said, you didn't have to pay for those, we're going to teach you Russian here.
Right. So anyway, and then after we spoke to him the first time this morning, we were obviously watching the news, and we started seeing the videos of him getting out of the FSB van and with his guards, and it looked like they were having to help him walk. He was kind of walking hunched over. It looked strange to us, like somebody who was shackled, and then they had to help him get into the plane, and his eyes looked sunken in, you know, from dehydration or malnourishment. And from what he's told us and told Lena, his girlfriend, for months, you know, the food at IK-12 in Mordovia is horrible. They generally, for dinner, give you a piece of fish and some soup, and they throw in a piece of potato or cabbage with it. And the stray cats at the prison and the barracks won't eat the fish, and neither will any of the Russian prisoners. And they asked my son, why do you eat the fish? And he said, because that's the only place I can get any protein. And so he was very conscious about his physical conditioning before he left. When he left here, he was in great shape, and went to the gym, worked out, and was muscular. And
he ate very clean, very healthily.
So he thinks about his nutrition, and which he's had none for almost 3 years.
Yes.
So.
How relieved are you right now? I mean, you've been thinking about this for a long time. How relieved are you at this moment?
It's not going to hit us until we see him.
I mean, we're excited. We know he's on the plane, but I think we're really it's going to really hit us when we get to put our arms around him and hug him.
So we think they're in the air. We don't know where they're going to go yet. There's apparently more than one doctor on the military aircraft. And so they're doing initial evaluations of him, and that will determine what military hospital he goes to, and then they'll let us know, and then we're gonna. I don't care where they go. We're gonna go there, and but we believe it will be stateside somewhere, and then he's going to have in-depth head-to-toe evaluations. That may take a couple of days or a few days. Testing, in particular, testing for tuberculosis. Right now, they have him in some sort of an isolation tent or a bubble on the plane, and so they'll be testing him for those things, and then of course he'll get some counseling and stuff to ensure that he doesn't have long-lasting emotional problems, PTSD from his ordeal. And so when we totally support all of that, and we're very thankful to both the State Department and the DOD for arranging that. And then after that, that could be weeks, and then once we get him back home, we're kind of glad this is the summer, and give him a little time. We know he's going to want to go back to college right away, and so of course we're going to discourage the summer semester and go for the fall, and then hopefully get him back on track to where he was headed before he went to Russia.
What did you say to him in that phone call this afternoon or this morning? Can you give us an idea of what that conversation was like?
This morning we just, I love you. It's a bunch of I love yous and we'll see you soon, that kind of thing. Because like I said, because he was very subdued, we didn't really.
How are you? And he gave us the pat answer. I'm okay. I'm okay.
He always says he's okay even when he isn't. But so that was the first phone call. And then this afternoon when he called, like I said, he was a little more animated and he was telling us funny stories about things that are happening on the plane with the people who are with him, and just how he's feeling, and then we, like I said, we had Department of Defense people here and State Department, and he was on a face call, so we let him talk to everyone and meet everyone in the room, and he just seemed like his normal self.
He got to read a Hot Rod magazine in English today, so I don't think he's read much. Well, he did get some books finally at the last prison he was in. First 2 years he had 2 books in English. They refused to give him books in English. They refused to allow him letters in English. All of the letters that he wrote to us had to be handwritten in Russian. Again, not things that we do to Russian prisoners in our prisons.
Did you ever start to lose hope that maybe this day wouldn't come?
We planned for the worst, and as our son said,
we always say plan for the worst, hope for the best, but Trevor says
plan for the worst and don't hope for the best.
Yeah.
And he said, if you have any hope, don't tell me about it, because I don't want to get my hopes up to be dashed. I'd rather just plan on being here for 9 years or longer. We always feared that they would add additional false charges. That's a regular FSB tactic to keep someone or get something from them. So we always feared that might happen. And we don't want to go without saying this. We want to thank President Biden.
Absolutely.
We have so many people to thank. We'd be here all day. Our Congressman August Pfluger, just wonderful, fantastic. He talks to us every few days. We've spoken to him today. We'll probably
4 or 5 times.
Probably see him tomorrow. And Senator Cornyn for his actions, and for both supporting the president and his efforts to bring Trevor and other hostages home. This is not a partisan issue. We say, an attack on one of us is an attack on all of us. It is not a Republican or a Democrat issue. When these foreign countries or terrorist groups take an American, they don't care whether you're a Democrat or a Republican. You're an American.
So you can hear the dad of Trevor Reed speaking out and thanking not only media members who have told Trevor Reed's story, but also congressmen who have been able to do that. Representative Pfluger out of Texas being one of those representatives. We actually had the opportunity to speak with him earlier today ahead of that press conference. Here's that conversation over the phone.
Much for being with us here on Live Now.
Thank you so much.
So this was a long time in the making. Have you spoken to Trevor Reed's parents today, and how are they reacting to the news? I'm sure they're elated.
Well, I have spoken to them multiple times. They're just so thankful and grateful. I think it's a long time coming, 985 days. They have worked tirelessly from the very first day that I was sworn into office. We have worked to make sure that every member of Congress knew Trevor Reed by name. We passed a resolution that was bipartisan, bicameral, in order to get the president's attention and let him know that it was a sense of Congress that we wanted to bring Trevor Reed home. And so his parents are just elated. And it's one of those things where you see that this man loved the United States of America, and he can't wait to get back. He's a survivor, and we can't wait to welcome him back to the United States and back to Texas.
Congressman, can you just give our viewers a sense of, what was your role and your office's role in working with the administration and working with the State Department on securing Trevor's release?
Well, like I said, from day one, we were working hard to make sure that we were the ones educating the rest of Congress on who Trevor Reed was and what the situation was. And I think we did a great job of doing that. And then, as we passed the resolution, again, bipartisan, have to thank my colleagues on the other side of the aisle for helping with that. And as the Senate also did the same thing, we've sent a strong message, and we, at every available opportunity, talked about Trevor Reed by name. We're able to bring his name up to Ambassador Sullivan, to Secretary Blinken multiple times. I had multiple conversations with the Secretary of State to make sure that the President and the Secretary of State knew how important it was to bring Trevor Reed home. That's exactly what has happened today, and we're so thankful.
And Congressman, since the beginning of Russia's invasion into Ukraine, I think it was pretty safe to say that U.S.-Russia relations were in the dark, were pretty much dead. But this victory, this release today, kind of dispels and disabuses people of that notion. There is still a line of communication to Russian counterparts. So is diplomacy dead in your view?
Well, it's a good question. I think on this issue, it certainly highlights that there were back channels. And while we don't know the details of that, we would hope that it's not dead. And I hope that this signals that there is still a line of communication when it comes to Ukraine and the situation where Vladimir Putin is indiscriminately killing civilians throughout Ukraine and displacing 4 to 5 million refugees already, and more to come. So I hope that the administration can be strong. I'm grateful for President Biden's efforts to get Trevor Reed home and give him praise for that. Now I hope that he takes that next step when it comes to the situation that you just mentioned.
Yeah, and of course, this means so much to your congressional district, to your constituents. How do you think this will be received back home? Because so many have also been waiting for this release of Trevor, not only, his parents, his family, and his friends, but so many in your community.
So many people have been praying for him. The answer to those prayers has happened. And I think it suggests a couple of things. Number one, my district loves this country. This is the greatest country on earth. We know that. And we're thankful to get a patriot back. And we're thankful to have had an opportunity to put patriotism over politics. That's exactly what has happened here. Now we need to take that and learn that lesson and move forward to get this country back on track in so many other areas. But I can tell you that there is rejoicing throughout Granbury, Texas, and the rest of my congressional district and the entire state of Texas.
And Congressman Pfluger, there's another high-profile case regarding Paul Whelan, who, most would argue also faced a sham trial, also is in Russian detention, and had this sentence handed down. Are you privy to any efforts to bring him home as well?
Well, absolutely. And I've worked very closely with his home representative, Stevens from Michigan. And our prayers go to his family. We need to get him home. And there's others that the names are not regularly talked about, but we need to get every American home. And I think that's the theme. We're going to ask President Biden to work tirelessly to leave no American behind in any situation. We as Americans have lived by that for centuries, and we need to make sure that we continue to do that. So while we are extremely grateful and we will celebrate this momentous day for Trevor Reed, our prayers are still with all of those Americans who are unjustly held, unlawfully held in foreign countries, and we will continue to work to get them home. And I appreciate everything that y'all have done to cover this.
Yeah, and Congressman, just last point, logistics-wise, I don't know if you're privy to this, but when should we expect Trevor back on American soil?
Those details are forthcoming, and I hope to understand that in maybe the next day or even sooner, but we'll certainly be looking for those details.
Yeah, and just, you are well aware, as so many Americans are, that there's just been a recent spate of so much bad news, and this is kind of a glimmer in all of that in the news cycle. And so is your message, I guess, to the American people that we should chalk this one up as a victory?
Well, it is a victory. And again, I give the administration credit for this. That doesn't mean that there's not other issues out there. Of course there are. We had a hearing today on Homeland Security with Secretary Mayorkas. Our southern border is a complete disaster. And there's so many other crises that are going on. But for today, for this moment, I give the administration credit. I thank President Biden. And we're going to celebrate this win as a victory. And then we're back at it tomorrow to get the country back on track because this is the greatest country in the world. And I personally, along with my colleagues, will continue to fight for it.
Congressman August Pfluger, a Republican from Texas, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox.
A great conversation right there from earlier as we heard his parents, Trevor Reed's parents, reacting, mother and father ecstatic. His mother saying that he is going to cook him his favorite meal every single day of the week. So we'll give you more details as we learn more about Trevor Reed's arrival into the United States and what his future is going to look like. Also want to alert you back out to some of this breaking news. This is a shot down in Kissimmee, Florida, where, again, there was that shooting. There's a shooting investigation. 1 man dead, 2 deputies injured. That's all we know as of right now. They gave us maybe a minute press conference. Not a whole lot of information. Still seems to be a very active scene here. And then out to San Diego, where we now have ground pictures where a CHP officer has also been shot. The interstate shut down as we're heading into the 8 o'clock hour there in California. Not a lot of details on that one either, but we do believe the shooter is in custody. The condition of this officer, unknown. So more to come here on Live Now from Fox. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes.
Video released by Russian state media Wednesday appears to show a frail Trevor Reed being escorted onto a waiting plane in Moscow. His parents, who live in Granbury, told us this morning they are relieved but worried about their son's health.
He looks terrible to us. I mean, as his parents, we know he does not look well. He's very thin.
He was walking strange, and it looked like they had to help him get up in the airplane.
The Reeds say they were able to talk to their son briefly while he was airborne. They say medical staff on board the plane is tending to him.
Finally, after waiting all this time, I'm going to be able to hug my kid.
Trevor Reed was released as part of a prisoner exchange reportedly months in the making.
Our overriding priority here was the safe return of Trevor Reed.
The U.S. agreed to return Konstantin Yaroshenko, a Russian pilot who'd been serving 20 years in a Connecticut prison for conspiracy to smuggle cocaine into the U.S.
I would emphasize that this individual had already served the majority of his prison sentence for a nonviolent drug crime.
The Reeds have been fighting for their son's release since 2019. At the time, Reed was living in Moscow with his Russian girlfriend. Russian authorities say he got drunk at a party and assaulted a Russian police officer while he was detained, claims that several U.S. officials called bogus. In 2020, Reed was sentenced to 9 years in a Russian prison. An appeal earlier this month was denied.
Trevor's freedom is the result of months and months of hard, careful work across the U.S. government.
Leading up to today's announcement, in February, the Reeds set up posts near a VA clinic President Joe Biden was visiting in North Texas, hoping to get his attention. They did and spoke to him by phone. 3 weeks later, the Reeds met with the president in the Oval Office in D.C. These photographs were released by the White House. Trevor Reed's parents putting up flags to welcome him home.
We're happy. It's a great day for us and for Trevor. And we're just looking forward to seeing him.
So again, that was Fox 4's Alex Boyer reporting there. Just a good day to be a Reed. Well, we want to move into the war in Ukraine. There seems to be a shift in Russia's strategy right now. Its military is increasingly targeting the weapons shipments from the U.S. and from Europe, hoping it's going to fight Ukraine's ability to fight back. Fox 13 in Tampa with a full breakdown.
Russia's war on Ukraine now appears to be spreading beyond the borders of Ukraine. Russia is now taking strikes on its territory, presumably from Ukraine. And new assessments, the unexplained explosions in Moldova to Russia, and that may be the start of a new offensive in Ukraine's neighbor to the east. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, joins us now to catch us up to speed on all of this. Craig.
Well, at this moment, and for some time, Russia has had 2 motorized rifle battalions in Moldova. And the new assessments from the Institute for the Study of War are warning that Russia, in addition to that, is staging false flag attacks with these explosions that are rocking part of Moldova as a way to set the conditions for an escalation of the war and opening up a new front in it. At the same time, Russia is cutting off gas shipments to Poland and Bulgaria to further escalation as he continues to escalate his threats against what he calls nations that are helping Ukraine fight off the invaders. Vladimir Putin threatened counterstrikes against any who make, quote, threats of a strategic nature unacceptable to Russia. That's a vague threat, likely by design, but it could apply to Russia's decision to cut off its flow of gas to Poland and Bulgaria. They refused to pay in rubles. Putin called that an unacceptable threat, so Russia cut them off. And while this could strain those nations in the short run, it could also backfire on Russia in the coming weeks.
We have been working to increase natural gas supply and options to European countries that have been reliant on Russia for natural gas supply.
Poland and Bulgaria now plan to make do without Russian gas by increasing domestic production and drawing more gas from Norway. Greece said it could also help Bulgaria. And again, the U.S. is coordinating additional shipments from around the world. So if Poland and Bulgaria make do without Russian gas, this could show our other allies in Europe that they can do it as well. Assessments show it would reduce their economic growth and fuel even more inflation, but given Russia's atrocities in Ukraine, Europe is showing an increasing commitment to sacrifice in order to stop funding Russia's invasion. Nations through Europe have already moved to ban Russian coal. The EU is drafting plans to phase out Russian oil, and now there's this growing movement against Russian gas. Germany, which was most reliant among the nations of Europe, bought 55% of its gas from Russia before the war. Now they're down to 35%, and by its own estimates could live off of reserves until winter. And that's all putting more pressure on the Russian invaders who are only making slight gains in the battle for Donbass. And with that, ISW assessments warn that Russia may be trying to open a new front in the war outside of Ukraine and neighboring Moldova. It notes explosions in Transnistria, which is controlled by pro-separatists, appear to be a false flag operation by Russia, in which Russia could try to justify an offensive here on the false claim of defending it from explosions.
This is one of the Russian steps. The special forces are working there to destabilize the situation in the region, to threaten Moldova.
And that brings us right back to Vladimir Putin's threats, very vague in nature, where he said there could be counterstrikes against those who threaten strategically Russia's interest here, which could, again, be setting the stage for much more to come, not just in Donbass, in fact, not even just in Ukraine. There is a real and growing risk this could spread beyond the boundaries of Ukraine to the east, not just in mainland Russia.
Craig, we're also seeing reports of more explosions in mainland Russia on its side of the border with Ukraine. Is Ukraine taking responsibility for those strikes?
Implicitly it is, not explicitly, but what Ukraine is saying is that it is karma for what Russia has done to Ukraine. And all of the evidence strongly suggests that, in fact, Ukraine is now launching attacks on mainland Russia, but doing it right across the border at the points of entry for the invasion and striking military targets. And based on the reports that we're getting so far, it looks as if a big part of this may be by way of drone strikes. And of course, Ukraine has received a new shipment of drones, not just drones that perform surveillance, but also have the ability to crash into targets once they perform that surveillance.
All right, Craig Patrick, continuing to follow this for us. Thank you. Russia's war on Ukraine.
And we thank Fox 13 in Tampa there, as always, for breaking down what you need to know about what's going on into the war in Ukraine. We do the same here on Live Now from Fox, and we bring in national security expert Hal Kempfer each and every night with the latest. Hal, good to see you on this Wednesday. I wanted to get your opinion first on yet another kind of tangential story related to Russia that we have been following all day. That, of course, is the release of Trevor Reed, this prisoner swap that was done with U.S. and Russian officials. And I had been talking to members of Congress today and others with, surprise, because I had thought that U.S.-Russia relations were, in fact, dead, yet there were back channels, of course, to get this U.S. Marine, Trevor Reed, back on American soil soon. He's not back yet, but this was a victory for diplomacy, and those back channels are still alive. What does that tell you?
Well, Andrew, it actually says a lot. As you may recall, it wasn't too many weeks ago that there was a revelation that the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and others in the Pentagon and throughout the government could no longer pick up the phone and call their counterparts. Those phones would ring, but nobody would pick them up on the other end. And there were some grave concerns that a lot of these ways that we communicate with the Russians on a lot of different matters had just fallen dead. We couldn't do anything. In order to construct, I was going to say orchestrate, if you will, a prisoner exchange like this, there's just a lot that has to happen. There's a series of legalities that have to take place on both ends, both the U.S. end and the Russian end, within their own countries. For example, here with Yaroshenko, the Russian that was exchanged, I believe he had to technically be pardoned or by the president or have a sentence commuted in order to be moved out. And there's similar things that have to happen in Russia. Now, he's not an active duty Marine. He's a former Marine. Of course, we would say once a Marine, always a Marine. But what he was imprisoned for was kind of the essence of trumped up charges. I mean, he was trying to get a patch from a police uniform. It really wasn't anything, and that's what he was charged with. Frankly, whether it's true or not, the truth tends to get a little bit diverse there. So fascinating what they were able to do. Fascinating they were able to put this together. And it says there's communications that are happening that frankly, we just thought weren't in place, but obviously they had to be in place for this to occur.
Yeah, and this is such good news, especially for Trevor Reed's family and friends and his community back in Texas. But I think you probably were just as surprised as I was today to see that communication lines still open and diplomacy still at hand. Hal, let's get to the war itself, some of these other developments. The House of Representatives today passed overwhelmingly a mostly symbolic bill urging the president to sell the frozen luxury assets of Russian oligarchs hit with sanctions and use those funds to provide additional military and humanitarian aid to Ukraine. We've also talked, you and I, about, would those funds be used to help rebuild Ukraine's infrastructure? Multiple reports are saying how that this was mostly symbolic. The legislation is non-binding. But what does the message say to Russia, to these oligarchs and their frozen assets? Do you think they're concerned by this tonight?
Well, Andrew, I think it is. It's sending a message, but it's also putting them in a bit of a bind. What we're trying to do is surround all those around Putin and indirectly through Putin, because his estimated $200 billion in personal wealth is hidden. It's not something he officially says that he earns. He claims a very modest salary from the government, but it's hidden. It's hidden amongst those around him. It's hidden with his children. It's hidden with his ex-wife, probably his girlfriend, a variety of friends and associates. They hide all that wealth. So when something like this happens, particularly with easy assets to liquidate like yachts and cars and homes that are overseas, it makes their life more difficult. They would all have to go back after this is all done. If we were able to do it, they would have to go back and go to court and show that we did not have probable cause and we did not, follow all the legalities that go with asset forfeiture. With that said, that comes to another issue, which is asset forfeiture. I don't think Congress can just say, go do that. There still is due process that has to take place under law. So even with this largely symbolic vote, there would still have to be a lot of due diligence to prove that these assets were owned by individuals. And then it would have to go into what the legal status is of those individuals and whether we have the right to not just seize those assets, but then to turn around and sell them and recoup the monies and then use the monies for another purpose. There's a series of legal wickets. I'm not an attorney on this, but I have worked with asset forfeiture investigations. And I don't recall it being something where they can just vote and make something like that happen. I just see that if they tried to do it, I see a kind of Pandora's box, legally speaking, that would be open.
Okay, Hal, we do have a live look at the White House at the moment, and we get a little more kind of guidance and clearance on what President Biden will be doing in the next couple of weeks. We know tomorrow he'll be speaking in the morning on the Russia-Ukraine war and about the United States assistance to Ukraine. Also, we learned today from the White House next Tuesday, he will travel to Alabama to visit a Lockheed Martin facility which manufactures weapons systems like the Javelin anti-tank missiles, of course, which we have provided so many of to Ukraine. And also we got, and I don't have the tweet to show our viewers, but the Defense Department essentially tweeted out 4 photos today of some of these howitzers that they're sending over to Ukraine, and some kind of military reporters who cover the Defense Department were somewhat shocked that they would be so open and transparent to post photos of the weapons systems that we're sending to Ukraine. What do you make of all this? I know I threw a lot at you, but that's kind of what Biden is going to be doing in the next couple of days.
Well, I think what he's doing is he's paying a little homage to the defense industrial base there. What we don't see is that these industries, these factories, these manufacturing facilities that are pushing things out like Javelin, anti-tank missiles, Switchblade kamikaze drones, and a variety of other things, are working really, really hard because they suddenly got this huge surge. They've got a surge well above anything they were manned for, set up for. So they're working really hard, literally around the clock, putting these things out. And lives depend on how fast they can get that overseas. So I think that's the right thing to do, because that has been kind of something I've been watching, but I haven't heard a lot of public attention being put to it. And frankly, they're doing an amazing job. It's kind of the modern day Rosie the Riveter, although, it's not necessarily all women doing this. I mean, it's men, women across the board, but it's a lot of work. On on the other side of this, there's just showing the 155 M1908 howitzers. They've been around for a very long time. But I think what we're doing in the information operations stage is we're being a little more overt about what we're doing. And I think this follows on Secretary Austin's, Defense Secretary Austin's words, where he openly said our strategy is, our NATO strategy or our overall strategy is to see a weakening of the Russian military so they can't pose a threat to the neighbors and be able to manifest something like what they just did in Ukraine. That is a big step. And if you're going to go that step, you got to kind of have to back it up. And one of the things that's been talked about is backing up this stuff, doing the things visually to show what's coming over. And of course, the other side is we can't get enough artillery systems over there fast enough. What's happening in the east, in the Donbass region, that's wide open territory. It's tank country, but it's also artillery country. And that's one thing that the Ukrainians desperately need. We're sending artillery over there. I believe the Netherlands are sending not a lot, but they are sending what they have, some of the best mobile artillery systems around that actually can outrange the Russian systems. Together, these are very impressive. Unfortunately, they're not systems that the Ukrainians are used to using. So there's a certain amount of training that has to take place to get those out in the field. And frankly, getting them fielded is the big challenge right now. Getting that stuff out there, getting it underway, getting it shooting on Russian units. It just can't happen fast enough. But everyone's doing what they can. And I think what the president's doing is trying to lend the strength or the power of his office, his presence, if you will, towards the importance of moving this weapons logistics train as fast as it can to get over there.
Yeah, the White House also announced just separately that Biden's headed to both South Korea and Japan next month as well. So we'll be on the lookout for that. Hal, let's get into some of these economic headlines from the front as well. And you can comment for us on what seemingly is looking like Russian economic blackmail on the oil and natural gas front. We know they have stopped shipments to two NATO countries, Bulgaria and Poland, but now European Union countries are pretty worried and they're scrambling. Of course, they're trying to meet the Kremlin's demand that this all be paid up in rubles. Does Russia have the upper hand here, and was the EU caught flat-footed in this?
Well, I wouldn't say the EU was caught flat-footed. I would say they knew this was probably coming. They hoped he wouldn't do that, but they probably knew he would get to a point where he's like, okay, I'm going to shut it off, all right? And he could do that. Well, if he does that, he also shuts off any revenues he's hoping to get from it as well. And that may not be as sustainable as he thinks it is. And of course, I'm speaking about Putin in that regard. What's interesting is the Poles immediately reacted by saying, we actually have a pretty good reserve of natural gas, so we're going to be okay for a while. I just thought the way they came out and said that was rather interesting. Haven't heard a lot about the Bulgarian reaction, but what I have heard is a reaction around Europe that this could really accelerate Europe pulling away from Russian oil and natural gas. Of course, of the two, natural gas is the toughest one to pull themselves away from, because about 40% of Europe's natural gas needs were being met by Russia. So that's not an easy one to fix, but they're doing a lot of different things. It was fascinating to see that there's Norwegian natural gas, which is going to be coming into Germany. A lot of this, the Russians had seized the market because of price, and they could sell their gas at a lower price than maybe other sources. Now that there's this, move away that is rather price indifferent, I think you're going to see other sources get opened up a lot faster. And there was some discussion today that the Germans may wean themselves off of Russian oil faster than by the end of the year. So, in the short run, it's going to be very painful. It could put some economies in a recession. In the long run, this is not sustainable for Russia. I don't think they can keep avoiding selling natural gas to Europe, and for that matter, selling oil to Europe for a long period of time. And I think they're going to have some more challenges come up with moving oil to Asia. that's a tough one. They just don't have the pipelines that go that direction.
Hal, let's move away from oil and natural gas. I want to talk about food and food security. The United States today announced $670 million in food assistance to combat food insecurity caused by the war. Not only, though, Hal, food insecurity for Ukrainians, but also for Europe and for the West as well, for other parts of the developing world who rely on what is known as the breadbasket of Europe. That, of course, is Ukraine. You know, from people that you've spoken to, are they concerned about, you know, global food security, food shortages, now 2 months more into this war?
In a word, yes, very much so. Because if you look at, I'll give an example. Egypt, 80% of its wheat comes from Russia, Ukraine. It's a huge number. 40% of the imported wheat, grain, and barley that goes to Africa comes from Russia, Ukraine. All of that's being cut off, and it's having a huge dent. I think it's about 30% of wheat, and I believe 20% of corn. Exported wheat and corn worldwide are what Russia and Ukraine represent. So it's a huge amount that they take off the market, and that's causing obviously big spikes in prices, and it's going to keep prices very high. It's also going to reduce the amount of total wheat and corn available. So we're talking about the ability of just having enough food in certain parts of the world where they can do that. And of course, we're also dealing with other things like climate change, and that has reduced world food output by, I think, about 20% over the last several years. So there's a lot of things combining with this, and it's going to put a lot of incentive to end this war and to get things moving again faster and quicker. So I think with that, as painful as this is going to be, one thing is it's really going to incentivize a lot of different countries. And interestingly, when you mentioned Japan and Korea, they too have stepped in and started sending aid to Ukraine. And so you're going to see a lot of countries incentivized to do those things to wrap this conflict up as fast as possible, really to assist in deflating the amount of price shocks to the global marketplace. So yeah, it's in a word, yes.
Okay, yeah, we hadn't touched on it really at all, and it's kind of been in the background of all of these talks and discussions about, you know, inflation and so much more. Let's talk, though, about the war itself. Earlier today, Britain said that Ukraine controls still a majority of its airspace, and we're also learning more about this breakaway region, this pro-Russian region in Moldova known as Transnistria. But, you know, from the people I've spoken to who say that Russia, you know, that's what they want. They want to control the Sea of Azov, the Black Sea, the whole Ukraine southern coast to Moldova. Many people who I've listened to and spoke to says they just can't. It's not even feasible because of the posture right now. What say you?
I'd say that whoever you're talking to is absolutely correct on that. I will say this, all right? When this thing started and they were moving towards the west along the Black Sea coast, there was real concern that they would get all the way up. In fact, if you'd asked me back then, I thought they would have got to the outskirts of Odessa. They did not get that far. They're having a heck of a time moving down the coast, and there's some outstanding Ukrainian units out there that have been very fast and nimble, moving around the battle space or battlefield, as it were, pushing them back. The other side is the Moskva cruiser being hit with 2 Neptune missiles. And of course, before that, there was never confirmed that a Russian frigate may have been hit with a Neptune missile as well. That has changed the naval posture in the Black Sea. And in order to support an attack on Odessa, it was widely assessed that they would have to do some sort of large amphibious operation, which the Russians really aren't good at doing. They haven't done stuff like that in a very, very long time. So it was kind of questionable how that would work, even if everything was going their way. And now with the threat to shipping from Neptune missiles, and soon, if not already, the threat from Harpoon missiles that may have been sent over from the United Kingdom, to the Ukrainians, that they won't be able to pull that off. So getting to Odessa, getting in and around Odessa is going to be pretty much a bridge too far. It looks right now militarily. And if they can't get there, they can't get to Moldova. However, you have that section of Moldova on the, along the border. They have a regiment minus there made up of 2 motorized rifle battalions that have been acting in a peacekeeping role. And of course, it's because you have a lot of ethnic Russian speakers, if you will, that live in that area, which really gets into Putin's entire concept here. What he's doing is he's going back and he's trying to recover these areas where there's large numbers of ethnic Russians and Russian speakers. And this goes back to what Stalin did in the 1930s and 40s, where he moved a lot of ethnic Russians into the various republics, if you will, into these various areas to try and create this new Soviet man and woman, and also to diversify that strong ethnic concentration in places like Moldova, in places like Ukraine. What this looks almost exactly like is what happened in World War II with Germany. That's exactly what Germany was doing, was they would start their incursions moving out by saying we're trying to liberate or recover those areas where there's ethnic Germans. And of course they moved into Czechoslovakia, they just kept moving. And what's interesting is at the end of World War II, which many forget, across Europe is those countries that had large concentrations of ethnic Germans basically put them on buses and trains and sent them back to Germany. It was one of the largest forced migrations in history. And when this is wrapped up, when the Ukraine conflict is done, I'm kind of wondering what is going to happen with some of these former Soviet republics. I mean, I mean, it sounds pretty draconian, but I'm kind of wondering what's going to be the reaction of these countries, particularly in Ukraine with what they just went through. I don't know. I don't think they'll do that. I think they're higher minded, but I wouldn't be surprised if you do see a movement of ethnic Russians back to Russia after this is done.
Yeah, and kind of on the flip side of that, we've also seen these forced relocations of Ukrainians into Russia as well. And we're getting just horrible reports from family members who do not know where their loved ones are or if they're alive still, because they have been coerced and forced and relocated to Russia. Very Stalinist, like you mentioned. So it will be interesting to see the reaction post-war, whatever that looks like, to neighboring post-Soviet countries like Belarus, for example. That'll be something that I'll be looking at. Hal, I also wanted to bring up, because, you and I have been speaking every day this week. We've been hearing John Kirby. We've been hearing Lloyd Austin. We've been hearing Antony Blinken and Russian officials, Sergei Lavrov, also Putin himself, throw around the term nuclear war so kind of nonchalantly and casually. And I'm not saying that U.S. officials don't take it very, very seriously. They do. But I guess the tone and kind of nonchalance by which they're referring to it when reporters ask them questions about it is somewhat striking to me, that it is being talked about in such a casual way. Of course, everyone knows the threat of nuclear war, but why do you think it's being brought up so much in the last couple of days? Have you noticed this? Have you observed this?
I have observed it, and two things. Number one is Russia doesn't have much to throw out there. They've got gas,
they always do
oil.
this, right?
Yeah, they always do it. They got gas, oil, and nukes. That's pretty much it. All right, and they're doing what they can with the gas and oil, and they throw out the nuke thing. And part of the reason they throw out nuclear weapons or strategic weapons is because their conventional forces, frankly, have not been performing. They're going into a country that's what, 1/5 by population the size of Russia, and the Ukrainians have fought them to a standstill. The biggest battle in the country, the Battle of Kiev, the Ukrainians won. They're not making great progress in the east. They're not making great progress in the south. They can't even take this one big city, Mariupol. They keep going down there and saying we won, except for all that fighting and shooting and bombing you hear, we won. And so you find as they're frustrated on the conventional side, as they're frustrated in trying to exert any economic pressure, you can almost sit there and go, okay, they're not making progress there, start counting it off, and they're going to say nuclear within the next day. And sure enough, they almost always do. Now, one of the things we're doing is we're not overreacting. You know, we're not going to sit there and go, you know, he wants to do that because he's trying to put the seeds of panic into the Western alliance. Like, oh, he said nuclear. Oh, we have to back off. You know, and maybe in Putin's mind, he thinks if he says this enough, we will pull back our support. I will tell you, I heard what Secretary Austin was saying, and that was pretty clear as to what our plan is. I heard a strategy there. He's not going to lay the whole thing out, but he laid a strategy there, which is not just defeating the Russians, but literally destroying those Russian forces so that they can no longer pose a threat. That's a significant jump. That's a big jump from where we were, say, the beginning of March. That's a big jump. So we're not going to overreact to that. But I can tell you, behind the scenes, you betcha we're watching it like crazy. I have no doubt that everybody's laser focused on what's going on. However, interesting thing was said today. I don't remember if it was John Kirby may have said it. I may be wrong on that, but what I heard was they said, you remember at the beginning he says we're putting our nuclear forces on the highest level of alert.
Yes.
Apparently they didn't. I heard that today, and it's not like I have some secret comms that tell me where Russian strategic nuclear force levels are at any given time. But apparently that was all part of a facade. They didn't do that behind the scenes, which I thought was absolutely fascinating. And so there is another reason, which is, it's like, was this just hyperbole? Well, in that case, it was just hyperbole. I mean, I don't want to say that too much because you never know. Things could change very quickly when you talk about nuclear weapons. But apparently, a lot of this stuff is they just say it, and then everybody watches to see if there's any actual physical reaction on the ground and any of the different forces, whether it's submarines or aircraft or missiles or whatever. And there really isn't. They've done a few missile tests, to try and impress everybody, but nothing big.
Yeah. Well, we are going to be playing out the full Pentagon press briefing in just a moment here after we're done speaking with you. Hal Kempfer, as always, we appreciate your insight into this. We'll be talking tomorrow. Hal, thanks so much.
Okay. Thank you, Andrew. I'll see you tomorrow.
And I just wanted to preview that for our viewers because we will hear John Kirby take a question from a reporter at the briefing today about the threat of nuclear war and what Hal was just talking to. That looks like Putin and his high-ranking officials there in Russia may have been bluffing when early on after the invasion first started, remember that they put their nuclear forces on high alert. So it seems like that didn't amount to anything here. So we're going to be taking a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll also have an update on Vice President Kamala Harris. Remember, just yesterday, she tested positive with COVID-19. Well, her husband, the second gentleman, posting a photo of how she's doing. We'll have that as well. Back here to Live Now from Fox, like I said before the break, Doug Emhoff, the second gentleman, Vice President Harris's husband, tweeting this photo out. He says, thanks to everyone who sent well wishes for the VP. She's feeling good and is working from home. Of course, isolating because of her COVID-19 positive test. So we'll be on the lookout for any public events from the Vice President once she tests negative. In the meantime, we did promise that we wanted to show you the Pentagon press briefing. We're going to do that right now. Here's John Kirby, press secretary at the Pentagon.
I would tell you today, without giving whole numbers, more than half of those howitzers are in Ukraine.
Are in Ukraine.
Are in Ukraine.
And the training part of it, is that?
Well, we're on our second tranche of training here, Bob. We finished up early this week the first tranche of more than 50 trainers that are going to go in and train their teammates. We're working on a second tranche here of training. I'm not sure if that second tranche has actually begun yet. I'll have to check and get back to you on that. But there was another tranche of more than 50 that we're going to go through training in the same location outside Ukraine. And then we are also, part of the discussion yesterday was to explore additional training opportunities on that system as well as other systems. And so we're just not in a position where we can announce anything, but the training's ongoing.
The first 50 are done, you say? And gone
yeah, they
back
finished
in?
up earlier this week. Yeah. Travis.
Thanks, John. I wanted to ask you about recruiting, and I know that that's an issue usually handled by the services, but our colleague over on the Hill, Leo Shane, is reporting that at a SASC hearing today, the chair said that he's worried that we're in the early days of a long-term threat to the all-volunteer force. He said every single metric tracking the military recruiting environment is going in the wrong direction. And so I'm just wondering if this is something that's risen to the Secretary's level. Is he concerned, and does this need some kind of global approach within the department?
It absolutely has risen to the Secretary's attention. In fact, I think it was last week he had a chance to meet with the service secretaries. Obviously, they meet on multiple topics. One of the topics was recruiting, because he wanted an update from them on where they are. And while none of the services, reported sort of in extremis conditions, clearly the service secretaries and the services aren't taking anything for granted in the recruiting environment. And it can be a tough environment, particularly when COVID has prevented recruiters from being able to do that face-to-face contact that you want to have, and that's beginning to loosen up now as we start to come out of the pandemic. But it had a huge effect on their ability just to connect with people, and the economy, which continues to improve. And so you've seen the unemployment numbers yourself. So there's plenty of jobs out there. And then there's always the issue, which has been almost a perennial issue now for much of the last 20 years, is just the number of young Americans who can meet the basic standards to come in. That continues to be a challenge. So look, recruiting numbers are often lagging indicators. When you start to really get down to bare metal, then you're well past the problem set, and the numbers are probably going to get worse. I would let the services speak for where they are. The Secretary doesn't want to get us down to bare metal, and he wants to make sure that we're staying ahead of recruiting challenges, because they're real, and so we're working on that. And the Secretary is 100% committed to making sure that we continue to recruit the best possible force that we can for the American people, for the defense of the country. Whether or not he thinks there's some sort of overarching policy umbrella. I mean, he believes that as Secretary of Defense, he has enough authorities to direct the services with respect to every aspect of how they spend budget, to include recruiting and retention. So he's very comfortable with his own authorities here, and he also recognizes that the services have unique recruiting demands, not just in terms of numbers, but in terms of skill sets, and he doesn't want to overly dictate to them how they manage their workforce. But it is absolutely on his mind. He's He has had a good session with the service secretaries, and I fully expect that there'll be more going forward.
We've seen the services rolling out bonuses and efforts to bring people in. Was there a sense at that meeting that there needs to be a kind of like a rethink about how the military is doing this, that whatever it's been doing isn't quite working, and that we need to figure out a better way?
I think each service is working that through in real time. And again, the secretary didn't, expect from them, fingertip feel solutions right in the moment. He wanted to express that he too is concerned, making sure that recruiting is healthy going forward. He wanted to get their assessments, and they each, and I'll let them and the services speak for themselves, but they each offered him a view of where they are in recruiting, and I think all participants agreed that this is an issue worth constantly staying on top of and discussing going forward. But there's no, there was no individual solutions put forth in that discussion. Courtney.
Do you have any information about Trevor Reed and whether he'll come back to the D.C. area and get any kind of medical care in the military?
I'm afraid at this time I do not have information on Mr. Reed. I mean, obviously we all at the department are glad to see him back and be reunited with his family where he belongs. But this is really a State Department issue to speak to, not a DOD issue.
The only reason I ask is it's pretty common that if somebody's held hostage, I know he wasn't necessarily a hostage, but that they are brought into military medical care afterwards. So do you have any indications at all that he's either eligible for that or if that's even under consideration?
I would let the State Department and Mr. Reed's family speak to that. I mean, clearly, Court, as you know, if there was a role we could play from a military medical perspective, we absolutely would do that. That's not unusual at all. But at this time, I just don't have much more detail on whatever medical care he's going to need and where that would be. But if there's an appropriate role for the United States military to play in helping assess and restore his health, we absolutely would do that. Phil.
You've said for a long time that there are not U.S. troops in Ukraine. With the return of diplomats, and there was a team there yesterday in Lviv, is that still the case? Is that something you can still say? Or is it going to become, are there going to be certain numbers of troops there to ensure diplomatic security?
I think we're going to be having constant conversations here with our State Department colleagues about what their diplomatic activities are going to entail and to what degree they might need support from the United States military in a force protection mode, keeping in mind, Phil, that they may not. So we're just going to take this in steps, and we'll see where it goes. But as you and I speak here, I mean, nothing's changed about our support to U.S. diplomats.
And secondly, is there any sense after the conference in Ramstein yesterday that that the Ukrainians have enough munitions right now and artillery and everything they need to repel the Russians in the southeast, or is that still to be determined?
It's an active kinetic fight there in the Donbass every single day, including this day. And as you, I think, heard when you were in Ramstein, I mean, there are real needs that the Ukrainians have to stay active in that fight. And you heard the Secretary say very clearly that we're going to be trying to meet those needs as best we can, not just from the United States, but other countries as well. That includes munitions. So what I can tell you, Phil, is that munitions continue to flow into Ukraine, that the United States is helping coordinate. That continues to flow in there, including while we were overseas just over the last couple of days. And efforts to get those munitions into Ukrainian hands will also continue going forward, as they are in a very active fight. You're asking, do they have enough? I mean, I think that question is something that changes every hour, depending on their rate of consumption and what is actually going on the battlefield. So it'd be a difficult question for me to answer, here thousands of miles away at the Pentagon. All I can tell you is that we know they're expending rounds every single day of all different types and calibers. And we're doing everything we can. The flow continues to make sure that they can stay in the fight.
Today, right now even, a former Master Sergeant is meeting with the Secretary of the Army. He is
waiting for compensation for a misdiagnosis while he was in the Army. Does the Pentagon have a response to his case and the hundreds of others who are waiting for their repayments here? And why is this taking so long to happen?
Well, look, I won't talk about the specific case that you're speaking of. I mean, that's really for the Army to speak to. I'm aware that that there is going to be a meeting this afternoon, if it hasn't already happened. And again, I'll let the Army and the family speak to that. As you know, the Military Claims Act is governed by law. We follow the law, and we do the best we can in every case to make sure that all claims are treated fairly and appropriately and judiciously. The Secretary takes that responsibility very, very seriously. I can't speak to the specifics of this individual claim. That wouldn't be appropriate here from our podium, but I know that that Army leadership is certainly mindful of this case, and as you rightly said, I mean, there's even a meeting today in the Army Department. So, look, bottom line, we take our responsibilities under the Claims Act seriously. Nothing's more important to the Secretary than the health and well-being of our people and their families, and that's a sacred obligation. But we have. And we absolutely do in every case.
Is there any way to expedite it? Because for some of these people, they're running out of time.
Again, it's governed by law and very strict, as you would expect there would be, procedure that have to be followed so that claims can be treated impartially and fairly. So while we want to certainly work claims as fast as we can, we don't want to go so fast that we miss something. And so there has to be a process here, and we have to follow that process. Again, it's in the law too. I mean, we obviously can't break or bend the law. So all I can tell you, without getting into the specifics of this case, is we do take that seriously. We follow the law, and we treat every claim seriously and as judiciously as we can.
And if I may ask one on switching gears to the nuclear threat, do you see a danger in not taking Putin's threats of nuclear war seriously?
Do I see a danger in not taking the threats seriously? The question presupposes that we aren't taking the threats seriously, and I think I might challenge that supposition there. You heard the Secretary got asked this question yesterday, and said very clearly that the rhetoric that we keep hearing from Russian leaders, and just recently was Minister Lavrov, raising the specter of nuclear confrontation, is irresponsible. It's certainly not what you would expect from a modern nuclear power, nor should anybody expect from a modern nuclear power. Nobody wants to see this war escalate any more than it already has. Certainly nobody wants to see, or nobody should want to see, it escalate into the nuclear realm, and there's no reason that it should. Mr. Putin can do the right thing right now by ending the war, moving his forces out of Ukraine, sitting down in good faith with President Zelensky and coming up with a negotiated settlement. Now, clearly, he doesn't appear interested in doing that because they're still fighting in the Donbass and in the south. Short of that, raising the specter of nuclear confrontation does nothing for the peace and security of the region, much less the people of Ukraine. And I think we can all understand that that escalating this conflict and making it between the United States and Russia is not only not good for our national security or Russian national security, it sure as heck ain't good for the people of Ukraine. And so again, I go back to what the Secretary said yesterday. It's irresponsible rhetoric. It's rhetoric beneath what should be the level of conversation by a modern nuclear power. We monitor the threat every single day, including today, and the Secretary remains comfortable that we have the appropriate strategic nuclear deterrent posture in place. Yeah.
John, two questions. One to follow up on Phil's. How tight are the supplies of non-standard ammunition, the kind of things that the Ukraine military uses? And if it's really tight, or if there's a shortage, are there moves to step up manufacturing? This kind of stuff wasn't explained from your conference yesterday.
Yeah, you were not going to talk about specific inventory levels for the Ukrainians. First of all, I'm not going to talk for Ukrainian inventories on anything. That's really a question better put to them. And clearly, I think you can understand why we wouldn't necessarily find that level of information and detail in the public realm helpful to Ukraine right now, as they're in an active fight. There was a discussion yesterday at the end of the day. The last session was all about the defense industrial base, not just from the United States, but from other countries that were represented there, and to begin to get a grasp from an international view of what Ukraine's longer-term defense needs might be in a post-war environment specifically. That it was meant to be a broaching session on that. So, you heard the secretary read out the meeting. I can't do better than he did yesterday. So I can't give you an active deliverable that came out of the defense industrial base discussion. But I think it's noteworthy that it was even had. Here, even while Ukraine is still involved in an active war, there was a discussion by 40 nations about their defense industrial bases and how those industrial bases could help address longer-term Ukrainian strategic defense needs going forward. But no actual decisions made yesterday that we can speak to.
So do we know anything about whether the producers, the Western European or countries who can produce non-standard ammunition are stepping up production?
I think each country's looking at that on their own, and I can't speak to all of them.
Okay, one second thing different. Apparently, according to Russian videos and stuff like that, there were possibly two Bayraktars drones downed over Russia in the past day or two. I don't know if you can confirm that. And on top of that, there's a report that President Zelensky is asking the U.S. for attack drones, including MQ-1s and MQ-9s. Is there a possibility that the U.S. could supply those?
Cannot confirm the reports of downed drones in Russia. I don't have anything for you on that. And all I would tell you is we have been very transparent about what we are providing Ukraine. Very transparent. And we will continue to be transparent with you as decisions are made to provide capabilities to Ukraine going forward. And there will be forward contributions, and we will talk about them. I am not going to talk about from the podium deliberations that are ongoing with the Ukrainians about this or that capability. We talk to them every single day, including the last 2 days, and at the very senior levels as well. And when there are decisions to announce and to speak to about capabilities that we're going to provide Ukraine, we'll certainly do that. Yeah.
A follow-up on nuclear. What is the level of concern in this department that Russia might use low-yield or conventional nuclear weapons in eastern Ukraine?
Low-yield or conventional nuclear weapons. I'm not sure I've ever heard it described as conventional, but I'm not going to, again, speculate here about what Russia may or may not do with that or any other system. The rhetoric surrounding nuclear activity, particularly given that this war is now 2 months old, and there has already been a bloodshed and violence visited upon the Ukrainian people, is irresponsible. It's irresponsible for a nuclear power to even broach that topic in part of this discussion. Again, I'll go back to what I said before. We're monitoring every single day as best we can, and we continue to see nothing that gives us cause to change our strategic nuclear deterrent posture. And we're confident that in our ability to defend the homeland from that perspective, as well as our allies and partners.
Secretary Austin, back in Europe, said that they would like to see Russia weakened in a way that it will not be able to launch another this type of invasion against any other country. Do you think that the arms that the United States is currently providing Ukraine will be sufficient to weaken the Russians not to launch another invasion in Europe?
The weapons and systems that the international community is providing Ukraine are designed to help Ukraine defend itself against a Russian invasion. And if you're asking me, have they been effective, I would just offer you to look, we're at 2 months into this war, and Mr. Putin didn't take Kyiv, he didn't take Chernihiv, he hasn't taken Odessa, instead of moving on 3 wide geographically separated lines of axes, now he's concentrating all his fire and forces in the east and in the south. So he has achieved none of his strategic objectives. So I think that's proof right there that the kinds of systems that are being provided to Ukraine have had an effect and an ability on their self-defense needs. What the secretary said yesterday, and I think he was very clear, and we've been clear from the very outset of this conflict, that we don't want to see Russia in a position to be able to do this again. That's what the secretary was referring to, there's nothing new there. We want to see Ukraine be able to defend itself. We want to see Ukraine win. You heard the secretary talk about that. They believe they can win. And so did every other nation that was in Ramstein, believes that they can win. And we don't want to see Russia in a position going forward where they haven't suffered consequences for this unprovoked invasion. And I think that's what the secretary was talking about. Yeah, in the back there. Hey, Joe.
So on Monday, there was a $700 million tranche, and more than half of it was financing for allies in Eastern and Central Europe to backfill the equipment that they've been sending to Ukraine. I just want to ask you why does the Pentagon think that this kind of backfill model is promising? What's the benefit?
Look, I think there's a lot of nations that are providing capability to Ukraine, and that provision is not risk-free in every case. Nations are doing what they can. They're having to make some tough decisions. Some are just in a better position than others to give more. And so I think it's a responsible thing for us to do, to have conversation with these allies and partners about what their needs are going to be going forward as well.
Are there industrial-based concerns as well? After all, this is maybe Soviet gear getting backfilled with American supplied.
Not in every case. Not in every case. Right now the focus, Joe, is on making sure they can defend themselves in the fight they're in. And in the fight they're in, they are still using what we call non-standard equipment and munitions, because that's that's what they're trained on. That's what they've been procuring. That's what they're used to operating with. Now, where this goes long term, in terms of what standard they're on, I don't think Ukraine's made a decision about that, and you can't really expect them to have made a decision right now while they're fighting for their lives. But the whole purpose of having a session yesterday on defense industrial base health and vitality is because we know whatever happens here, however this war ends, the security landscape in Europe has changed. Not is changing, not will change. It's changed now, based on what Mr. Putin has done. And so the secretary thought it would be a useful exercise, because we're looking at our own industrial base, to ask other nations that were there yesterday their assessment of their defense industrial base and the degree to which there might need to be changes in terms of production of certain systems or not, or accelerations or not just based on how to help Ukraine long term, but also to make sure that they can look after their own national security. And so those discussions are ongoing, and I mean, I'm not going to get ahead of where we are. But in terms of, and this is a really important point, in terms of what Ukraine's military looks like in a post-war environment, that's up to Ukraine to decide. They get to decide what systems they want to buy and use, and we're just not there yet. We'll see what kinds of decisions they want to make, when they're not actively trying to fend off an invasion. We also have to be, we have a defense industrial base too that we have to look after. And so, we've had meetings now with CEOs about some of the very specific systems that we've been providing Ukraine, Javelin, Stingers, the Switchblades, and the secretary wants to keep that dialogue going with defense industry as well on those and maybe even other systems, because we certainly think that now that the focus is on the Donbass, this could become a more prolonged conflict, and we want to make sure that our own defense industrial base can continue to support our needs, as well as supporting our efforts to support Ukraine's needs. It's a really weird way of saying it, but Mike.
Does the administration believe Israel should provide the Iron Dome system to Ukraine? And if so, are they doing anything to encourage them to do that?
The United States believes that every nation that provides equipment and systems to Ukraine should do it according to their own dictates. These are sovereign decisions, Mike. They're sovereign decisions, and we respect that. Jim.
John, the Secretary ordered thousands of U.S. troops over to defend the eastern flank of NATO. Has there been any sort of a discussion on how long that deployment's going to be, and if it would be rotational following on?
There's been no redeployments as yet of the additional forces that we have sent to Europe, air, maritime, and ground. Now, I shouldn't say there's been no some ships have come home, some squadrons have come home, but I mean, in terms of the ground forces in particular, they're still there. The Secretary is in constant communication with General Walters, as well as in the case of the Army, the Secretary of the Army and the Chief of Staff and the Chairman about what that needs to look like going forward. So I don't have any announcements for you in terms of redeployment of like the 82nd, for instance, which is where I think you were kind of getting at. But right now, our footprint in Europe, which is now over 100,000, is both permanently based and rotational and temporary. And we're still working our way through what that's going to look like in coming months. I mean, clearly at some point, if we're going to have to make a decision about the 82nd, for instance, and whether they're replaced or not. That we're just not there yet.
Is that something that probably will wait until the summit in Madrid?
I wouldn't peg it to Madrid necessarily. I mean, the Secretary.
Okay, that reporter in the room there asking John Kirby about the U.S. troops that have been deployed to shore up NATO's eastern flank. Remember, no U.S. troops are in Ukraine. They're in NATO nations bordering Ukraine. And of course, those troops were sent there in the weeks leading up to the invasion. And that question was essentially, are they going to be cycled out and redeployed with more and more troops, kind of a rotational shift? But John Kirby not as clear on that, and so hopefully we'll get some clarity in the weeks ahead. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us on your Wednesday night. It's been a very busy day, lots of top stories, and we've got you covered live, raw, and unfiltered. We're going to take just a quick commercial break. When we come back, news out of the Supreme Court. More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox News. About Justice Breyer today, he participated in the final scheduled oral argument of his 28-year career on the Supreme Court, hearing an emotional tribute from Chief Justice John Roberts today at the end of the proceedings. Roberts getting choked up talking about his longtime colleague. Roberts said, "The oral argument we have just concluded is the last the court will hear with Justice Breyer on the bench," Roberts said, his voice breaking. For 28 years, this has been his arena for remarks profound and moving, questions challenging and insightful, and hypotheticals downright silly, Roberts said. The justices heard about 2 hours today of arguments in a case involving Native American tribal authority in Oklahoma. That was the last one on the court's calendar for its 9-month term. So just wanted to make sure we got that. Of course, we now know who Justice Breyer's replacement is going to be, and that, of course, will now be incoming Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. So we just wanted to make sure we got that in there, capping off a 28-year career on the highest court in the land there, Justice Breyer, with final oral arguments today in Washington. Well, I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to go out now to Texas. Earlier today, we heard from the supporters of Melissa Lucio. Of course, we learned that the highest criminal court in Texas on Monday ordered a halt to the execution of Lucio. She is a Hispanic mother of 14. She was convicted of killing her 2-year-old child more than a decade ago in a 2007 case that has drawn bipartisan outrage. Melissa Lucio has long maintained her innocence, and calls for leniency have become widespread in Texas. This was a 3-page decision ordering the stay on Monday to the execution that was set for today. Let's listen into some of her family members and friends. I believe they have her on the phone as well in this rally.
My tears till later, because they're tears of joy. And I think I'm going to get by myself when I let that river flow. When I came down here, I was full of pain. I had 1,000,001 questions. They've all been answered. I met John Lucio, my brother, who was convicted in Ohio in 1994 of a crime that he did not commit, spent 16 years on death row, and based on an innocent claim, they took him off of death row and gave him life without parole. So I've been fighting the death penalty for 16 years and life without parole for 14. That's why I tell people I wasn't educated by Ohio State. I was educated by the state of Ohio. I wanted John to have that same feeling I had in my guts. Not the fact that his mother was on death row and was facing execution, because I felt that too. I wanted him to feel what I felt when they said they weren't going to execute her. And he knows that feeling now. You guys feel it, but he and his family, not just John, Bobby, Michelle, I got to meet a lot of them. But me and John butt heads. I think I still got that knot. So we know. And we know what it took for us to save our loved ones. And that's what we did. When me and Abe Bonowitz come down here, we said, what are we going to do? I said, well, hell, we're going to save her life. Right. Or why are we coming? There's no need to be here if we weren't here to save her life. I don't take any of this lightly, because this almost killed me. I am not who I used to be. I'm not that funny guy anymore. I don't find a whole lot of laughter and things, because I'm still fighting. And I now fight for others. So I see nothing funny, nothing small about the plight that they're fighting. This is lives. These are loved ones being taken from you. And it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen in Ohio. It's not going to happen in Oklahoma. And it's not going to happen in Texas. We're here to do something about it. Now, we said save Melissa Lucio. We did that. Now we're going to scream, free her. We need her to come home and be a mom. You women have stood greatly with her. It's unbelievable, and I talked about that the whole time I was down here, of how the women came together and their hearts had to be beaten poundly fast, but they stood by that woman. So my hats are off to you guys too for being such special people. You know, men usually fight, but I saw the women bring the noise, and that pleased me. I love that. I don't have much more to say other than let her go. And much love. Mr. Lobos, you caused us all a lot of problems. You caused yourself a lot. You caused your family a lot. You caused the state of Texas a lot. And I don't think the people are going to stand with you anymore. I'm guaranteed of that. You know, if they were going to stand with you, we wouldn't be out here now. Mr. Sines, DA Sines, is in there scratching his head now because now he's figured out who I need to stand with, and it's Melissa Lucio. Right. That's right. See? This is something that he done a long time ago. He never considered the Lucio family or Melissa's children. He never considered getting caught. He never considered all of this. So when you're doing dirt like that, trying to take somebody's life like that, and you're using the people's money to screw the people, you got caught. You got caught. And you tried to take a person's life. To me, that's attempted murder. That's not a wrongful conviction. That's attempted murder. There should not even have been an indictment. We shouldn't even be standing here. We're standing here because of Armando Villalobos. And that's why we're here. And the things and the corruptness that he had in his heart and the people that he was willing to hurt to move forward in his career. And it's very painful. I don't even know the guy, never met him. But I feel him here, right here. And I'll probably never forget him, as I do all the other people and the people in Ohio in my brother's case and what they've done. I'll never forget them. And with that, I'm going to enjoy this right now. That's right. You know? We're going to join in. That's right. I mean, I can't, I'm not in the mood now to stomp and crush, and not now. This is a great day for Melissa. This is a great day for her family. This is a great day for Brownsville, Cameron County, Hallerton, everybody. Because 15 years ago, it was not. It was not a great day. So we're going to take this day and relish it. Yes. And today, we're going to take the hate out of our heart, and we're going to put a little love in there, as Melissa said. Love. Amen. That's right. Peace.
Not peace yet, though. So Roderick Reed is Rodney Reed's brother, who you guys may have heard about. Another man who's innocent and is incarcerated. Roderick Reed's car broke down on the way to the valley, so he can't be here today. So he's going to go ahead and join us on the phone, and Charles is calling him right now. So we're just going to wait for Roderick to hopefully have some signal.
Okay, so supporters of Melissa Lucio today celebrating the fact that she is alive and could be, maybe, depending on how this works its way through the legal system, her conviction could possibly be overturned. That is a possibility, but her execution by lethal injection was set for today, and it has been indefinitely postponed as it works its way through the court. Now, the Court of Criminal Appeals in Texas found several of the claims raised by Lucio's lawyers needed to be considered by a trial court, including prosecutors may have used false testimony, that previously unavailable scientific evidence could preclude her conviction, and that prosecutors suppressed other evidence that would have been favorable to her. So now this case returns to a lower court to resolve those issues, like I said, postponing this execution indefinitely. We're going to be moving on to some of these other headlines on this Wednesday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. When we come back, the nation paying their last respects to former Secretary of State Madeleine Albright. We'll hear from President Biden. We'll hear from former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton in their eulogies of the country's first female Secretary of State today at Washington's National Cathedral. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday night. This right there is in San Diego, California. We're going to get an update very, very soon here. Remember, we were showing you aerials of that scene on that highway in Southern California where this California Highway Patrol officer was shot and injured. We don't really have an idea about that officer's condition, but that's what this press conference is going to be. This is outside the hospital in San Diego with an update very, very soon on the condition of that CHP officer. In the meantime, though, we do want to, like I said before the break, just show you some of the eulogies at Madeleine Albright's funeral today at the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C., including from President Biden. Here are his remarks.
Freedom endures against all odds in the face of every aggressor, because there are always those who will fight for that freedom. In the 20th and 21st century, freedom had no greater champion than Madeleine Korbel Albright. Anne, Alice, Katie, your mom was a force of nature. With her goodness and grace, her humanity, and her intellect, she turned the tide of history. David, Daniel, Jack, Jake, Ben, and Ellie, you're too young to remember this, but when the Iron Curtain fell and the Berlin Wall came down, our world faced one of those inflection points, once-in-a-generation moment of upheaval, but opportunity as well. People and nations around the world were deciding the future they wanted to make for themselves. And your grandmother, as a Madam Ambassador and as the first female Secretary of State in American history, made sure those nations and those people knew exactly where the United States of America stood and what we stood for. You know, and all through it, her beloved sister Kathy and her brother John can attest, she never forgot where she came from or who she was. President Obama, President Secretary Clinton, Vice President Al Gore, members of Congress, cabinet members, past and present. Today, we honor a truly proud American who made all of us prouder to be Americans. I also want to welcome the distinguished guests and dignitaries who've traveled from around the world to celebrate a daughter of the Czech Republic who knew what it meant to endure war and flee persecution. With her friend, Václav Havel, when he died, I remember when Madeleine eulogized him, she used these words, and I quote, "He cast light into places of deepest darkness and reminded us constantly of our obligations to one another." These words apply equally to Madeleine. When I got word that Madeleine had passed, I was in midair on my way to Europe to meet with our NATO allies in Brussels to help try to continue to keep the strong alliances together. Our organization and the international response to Russia's brutal and unjustifiable war against Ukraine. It was not lost on me that Madeleine was a big part of the reason NATO was still strong and galvanized as it is today. And a few days later, I traveled to Poland and spoke about all that was at stake in our world and for democracy and freedom, which is under assault from forces of autocracy and oppression. Many are tired of hearing me say, I think we're at another inflection point in world history, where there is literally a severe confrontation between autocrats and democratic nations. President Clinton, Bill, it was not lost on me that you spoke at the same Warsaw Castle that I was about to speak at 25 years earlier. In my case, it was evening. The interior of the castle, that beautiful courtyard, holds about 500-600 people. And mostly Poles and Ukrainians were present when I spoke. And I'm sure many in the audience spoke English, though likely not their first language. But when I mentioned the name, they were respectful of what I was saying. But when I mentioned the name of Madeleine Albright, there was a deafening cheer. They all stopped everything and started to cheer. It was spontaneous. It was real. For her name is still synonymous with America as a force for good in the world. Madeleine never minced words or wasted time when she saw something needed fixing or someone who needed helping. She just got to work. And as a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee from the time I was a kid, God, they were the good old days. I was the chairman or the ranking member for a good part of that time. And in the 90s, I can attest that Madeleine, with the significant help of the President of the United States, kept the committee really busy. And our work to halt genocide in the Balkans, support new democracies in Eastern and Central Europe, to develop Plan Colombia, and all those undertakings, Madeleine was an incomparable ally and advisor beyond the President to me and to others in the committee. She always had a knack for explaining to the American people why it mattered to them that people everywhere in the world were struggling to breathe free. And Madeleine didn't stop when she left government. For decades, she was a nexus with the foreign policy community, always, and I mean always, on top of the latest developments, always speaking out for democracy, and always the first to sound the alarm about fascism. Presidents and leaders around the world continue to solicit her advice, including me. When I asked her last year to chair the Defense Policy Board, she built businesses. She pumped out New York Times bestsellers that were both highly prescient and deeply salient, and constantly bestsellers. I think I've read them all. You know, and she mentored generations of rising foreign policy experts, the quote, foreign policy establishment. You know, and the thing that I noted that was deliberate and remarkable about her, not unlike Secretary Clinton, was that she made sure that young women knew they belonged at every single table having to do with national security, without exception. Today, across our government and around the world, Madeleine's protégés are legion. Many are here today, each carrying with them a spark lit by her passion and her brilliance.
Okay, it does look like we do have officials in San Diego with an update on this, officer. Let's go out to that right now.
With the California Highway Patrol Border Division Special Services Unit. And unfortunately, we had an incident today's date at approximately 6:15 p.m. on eastbound 8, just under the 805 in the city of San Diego. We had an 8-year veteran of the San Diego area office was investigating a traffic collision when he became involved in a struggle with a pedestrian. There was resulting in a single gunshot. Our officer was wounded in his right thigh. He's in serious but stable condition and being treated currently. The suspect is in custody and there is no threat to the public. The California Highway Patrol is deeply grateful to the allied agencies from the surrounding areas that arrived on scene to assist us. And we're also thankful to the medical staff here at the hospital that's treating our officer. The eastbound lanes are going to be closed pending completion of the investigation, and the westbound lanes are now currently open again. We're going to be completing a full press release. We're going to have that available tomorrow morning. And if you have any questions, I'll take those now. Ma'am?
Can you please explain a little more what the officer was doing?
The officer was investigating a traffic collision. Pardon? There was a confrontation with a pedestrian.
So it was not related to the conflict?
We have yet to determine that, ma'am.
Was this pedestrian a transient?
We have yet to make that determination.
So can you tell us about the car that was in the highway, the white car that was crashed in the highway on 805?
That car's more than likely involved in the traffic collision, but we'll have better information on that in the coming hours and probably more in the morning.
But it is involved?
We'll have more information on that either in the next couple hours or in the morning.
You said the suspect was arrested?
Yeah, the suspect's a 25-year-old resident of San Diego. He is currently in custody, and he'll be booked on the appropriate charges once those are fully explored and determined, working with our partners at the district attorney's office.
We heard that some bystanders might have helped contain him until other officers arrived or something. Can you tell us more about that?
There were some good Samaritans on scene, and they did assist in subduing the suspect, and we're very, very grateful for that.
Can you tell us more about the officer? You said he was an 8-year veteran of the San Diego area. Can you tell us anything more about? It was a male officer or female?
I can only tell you that it's a male, and he's currently being treated. He's in serious but stable condition, and we're all praying that he's makes a full recovery swiftly.
He didn't fire his weapon or anything like that?
Sir?
He didn't fire his weapon back at the person or anything like that?
That has yet to be determined.
What led to the shooting?
Ma'am, that we're exploring that. We're trying to make that determination. There'll be a complete investigation. In fact, we're doing that now. We're going to try to figure out and answer all those questions. We have them ourselves, so we're looking forward to getting answers to all those questions.
Really quick, this weekend, I think there was some officers shot at while investigating a traffic collision. Is there any connection, any possible connection between those two incidents from the weekend and this one?
Sir, we don't have any information that leads us to believe that this is connected with any other incident.
Yes, Harris, is the officer, how is he doing? Have you had a chance to talk to him?
I have not had a chance to talk to him. Thank you for asking. He's being treated currently, and again, not to be repetitive, but he's in serious but stable condition, and we're all very hopeful that he makes a full and swift recovery. If anybody, unless you have anything else, that'll probably be it, and we'll have a full press release for you in the morning. Harris.
Just to confirm, it's not known at the moment if he fired his weapon.
That is yet to be determined. Yeah, we're going to we'll conduct a full and thorough investigation. We'll make a determination as to what exactly happened out there, and we'll have more information for you very soon.
And you don't know for sure if the shooter was involved in the collision that was being investigated?
I have no more information at this time. Thank you all very much for coming out.
right, now with an update there on the condition of the CHP officer who was shot in the thigh, who's in serious yet stable condition. And so that was the words from that official there out in San Diego. This was just a traffic stop. The 25-year-old that they stopped pulled a weapon. That suspect is in custody. That's a male from San Diego. And so there were some Good Samaritans who also subdued that suspect, and he is now in custody. And it looks like California Highway Patrol officers relieved that this one of their own is going to be okay. I'm Andrew Kraft. We have had so many top stories and headlines on this Wednesday. We're going to take just a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be showing you a lot of them again into these overnight hours, starting off with the White House press briefing. We're also going to dip back into what brought almost of Washington out today, was to pay their final respects to Madeleine Albright at the National Cathedral. We were hearing from President Biden in his eulogy. We're now going to hear after the break as well from former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.